Chapter 8. Kamuri Clan Private Training Compound. Kamuri Clan Compound. Northern Region. Dark Country. The deep voices of the soldiers jogging around the remarkably large training compound resonated through the air. Hup 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 hup. The training compound or facility was the largest in the country, and this one in particular was exclusively meant and used by Kamuri clan members, though it was still split to separate those of the lower ranked from higher, meeting only in a general training ground at the very center of the massive complex. The jounin of the Kamuri clan were jogging on an oval-shaped 400-meter track in groups of 4, numbered up to 20, rhythmically running to the tune of their chants and huffing with each breath, expelling thin white mist. The men were bare-chested and the women wore either light gray tank tops or sports bras. Both genders wore black and gray camo ninja pants and black boots. The clan of ninjas were primarily blonde and blue-eyed, of varied tints and tones, and their skin colors also varied from pale white to mocha brown. It was unarguably the most diverse clan in the Dark Country, and they were also the dominant clan in the Dark Country BLAK operatives, serving as closely to the leader of the country as possible. The trainers jogging before each group yelled an opening chant and the jounin finished it off, exhaling tightly to conserve as much oxygen as possible. There were ninjas assembled into neat formations, also split into smaller, workable groups that jounin trainers expertly managed. They barked out orders and the assembled jounin dutifully followed, running through previously lectured formations and strategies for unanticipated circumstances on the battlefield. There were 10 separate groups in the middle area of the track, still leaving enough space for them to move about. This was the outside training ground for Kamuri jounin and chunin. This clan of people were especially loyal to Naruto, the supreme leader of Dark Country. And for good reason too. Their beloved leader was a birth member of their clan. The clan collectively saw it as an unimaginable honor and privilege to share the same blood as their leader. The clan of smoke users greatly populated BLAK because of their reverence for their country's leader. Naruto sat back in his seat in a small assembled canopy smack dab in the center of the oval track, a faint crinkling smile at the corner of his eyes as he heard the chants from his clan mates. Honor to the smoke, the jounin trainers jogging on the tracks yelled. Loyalty to leader. Life for our country. Death for our leader, they returned, swearing not just their life and prosperity to their leader, but also their death in and out of battle. 3 groups in the middle were powering through push-ups and another group went through rigorous sit-ups. Their trainers shouted. Victory to our people. Success to Lord Naruto. The trainer of on group, a light-skinned female, broke out in a singing tone. Oh, there is no hell in the service of our leader. Oh, there is no heaven for the enemies in his sights. Naruto chuckled. He turned to the Kamuri clan head and said. They're awfully enthusiastic, Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru was a war veteran in his late 80s. He was a dark-skinned man with heavy wrinkles on his forehead and cheeks, sandy blonde hair and small mustache. He had dull blue eyes. The old man was perched in a wheelchair in heavy-looking combat uniform even though his legs haven't worked since they lost their functionality in the Civil War of a short-sleeved gray shirt and black and gray urban camo shinobi pants with black stomping boots on his feet. Over his shoulder was a dark green jacket, a pair of thick black medicated glasses were set before his squinting eyes. The man bit into his fat brown cigar as he grinned at the young leader, blowing out a wisp of smoke from a corner of his lips. You're a hero in these parts, Lord Naruto. The war-sagely old veteran leaned on his left forearm, to Naruto, and said in a not-so-quiet voice. You should have seen the party we threw when we found out the legendary ghost is a member of this very clan. Naruto hummed with a smile. I can only imagine. Not that Naruto wasn't flattered that his clan mates thought so highly of him, it was with the eagerness of their efforts to ensure his happiness. Aside from being the main ninjas in Naruto's BLAK, a silent organization formed by the leader to both work in tandem with him and also to accomplish the covert goals and aspirations of the country, they had also pleaded for their precious leader to take up the role as clan head as well as leader of the country. Lord Orochimaru readily agreed to the proposal before they brought it before Naruto, as he had lost his sons, daughters, and grandchildren in the Civil War. The old man had no direct family left and it was only logical to want to appoint a younger, much stronger person to take his seat. Naruto politely declined. He explained to the clan head and the Kamuri elders that he already had his hands full with the responsibilities of leading the whole country, and adding the job of a clan head would derail and divert his attention. The heartbreak was evident when the news broke out. In his place, Naruto recommended the Kamuri council to train a suitable successor. They dutifully followed his advice. The Kamuri clan, along with the rest of the clans of the country, was highly hierarchical, but unlike a majority of the clans, the Kamuri people were highly militaristic. They believed in loyalty, morale, order and discipline above anything, and some of these traits leaked out into the Kamuri civilian population. This had been the main tenets of the clan since before the Civil War, seeing as they were the first two clans to have helped found Dark Country as a whole. Naruto adjusted his leader's robe and set his hat on his head properly as he observed his clan mates work through exercises and commands. You said this is the first training exercise to qualify for being a BLAK operative, right? Yes, the first of two. The second being Suiki's training exercise. Naruto slowly nodded. He had been the one to write the requirements for entrance into the Black Ops. This exercise occurred only once in 3 weeks. I'm still stunned by how many people want into BLAK. I mean, we still have more regular Jounin and Chunin, but the actual best of the best want into BLAK. BLAK is the peak of all ninja aspirations, Lord Naruto. To serve at your side and perform key missions to the prosperity of our dear country is the dream of any average citizen. The cigar-smoking man murmured, his black spectacled gaze fixed on the marching Black Ops aspirants. If only I could still walk. Naruto patted the man's shoulder with a genial quirk of the corner so his eyes. If you could still walk, I would have a serious competitor for my seat. The man fell into peals of laughter, rumbling through his chest as he tossed his head back and almost lost his cigar. You're a very funny man, Lord Naruto. The leader laughed at the old man's laughter. Nanako Hogo clan head and the only other high-ranking shinobi under the canopy, quirked up an eyebrow. I don't understand why anyone competing for your seat is amusing, Lord Naruto. The 50-something-year-old woman crossed her arms and her legs, sniffing slightly. Why compete when you know you can't hope to win? It was a joke, Nanako. The dark-skinned man sighed, exhaling more smoke from a corner of his lips. Something you will never understand. The woman visibly bristled. I'll have you know, you old fart, that I know a fair few jokes. Now guys dash. The Kamuri clan head scoffed. I call donkey shit. I'll tell you a joke now. Nanako shot back to the uninterested Kamuri clan head, itching and twitching to lunge at the crippled man. She cleared her throat loudly, somewhat distracting the men and women doing jumping jacks some feet from them. Why did the chicken cross the road? The old man didn't answer, only rolling his eyes and leaning away from the Hogo clan head. Naruto sat forward quickly and, with a more than eager tone in his voice, asked in place of Orochimaru so as to prevent a brawl. Why did the chicken cross the road? The woman laughed quietly behind her hands. Finally, after some seconds of giggling to herself, she answered. To get to the other side. Naruto patiently waited for another punchline in the joke, something. Anything. The woman eagerly tilted to him and grinned a little, looking at him with reflective orbs. The leader started in his seat when he realized that was the joke. Ah, ha. Ha ha. Ha. Ha ha ha. Nanako sat back smugly, and sent a dirty, proud look to the oldest ninja in the village, not realizing that Naruto had only laughed to prevent a village clash from happening, clearly obvious from his fake laugh. I told you. Naruto gave the old man a strong look, a look that threatened hell if he said anything other than a lie. The wizened old man snorted. Fine. Nanako Hogo was a kunoichi from a strictly traditional clan, similar to the Pansasenshi clan, and so she did not truly understand the general concept of jokes. Of all the challenges the powerful clan head had in her life, being funny or understanding what funny meant always eluded. Naruto sympathized with her. Her upbringing was strict and mainly based on ninja training, etiquette and manners befitting a woman. It was during Naruto's reign as leader that she tried her best to relax so as to sidle up as close to him as possible, trying her best to match his behavior with her own so as to attract his attention. At that moment she was in what she referred to as informal combat wear. She was in a shimmering green dress reaching her ankles that had a lengthwise slit up to her left hip, showing tight black shorts and a toned, blemishless leg. On her feet were a pair of black-heeled shinobi sandals and perched on her head, on her soft, flowing brown hair, was a small tiara speckled with gems and rubies. The dress she wore was sleeveless, exposing a sleeve of clan tattoos on both of her arms, leaving bejeweled rings and golden bands to glimmer on her thin fingers. Nanako was the leader of the clan that had sole responsibility over the obsidian mines in the country, seeing as they were the only ones the raw dark stone's evil chakra didn't affect. The Hogo clan's atrocious eyesight and their mole summoning might have something to do with it. The 50-something-year-old woman looked very good for her age. She had a lithe, slender build from years and years of training, but her coal-black eyes swirled also with years and years of seeing bloodshed and death. The corners of her eyes had light, barely visible crow's feet. She had once commented that her youthful looks, as well as that of her clan mates, was part in thanks to their diet and another smaller part went to the Uzumaki skincare products. Nanako looked 20, 4 years younger than Naruto. Naruto knew the real reason for her clan's remarkable youthful looks. Similar to how Suiki can cycle fresh and replenishing blood around her body, thus sustaining her energy, her chakra and her youth, and how the Uzumaki were simply born into their longevity. The Hogo clan could run nature chakra through their bodies on instinct because of their connection with their mole summons. The only difference was that Uzumaki and Hogo could still die from fatal wounds, and also when they reached the full extent their bodies were willing to carry them. Sueki, using her bloodline as the vampire blood release user, the only known one in the whole the continent, virtually made her immortal. She frequently reminded her teacher that she would die with him when his time came. Sueki was currently heading to the Gato clan compound to inform Mikoto Gato that their leader was in the Kamuri clan compound. Naruto's mind wandered back to that morning, now only a few hours ago. Flashback, that morning. Naruto snorted in his sleep, turning and pulling the small warmth in his right arm closer to his body. A pair of arms tightened around his middle and a head wedged into the crook of his neck. The leader groaned and rubbed his eyes, muttering, "You're staring, you weirdo." He cracked open one cerulean blue eye and looked down at the raptly staring woman in his arms, his laughing gaze mirrored off her reflective, jovially smiling red eyes, now back to their normal size. The white-haired vampire smacked her lips sleepily and the corners lightly turned up in a faint smile. "Hey." Sueki smiled slightly wider. "Hey. Yesterday night, huh?" Naruto said, his exposed teeth chattering as he spoke. "Pretty crazy." "It was awesome," she said quietly, stressing each word. Her cheeks turned a dark shade of red as her teacher chuckled deeply, his laughter warming her to her very core. "I'm glad you liked it." He casually looked away and she raised a curious eyebrow. "Maybe next time, we can go a bit slower." Her heart thudded, clamoring in her chest. "What do you think?" The girl pressed her face into her teacher's neck and laughed airily, her whole face now an embarrassing shade of red. I didn't think you'd agree, last night, I mean." "Well, you can't get any more forward than, I'm horny." She jabbed his gut as he burst out laughing. "I threw myself out there," she whispered honestly. She had hoped for the best, that her longtime idol and friend wouldn't reject her. Conan, when they were all still one big happy family, frequently pushed and poked for Sueki to flat out, in plain and simple words, tell Naruto how she felt. Naruto was a master of many things, but subtly in anything other than murder was not something he understood. This was something Naruto was glad had changed with time for him, for being a leader demanded subtly nearly all day. "I'm not gonna lie," Naruto said, placing his left arm behind his head and keeping his right around his naked student. "I always thought you were only into girls." The woman sat up quickly. "Seriously, sensei?" Naruto shrugged. "You thought I was a lesbian? The way you kept looking at Conan, or those AIM medics dash." "Only because you were standing right there," she exclaimed, her stoic facade falling apart. Naruto raised his hands in defeat and sat up, realizing he too was still naked from their last romp. "I'm sorry." She glared at him silently, her fists clenched tightly on the rumpled bedsheet. The vampire might be open to going at it with another woman, though only as long as her teacher joined in. "How about we have lunch together later?" The vampire huffed and crossed her arms stubbornly. "We always have lunch together. This time we don't talk about work, just the two of us talking about whatever else we want." The expressionless woman perked up and shot forward, sashing her lips into Naruto's grinning teeth. It still felt a bit awkward for Naruto to kiss the woman with his teeth, especially since he didn't have any lips to kiss with, but he allowed the vampire free rein to do what she wanted. "Okay." He pulled back and checked the time. 10:01 a.m. It sucked that they couldn't sleep for longer, but duty called. "You can shower first." Sueki hopped out of the bed, snagging one of Naruto's t-shirts from his closet and wiggling her way into the large shirt, skipping merrily out of Naruto's room. As she shut the door, Naruto released a breath and swung his legs off his bed, wearing a pair of boxers and sitting back down onto his bed. Sueki was in bloodlust last night. Her attention was primarily on maintaining the blood connection she had with Onion for 6 long months, as well as her duties as his assistant. She couldn't spare the time to expel her pent-up emotions accumulated from her connection with the young and very much emotionally driven Onion, as well as the ones she suppressed while on S-ranked BLAK missions out of the country. Risking it and going on a hunting trip in the dark forest could sever her blood bond with Onion. 6 months worth of backed-up emotions, finally able to pour out, but hunting animals wasn't enough for her. Naruto saw that as he looked at her pin-like red eyes, her panting chest and her protruding canines. There was the danger that if he didn't accept to release that tension in the safest way possible, that it would all pour out on the people of the country. Their night revealed her affection for him, the one he hadn't ever noticed. It also surfaced a well of muddled emotions he had for her, like how he dearly treasured their time together and how he could and would go to hell and back to protect her. He had done so when Hanzo had held her hostage. Conan, in his other hand, the salamander summoner, had given the condition that the top ranks of the Akatsuki should choose, Nagato killing Yahiko to free Konan or Naruto killing himself to free Suiki. The Kage was known to be a man of his word, there was no doubt he would follow through. Naruto found his blade already up to his neck, no hesitation in his movements, as Yahiko plunged Nagato's kunai into his heart. He didn't even look at Yahiko as he fell, only running as fast as his legs could carry him to Hanzo, fully intent on using his very last drop of chakra to catch Suiki as Hanzo threw her. Naruto fled away with the weakened vampire as a vengeful Nagato summoned the King of Hell to decimate and tear apart Hanzo. The blonde clearly cared for Suiki, more so than he cared for his first three friends. He didn't want to manipulate her emotions like Nagato was with Konan, keeping the Angel of Aim in a cage in aim, and he didn't want to play with her feelings like Konan had done with him while he pined for her. The man knew he cared deeply for Suiki, more than anyone or anything on the planet, so he grasped that emotion with all his might and stood up, fixing on his half mask over his lower face and swiping his towel as Suiki called through the door. "Sensei, the shower's free." Flashback end. Now he had leader business to attend to. He discarded those troubling, muddled emotions as he centered his mind once again, watching as his student approached with the Gato clan head. They pulled up a seat and formed a circle, with Orochimaru Kamuri turning his wheelchair around to face inwards. Naruto clapped his hands and said, "Now we're all here, we'll get down to business." He looked to Suiki, who had on her blank red half-face mask, and the BLAK commander brought out a rolled-up scroll, opening it to show the map of the continent and dropping it on an unsealed stool in the middle. "I'm sure you're all aware of the Dark Sand Joint Task Force." They all nodded. "Here is a refresher. Their main job is to patrol and guard the borders between darkness and sand, going further up north to watch the border between sand, stone and rock. Dark Country's border to Fire Country is handled by the Defense Corps." Makoto and Nanako nodded in acknowledgement as their leader looked at them. Them being the two leaders of the Internal Defense Organization, Makoto protecting the north and Nanako overseeing the south. The task force is reporting that there are small tussles along the rock and stone borders. They also see fights along Fire Country borders and rock. Orochimaru scratched a corner of his nose and asked, "Their shinobi forces are fighting?" Suiki answered for Naruto, as the Dark Sand Joint Task Force reported to BLAK. "No. They're gang turf wars." "Gangs?" Nanako wondered incredulously. "Like, petty thieves? Low-ranked missing ninjas and rogue samurai have joined in." Suiki added, "It's not as large-scale as war between nations, but it would escalate sooner or later to include home countries and hidden villages. I went to investigate with my team," Suiki continued, "and we found out that the Fire Lord's son is the one supplying funds and weapons to the Fire Country gangs. We didn't find out any reason for him doing this." "How is this any of our business?" Nanako asked, bowing slightly to Naruto. "If you recall correctly, this is almost like how the First and Second War began, small, insignificant fights breaking out along the border that, sooner or later, encompassed the country and then the whole continent," Naruto said, titling his head to the side and narrowing his eyes at the youthful lady. No single person could accurately trace back the true origin of both wars, only resolving that it had started from small fights along borders. Annexation of uninvolved countries, enlistment of infants, families getting displaced, separated or murdered, loss of order and human morality, widespread death and destruction. Should I go on? The woman bowed again, this time in sincere apology. "No, my lord." "Lord Leader," Makoto humbly said. "If this is a war council, why are Amara Chueinku, Daikiharu Pansasenshi and Ginkgo Suzumabachi not here as well? I spoke with them about this yesterday in the art exhibition, but they are mobilizing their BLAK clan mates for the mission." Makoto looked at his leader with a question in his brown orbs. "What mission?" "I want all of the warring faction eliminated to the very last person, and I want the Fire Lord's son killed, and his death is to be made to look like a suicide. Trace each and every person involved and clear them off the face of the earth. Anyone with an important status should be made to look like he killed himself." He paused and sat back, placing his right ankle onto his left knee and lacing his fingers on his knee. "The job should be clean and a testament to the skill of this country." The clan heads were stunned into silence. Naruto fixed each of them a strong, dominant glare. "I am preventing a third war." Nanako nervously cleared her throat. What about our allies? I don't think Suna would be happy to hear we killed the son of the Fire Daimyo. That is why I'm keeping this order under the Dark Leader's seal of secrecy. My BLAK will be the ones performing this, and he jabbed a thumb to himself. "I will kill any involved in Fire Country." Suiki looked up, surprise on her pale face. "Sensei, that's final," Naruto said, pointedly narrowing his eyes at his student. The clan heads, feeling their own arguments hot on the tip of their tongues, kept their mouths rightly shut, submitted to their leader. He nodded to Makoto and Nanako. You two will triple internal defense, but make sure no citizen or foreigner notices. I cannot emphasize how much this mission must be kept under wraps. We will make sure order is maintained in the country, Lord Leader. Makoto said humbly, placing his hand over his heart, and Nanako copied his action, bowing to Naruto again. 10 BLAK squads will be mobilized. Sueki took note of his command, already listing out the teams she wanted on this important mission. Team 11, her team, was the first on her mind. His eyes dimmed grimly. I don't want to be the one to say this, but a third war will come, no matter how hard we try. Tension from the past war has not passed and old wounds haven't yet closed. Grudges need to be crossed out. The world is still in a fragile state, another war would rip it to shreds and leave us all with nothing. Then, sir, why are we doing this if all that waits for us is a third great war? Pushing back the inevitable day. Give ourselves a little more time before we allow the rest of the world to kill themselves. The masked leader sat forward and perched his forearms on his knees, lacing his fingers. This is for our people. Orochimaru closed his eyes and his shoulders heaved tiredly. Well said, Lord Naruto. We move out this night. Naruto said, and the clan heads, besides Orochimaru, stood up and saluted. Dismissed. They left, leaving Naruto, Sueki and Orochimaru to continue watching the training regimen of the Kamuri Jounin and Chunin aspiring to serve in BLAK. Sueki slyly slipped her chair next to her teacher's and placed a supportive hand on top of his. Naruto's crystal blue eyes flicked to her and he breathed out from his nose, blowing out thin black smoke. Ever so slowly, Naruto's eyes glowed with a silent smile. Orochimaru made sure not to comment, slickly swiveling his wheelchair around to properly face his clan mates. He hid his smirk. Naruto turned his left palm up and Sueki threaded her fingers through his. Naruto's hand curled up and he held her hand, shooting her another side-eyed smile, a genuine smile. Her teacher then lifted his right hand and pointed at a seemingly random 16-year-old boy. Do you see him? The commander followed his finger to a boy with very low-cut blonde hair and hard eyes, focused ahead as he jogged on the track. Yes. His parents used to own a fishery close to the royal clan Eastern Temple. The royal clan took all their fish near the end of the war, and when they went to complain, do you know what they did? The vampire could vaguely guess, but she shook her head earnestly, listening to her teacher speak. They took him from his home and brought him to the palace. His parents were executed and, so that he won't run, they cut off his legs. He motioned to his knees. From the knees down. I found him in a dungeon during one of our raids. Sueki then noticed the subtle stagger in the teen's steps as he sprinted with his group. He's got on Suna brand prosthetics. Is that why he became a jounin so quickly? His prosthetics? Ha! Naruto snorted. No. Taiyu's taijutsu is pretty good. I'll keep an eye on him if he gets into BLAK. Sueki promised. Naruto bobbed his head and his head titled to the side, towards hers though not looking directly at her. He pointed again at another teen. This one was a 14-year-old girl with wavy blonde hair tied up into a messy ponytail. She had on a pair of thick black glasses over her eyes, similar to the ones Orochimaru had on. She jogged in the group behind Taiyu, the crippled taijutsu user, desperately heaving for air with each inhale and exhale. Sweat drenched her forehead and her limbs shook with each step. See her? The girl in the glasses. Yes. A trainer jogged back and yelled harshly into the girl's face, roaring for her to quit. Konoha ninjas raided the Kamuri clan compound back in the war, some months before we arrived, and they murdered many smoke users. The Leaf ninjas killed her parents in front of her and blinded her with a hot poker so that their deaths would be the last thing she sees. The 14-year-old jounin turned to her trainer and spat in his face, jogging along with her group. The masked leader laughed loudly along with the old Kamuri clan head at the normally vivacious girl's daring insult to her group's jounin trainer. I didn't know it at the time, but I killed the same squad of shinobi that murdered her parents when we were kicking them out of the royal clan's temples in the southern region. The three legendary ninjas watched on as the girl belted out the morale chants as loudly as she could. She told me she was going to serve under my feet for the rest of her life. The vampire shrugged. You have many admirers. She took a blood oath. Naruto blurted. The white-haired lady sat away from him, though not removing her hand from his. The blonde held up his hands and quickly said. I didn't make her do it, I swear. She just came into my office and finalized the contract with her blood. I don't know who taught her the seals, where she found it or how the hell she got a strand of my hair. The irate vampire calmed down somewhat. Thankfully she's the only one that has done this. A blood contact bonded the soul of the contract bearer with that of the target person. It only succeeded if the bearer well and truly felt a strong positive emotion, commonly love and admiration. In essence, the contract bearer was to protect the object of their affection with their life even at the cost of their own. The bearer was to obey each command under the consequence of a brutal punishment from the blood contract. If the loved one died in any way, then the bearer would die also. Sueki earnestly looked into her master's red eyes. Do you want me to? She slid a single, silent finger across her throat, flicking her eyes to the struggling girl. Nothing in the contract says anything will happen to you if she dies. Naruto patted the tense woman's head, an action that had the dual effect of calming the vampire down and making her flush red. No, of course not. Killing a comrade is bad, so he couldn't believe he had to tell her that. In your free time, find a loophole in the contract and unbind us. Make sure she doesn't find out though, I don't want it breaking her heart. But I want to break her heart. The BLAK commander whined quietly, batting her eyes at her teacher and holding his hand up to her thudding heart. Naruto laughed at her attempt. Su. She's just a kid. She threw his hand away and stood up. Whatever. Cheer up, Su. Lunch would be my treat. He patted her seat and she begrudgingly took it back. My point is, no matter how hard I try to remodel and rebuild this country, there will always be remnants of the past to haunt us. Sure, we've had 7 years of rapid development and advancement, and I forecast the coming years will bring even more wonderful development, but at our current state we desperately need that time to get ourselves in complete order. It wasn't that Naruto was sheltering his people, the proof being he established the 3 main defense and offensive suborganizations in Dark Country, all of whom were sworn to him, the Police Force, the Defense Corps and BLAK. Another smaller, less darkness-centric organization, Black Sand Joint Task Force, was the second proof Naruto wasn't coddling his people. He gave his people remarkable free rein to live their lives and make their money, such as establishing business within and outside of the country, whether or not in an allied nation or not, though he preferred it to be in the former. Years ago, he had officially signed for more funding to go to orphanages and old people's homes, of which was being well and truly implemented and used for their stated purpose. About 2 years ago, Naruto had successfully raised the standard of living to the extent that there was virtually no one without a home, reasonable income, approvable healthcare and free basic education, all without the aid of his present alliances. The leader had also implemented a steady retirement benefit for his ninjas and civilians in risky jobs, like construction workers, chemical scientists and wild animal conservationists that worked around the dark forest. More and more money was coming into the country, either from the high-paying missions or their trade with river country. Every week or two a substantial amount of money was added into the country's money reserves, bumping their spending limit further up with each addition. This increase in money not only raised the value of their products to non-allied nations but also allowed Naruto more room to fund departments and projects that weren't just about his ninjas. For instance, Naruto sent more money to the Dark Country Laboratory for the scientists to buy state-of-the-art instruments and also to begin their search in finding cures. He had his engineers look into inventing a fully functional railway system that went only within the country. The last major thing Naruto had signed to be done was for the civilian academy curriculum to expand to include subjects imported from Uzushio and Suna. A regular, monthly sum of money was sent to the Kurama clan to sustain them as Konoha refused to cater to their needs, seeing as the clan of painters disagreed to become leaf ninjas. Naruto and Sabaku no Tetsuyo Sandame Kazekage were expecting to harvest the first batch of crops from the Suna farm by the end of the year. Naruto wasn't one to not give credit to where he had inspired the development plans from. Amigakure was a highly industrialized nation and Naruto only tweaked and adjusted bits and pieces from the plan AIM used and applied it to darkness. So far, he was wildly successful. The loyalty of his people was already ensured, with or without the development he brought, but their devotion and admiration for him went up tenfold at the rapid level of development sweeping through the whole country. Before I can say our defenses can repel unallied invading forces, we need at least 5 more years. If Kumo, Iwa and Snow Country, 3 nations that had been constant long-time allies, chose to set their sights on darkness, then they had no chance to keep them at bay for longer than a year. Konoha would undoubtedly join in the assault from another angle, without allying with their enemies, and this would slash their defense time to half a year. Suna and Kiri could aid in keeping the 3 allies back for a while but not for long, especially because Sand and Mist couldn't attack Leaf, seeing as Sand was an ally to Leaf and Mist was on non-aggression terms. They would be locked in from all sides. Even traveling by boat to Uzushio would be a challenge. The foreigners in our country are also on the list of people I want to protect. Naruto clarified as Rimaru turned his wheelchair around. The man stroked his mustache and mumbled. I agree with you, Lord Naruto. War is the last thing any decent human being would want. He glanced down at his legs with a down sigh. he had to switch himself with a subordinate of his as the latter accidentally stepped on a landmine set by the royal clan, nearly ruining their attempt at helping their clan mates flee the royal clan's invasion. It was the fastest he had ever run in his life, and it was the last time he used his legs. His clan could create smoke with their fire and water affinities, and neither of those were dominant enough to be called a second bloodline, not like how Naruto's lightning chakra was a bloodline and the resulting smoke, stronger than regular Kamuri smoke, could be formed with lightning affinity mixing with water affinity. To cut the distance from their master's power, Orochimaru Kamuri and his council created a new sealless jutsu the clan of water and fire users could use to nearly automatically replenish their energy. It was a hidden smoke clan technique they called steam engine that only those with high chunin and jounin skill could pull off. The ninjas were required to take a tiny bit of their fire affinity and, for lack of a better word, drop it onto a larger body of water affinity in their reserves. Instead of making smoke, it created steam, and the effects would prolong the energy and strength of the Kamuri user. The Kamuri ninjas marching around the track had been doing so since 6 in the morning. Presently, it was 10. It was almost like how Naruto could bounce his lightning affinity chakra inside his body, striking numerous muscles, bones and organs, and revving up his speed, stamina, and endurance. The process, for Naruto, was painful for obvious reasons, but the end product never disappointed him. But for the Kamuri people the effect was only destabilizing them with how their fire affinity would be more than their water after a while. When this process of creating steam went on longer than 3 hours, the user would become dizzy or, in a terrible case reported to Naruto some years back, would develop temporary vertigo. The clan head of the Kamuri clan was conditioning his people on how to overcome the tiring and weighty effects of having more water chakra than fire in their natural reserves. Naruto rubbed his hand together. Enough of all this sad talk. How about we spar, Lord Orochimaru? The older blonde man's eyebrows shot into his hairline. Naruto chuckled lowly. I saw what you did to that Kiri ninja earlier this morning. The leader rolled his eyes when the man's eyes bugged out. You're disabled, not vulnerable. For what it's worth, he tried to ditch paying for his breakfast bagel at my friend's granddaughter's bakery. Oh yeah, I saw that too. Naruto waved it off. I just think it was a bit excessive. I sent him an apology some time ago. Orochimaru answered flippantly. And anyway, I'm still a bit rusty, I might have pulled something back there dash. Pisha, you almost killed that guy. Sueki cleared her throat. If you don't mind, Lord Orochimaru, I would like to spar with Naruto-sensei. Naruto turned to his student, giving Orochimaru a chance to sigh in relief, even placing his hand on his chest and exhaling smoke. No, a really real fight. Wait, don't you have 10 more minutes before you have to go and get your BLAK operatives together? I'll send a message to my team to get things in order. She bit her thumb and pulled up her right sleeve all the way up to her upper arm. She swiped her bleeding thumb over a BLAK Commander seal tattoo on her outer upper arm. A tingle went over her body and she pulsed chakra into the seal 4 times, directing a message to BLAK Team 11. Sueki pulled down her sleeve and cycled the blood leaking from her thumb back in, healed the wound and smoothing out the scar till there was no sign of it left. Done. They'll know what to do. She directed her gaze to the still relieved Kamuri clan head. Do you have a free training ground, preferably outdoors? I haven't agreed dash. Sueki pulled her master onto his feet. We haven't fought in 4 years, sensei. I want to see how far I've come. Naruto hummed, then he pointed at the dark-skinned clan head. We'll settle this later. Those on the field that noticed the leader and the BLAK commander acting awfully close shook it off. They had known each other for the longest time, they were openly best friends, and Naruto was Sueki's teacher. Naruto was a carefree, open-minded man and Sueki was more subdued and accepting of the masked blonde's relaxed mannerisms. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Let's have the fight out here. Orochimaru suggested. It'll show my men both of your power and increase morale in the camp. Good idea, Naruto said, shrugging off his robe and folding it, dropping it on his vacant seat and placing his wide-brimmed hat atop. He was in a gray shirt and black pants with black sandals. Down his arms, from his collar to his fingertips, was a thick vertical black line that broke out and branched into his fingers, leaking into his fingernails and turning them black, like he had painted them black. He flexed his fingers and rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck. There were white bandages wrapped around his ankles. He didn't look to be carrying any of the basic ninja weapons. The leader ran a hand through his spiky blonde hair and listened as Orochimaru roared. Gather round, all of you, the exercising stopped. Lord Naruto and Lady Katsueki want to spar. They marched in strict formation and created a wide circular space. There was a pathway of ninjas in attention that Naruto calmly walked through, a fair distance to the sparring ground. Sueki followed behind in her own combat gear, a dark red long-sleeved shirt and black ninja pants with black shinobi sandals. She had on the standard jounin flak jacket over her torso, unlike Naruto, and also not like her teacher. She had on the dark country hideout on her forehead. There was a kunai pouch on the side of her right thigh and a shuriken pouch on the side of her left thigh. She clenched her hands and reached back, tying her smooth white hair into a heat ponytail. She marched confidently, her red eyes gradually shrinking into small dots and her needle-like teeth poked out from under her lips, almost like the other night she knocked on her teacher's door. They stopped in the middle of the wide sparring ground and the Kamuri jounin and chunin sat down on the ground, crossing their legs. Orochimaru was wheeled in through the pathway, stopping at the edge of the sparring ground. The Kamuri ninjas watched as Sueki pulled up her long sleeves to show a seal tattoo on each forearm. Naruto cocked his head to the side, interested, and his eyes sparkled inquisitively. Neither of us can go all out, of course. He observed the wide berth they had been given, probably wide enough to equal any standard training ground. How do you propose we do this, Sue? The vampire fought down the blush at the overly familiar name. If I tag you, I win. No intangibility, Naruto-sensei. Naruto stood in a thinking position, scratching his masked chin. That doesn't sound fair. To who? Sueki asked incredulously. Naruto palmed his face and muttered. Fine. If I can't be intangible, then at least allow me to defend myself. He pushed his hands into his pockets and leaned back lazily, his eyes turning up in a wide smile. Go easy on me, okay? I'm rusty. Orochimaru scratched the side of his nose as his leader recycled his own excuse. The white-haired lady went down into a rigid fighting style, spitting. Like hell I will. Naruto recognized it as the taijutsu style he taught her when she began exhibiting more of her vampire traits, the vengeful heaven bat fighting style. It made use of light steps, quick strikes with 4 of her fingers and feet, extreme athleticism and inventiveness. Naruto idly wondered why it was this style, out of the 2 he taught her and the other one she learnt on her own, that she chose. The Kamuri ninjas turned to their leader and spoke in hushed whispers as he didn't drop into a fighting stance. Her eyes narrowed as they blazed over her teacher's body, studying his posture and his immediate surroundings. She smirked. Naruto raised an eyebrow, interested. Her hand swished before her and she shifted her weight to her left leg, the one in front. Naruto closed his eyes and chuckled to himself. His hidden jaw creaked open and he said, Begin. The word echoed in the deathly silent training ground. The vampire leaped forward and her whole body phased out of sight. Naruto flowed under a strike to his heart, after images flooding after each movement. He took a step back and raised his left leg, clashing it against a shin aimed for his side. The after images followed suit. Still with his leg blocking her blow, he hopped up with his other foot and flipped backwards as the commander spat out a bloody senbon needle. He hopped back, bouncing in his heels. He removed his hands from his pockets and beckoned to his student. Come on, then. His head shifted back from a 4-fingered strike, smoothly moving under her second attack for his neck. He rolled forward as she swung her left leg after his head, pushing off the ground and spinning around to face his student. The girl blazed out of sight again and Naruto batted aside a poke to his neck, jabbed his fist into her stomach and grinned savagely under his mask when he heard a distinct, worrying crack upon impact. A collective wind swept over the onlookers. He slid to his right as she shot her knee at him, giving him time to feel the painful throb of his knuckles. She had strengthened her abdominal muscles on the moment of impact. Naruto shook his hand and the pain was gone. He noticed her crack her left fist into her stomach 3 times, somewhat feeling the pain from Naruto's former blow, and speeding to him again, her fingers laced with crimson-red chakra. Naruto squatted down and picked out 2 kunai from her holster, an action that had her drag her knee back and surge it forward, thicker and faster than humanly possible. Uff! Naruto exclaimed as he stabbed the ground with the ninja knives, grabbed the knee dangerously close to his nose. The ground thudded and caved in under him as the sheer strength in her kick traveled through him and passed into the ground, much like a lightning conductor. He slammed her foot hard into the ground, cackling loudly as it dug knee-deep into the ground and throwing the vampire off balance. His fingers blurred, picking up the kunai on the ground and he jammed them under her chin. Crick! The kunai broke and Naruto jumped back as both of Sueki's hands burned towards his face. The woman grabbed her buried leg and yanked it clear out of the ground. She bared her teeth under her mask and hissed. You're not taking me seriously. Naruto didn't answer, only crouching down onto the ground like a lion ready to pounce. His sky-blue eyes flashed hot white, then back. White energy traveled down his right arm, flowing along the black markings there to the tip of his fingers. He flicked his wrist and black smoke ebbed from his palm, forming a smooth, gleaming ninjato. The single red-bladed edge of the silver Yuzushio steel pulsed with black smoke. Naruto twirled the ninjato in his hand and held it in a reverse grip. Sueki grinned widely, breaking out of her uncaring expression in favor of showing her excitement. Yasuo dash, her hands clapped together and caught Naruto's ninjato between them as it made to plunge into her heart. Her skin sizzled at the sweltering, hellish heat coming from the smoking silver blade, something that had shocked her to the core, and she hastily let go. She didn't dare look at her hands, or away from her master, for fear of what she was going to see. She whipped out a sunban from a collection in storage seal on her forearm and used it to block a ninjato strike that would have split her head in half. She grunted as Naruto's foot Spartan kicked her in her sore abdomen. Luckily for her, she had strengthened the muscles there in preparation and used her chakra to root herself into the ground. Her knee blazed up and Naruto smashed it aside with the back of his left hand, bringing his forehead down on her own with a gleeful laugh. Her height provided no protection. One moment she was on her feet, the next she was on her back, the back of her head pounded painfully and her vision blurry from the headbutt. Her mind cleared quick enough to notice that the sunlight had been blotted out. She cursed as she rolled sideways from an axe kick from the ghost. Tum! She flipped onto her feet, hopping over Naruto's right foot as it made to clear her off her feet. She sent a sequence of blows to his chest, all of which he deflected with the flat side of his burning hot, smoking weapon. She ignored the pain and flashed through 7 one-handed seals, using her other hand to keep her teacher back with more strikes. Hidden art, demon vampire blood release, earth zombie uprising. A fist bounced against her left cheek as she finished the set of hand seals, sending her half mask off her face, and Naruto hummed at what he had done, stepped away as Sueki spat out the resulting mouthful of blood from the blow onto the ground. 5 pairs of hands ripped out of the ground and grabbed his legs, dragging him down with the fervor of ravenously hungry wolves. Their hunger had him up to his chest in 2 seconds. Sueki wiped her bleeding mouth with the back of her hand and stepped to him in a blink of speed, her leg drawn back and ready to kick off his head like a football. Naruto closed his eyes and his skinless jaw creaked with humor. For his own, he didn't need hand seals. Lightning release, 4th degree burn. White crackling lightning exploded out of him, washing over himself and Sueki, charring the earth hands black. The leader grunted as he ripped his arms out of the hardened ground and hefted himself out of the ground. He rumbled to where Sueki last was, seeing as there was a thin film of dust after his lightning jutsu, twirling his smoking sword. His ears twitched. He deftly dodged a rain of deathly silent blood sunban aimed at his chest. He saw a glint of red and that was the only warning he got. An arrow made out of blood clanged against the flat side of his ninjato, exploding into a shower of misty redness that Naruto expertly contained by blowing a gust of air from deep down in his lungs, thinning it down and reducing the effect of the blood in the air. Making Sueki bleed was always a mistake any enemy on the field, but Naruto purposely did it to see how inventive she could be. The blonde sucked in as much air into his lungs as the blood mist he blew away circled back and surrounded his immediate vicinity. The blood particles in the air doubled and created a 10-foot cube around him, encasing him with tiny particles of her blood. He could still very well see about him and people could see him, as the light red cube floated in a tight formation around him, but he dared not breathe in and get the blood particles into his airways. If that happened, fighting his vampire student would be significantly harder. Naruto realized something at that moment. She was implementing the lesson he gave her 6 months ago, the one he taught her as they watched the construction of the leader's tower and the same day Mito Uzumaki first visited the country. An assassin's worst nightmare is fighting a stronger enemy in one-on-one fight on a featureless terrain. The particles around him doubled again, and those 2 multiplied, making the red blood in the air thicken and make it harder for the Kamuri watchers to peer in. The man still held his breath, the air smelt of Sueki, he could see nothing but red and he could sense nothing but her chakra. She was hiding her tracks. Naruto's hidden grinning jaw creaked with excitement. Oh! He flicked his ninjato holding hand and the blade disappeared. He stood in a straight, rigid posture and tilted his head down, closing his eyes calmly. The Kamuri Jounin became alarmed at the relaxed position of their leader. So far, Blood had used jutsu and abilities that would be nigh impossible for them to counter and escape from. Outside the Blood Cube terrain, they couldn't see or sense the BLAK commander. Hidden art, demon vampire blood release, vampire empress's killer intent bloodhounds. Dozens of coal-black eyes flicked open around Naruto, slobbering jaws bared and deep growls reverberated through the smoke user's very core. Killer intent throbbed from the cube in dangerous waves, washing over them and bathing them in hate. They clenched their fists and powered through the hate and wrath of the vampire. Naruto didn't move. He didn't open his eyes. He didn't breathe. He sharply looked to his right. His left hand shot up and caught a straight punch to his face, the hand melted out from his grip and his right shin blocked a roundhouse kick, bending down under an overhead kick. He hummed and slithered away from a hail of silent blood Senbon trained for his back, catching 2 and ducking down from a blazing red jab to his throat. He stabbed the red medical needles into Swaki's right foot, still without his eyes open, and quickly rose up with an uppercut that rattled her brain in her skull. Her feet lifted off the ground after the merciless blow and he caught her ankles as they made to pass his shoulders, a split second before she disappeared into her blood mist, and brought her down straight into the ground. She burst into blood mist and the mist surged towards him, but the man flipped through 15 seals, saying in his head, "Water release, cold rapids." He exhaled and clear water blew out from his mouth, washing over the incoming blood mist and freezing it in its tracks. This technique should have only been possible if he mixed wind and water together. He didn't stop breathing out, nor did he release the last seal of the water jutsu, controlling the chilling rapids to rush about him, solidifying the blood mist as the water touched the vampire blood particles. He finally stopped breathing out and opened his eyes, sighing as there was nothing but red-dyed frozen water about him in an open-top square. He winced and tittered to himself when he finally felt the blood needle stabbed into his right calf. Ow! Swaki stood there, her right knee on the ground and both of her hands wrapped around the sunban, holding its sunban in place, deep in his calf. She was panting for air. "You got me." She had used the noise of him using the freezing water jutsu to rush at him with. It was a simple attack. She somehow felt her teacher had allowed her to do it, though she felt no less accomplished. She was still a long way before she could even dream to match the ghost, but she was getting close. She yanked out her sunban and fell back onto her knees, her pale hands on her knees and her head lowered, panting lightly. Suddenly, the Kamuri watchers erupted into rancorous cheers, clapping, cheering, hooting and whooping deafeningly. Swaki's hands went to her teacher's calf and held it, dragging out any trace of her blood in his leg. She looked up through her eyelashes as the masked man held out a hand for her, his eyes closed in a smile. "Well done." She reached up and grabbed his elbow as he grabbed hers, pulling her off her knees and onto her feet. The Kamuri clan mates were yelling Swaki's moniker. "Blood! Blood! 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 Blood!" The white-haired woman bowed her head, too busy hiding her blush, as her master placed his hand on her head to hear her future subordinates roaring her name. Her hands balled tightly at her sides as she bowed deeper, her body shook unnoticeably and her red eyes glazed over. Naruto's other hand went up and she blinked out the tears when she saw he had her crimson-red half-mask in his hand. "You've come so far, Sue," Naruto said, his blue eyes dimming down into a warm smile. "I'm proud of you." "Thank you, sensei." Oh. 9:12 p.m. Senju Clan Compound. Konoha. Mito Uzumaki tiredly shuffled around her living room, picking up random toys here and there and tossing them into the toy bin she had designated Kushina and Carrot keep their toys. She grumbled under her breath, promising to discipline those girls later. Kushina and Carrot had been at her home a few hours ago and Mito had just woken up from her evening nap to the chaos in her living room. It annoyed her to no end on how messy and disorganized both girls were, but damn it if she didn't love them. Knock knock knock. The old Uzumaki straightened up and turned to the door, her eyes furrowed in confusion. "I'm not expecting anyone this night." She held her left side and plodded to the door, feeling weaker and weaker by the minute. She was old and she was holding the QB without having the blessing of the tailed beast. It was taking a toll on her body. She reached the door and her right hand went up to the knob. She paused. "Is something wrong?" she asked herself, wondering why she was so reluctant to answer the door. Her thin fingers curled around the knob and tightened. She stared at her hand in silence, trying for the life of her to figure out why she didn't want to open the door. Why did she want to activate her alarm seal? Something was seriously wrong. She couldn't sense any hostile or harmful emotions from the person on the other side of the door, but something was seriously wrong. She jumped as the person on the other side of the door knocked again. Knock knock knock. Mito steeled her eyes and turned the knob, throwing open the door. Orochimaru stood on the other side of the door. "Good evening, Lady Mito," he said with a small smile. "Can I please have a moment of your time?" Chapter 9. Somewhere along the Earth Country-Grass Country border. The commander of the Dark Country Black Ops listened to the wind silently, her eyes closed meditatively and her head slightly cocked to the side. Her lips turned down under her full face mask as she heard the revelry in the missing ninja camp unfold through the night. The vampire, wearing a bat mask with red paint instead of black, peered down at the lower-ranked ninjas from above, bent down on a branch of a tall tree overseeing the blips of fire around the fairly large camp. Her black combat gear merged perfectly with the darkness of the forest and only her red eyes shone ominously from the eyeholes of her mask, though none of the C-to-be-ranked ninjas saw her. She lifted up a small walkie-talkie up to her mouth and whispered. "Position." There was a sharp glint before her as her assistant captain affirmed his position, as well as the other two members of Team 11. There was a low crackle from the radio and then a silent. "Team 12 reporting from Camp 4. Team 13 reporting from Camp 5 and 6. Team 14 reporting from Camp 7 and 8. This went on until BLAK Team 18 confirmed they were in position around Camps 15 and 16 on the Firegrass Country border, thus completing the number of enemy camps. There was fighting going on along the Earth and Stone Country border from 10 separate groups of people, and the remaining 5 warred between Earth and Fire Country, traveling back and forth through Grass Country. Swaki's team, being fortunate enough to be senior to the other teams, were given 3 camps instead of 2. Cleanup teams, report. Commander Bat muttered into her radio. There was only a split second of static before. Cleanup Team 19 reporting from 1 to 10. Cleanup Team 20 reporting from 11 to 15. Their roles, as their team functions implied, were to clean up after the massacre of the preceding teams and ensure that the surroundings weren't out of place. Their role was to remove all trace of Dark Country assassins from the environment so no country or hidden village would know of their involvement. The dead bodies of the ninjas were to be disposed of, and only a few misleading bodies would stay back for any other hidden village's ninjas to investigate in. Each camp had about 30 individuals of varying skills and strength, and the Assassins of Darkness were to eliminate each one to the last person without so much as alarming the neighboring camp. Each BLAK team was made up of shinobi that specialized in close to all ninja arts, though a master of only one. Strictly only to be of 4 members per team. No foreigner, Uzumaki or Suna, was allowed entry into the exclusive shinobi force Naruto had established and Swaki led. For example, Team 11 was made up of 4 distinct individuals. First was the deputy captain of the team, Wasp, a long-distance master from the Suzumabachi clan that specialized in using the bow and arrow to such a degree that his skill had gotten Swaki's attention, a feat upon itself. His Wasp colony gave him perfect eyesight from close to any angle around him, and his ability to merge seamlessly with his environment, so much so that he could scarcely ever be found, far exceeded those of his Suzumabachi clan mates that applied. His bow was equipped with tough stingers and tissue-corroding acid that had helped him on the occasion an enemy got too close for comfort. Second was Panda of the Chueinku clan. The quiet man was a master of Fuinjutsu and also a mid-range fighter, given his clan ability of controlling ink. Swaki had scouted him out in the Ink clan's exclusive BLAK aspirants training ground for when he had smoothly attached 15 cyanide seals on the bodies of 15 dummies in a span of 4 seconds. The vampire commander had kept her eye on the young man's development and had quickly enlisted him into Team 11 once he passed the main BLAK exam. His weapon of choice, when forced into close-range battles, was a tanto. Last was Phoenix of the Kamuri clan. The bronze-skinned smoke user was a master of close and mid-range combat with her bloodline and her hand-to-hand abilities. Swaki had scouted her out during the second entrance training near the Black HQ in the Dark Forest at her unfailing ability to revive herself to almost full tank when the normal limit for the steam engine was 5 times until it became too much. Her regenerative abilities, coupled with her use of virtually any kind of weapon, made her a formidable ally on the field. Phoenix knew many fighting styles. She would have been a better candidate for deputy captain of Team 11 if not for her clumsiness. Team 11 including Swaki was the only team Naruto had named himself, after the spirit animals of their respective clans, or in Wasp's case, his clan's colony. The vampire then gave the respective captains of the individual squads command to direct their people, though still not authorized to strike. She tuned into her team's personal signal. "How many can you take out, Wasp? I've got my eyes on 13 of them. Give me half a second and I can double that." The Suzumabachi Black Ops answered promptly from his place at the other end of the camp from Swaki's position. He then proceeded to rattle down a list of who he had in his crosshairs. 3 brown hairs, 1 black hair, 2 green eyes, 2 yellow hairs, dark skin, 2 blue skins and 2 bald. It wasn't physically possible for Wasp to manipulate the direction of his arrows, even with the self-made arrows of his, but the man had a special kind of field vision and the quick brain to locate, calculate and utilize surfaces of nearly all kinds and people to afflict as much damage as possible. On one mission in particular, their team had witnessed when Wasp killed 4 people at the same time. The arrow binged off a concrete wall at an angle and skewered 3 more targets on the other side. "Leave that whole side for Wasp." "Hi, Senpai." They collectively answered. "On my signal, clear us a path into the camp, Panda. Phoenix and I will come in and go along the sides till the 3 of us meet in the middle." "Got it, Senpai." The BLAK commander then tuned back into the general signal and said, "This shouldn't take longer than 25 seconds. Leave no one alive," she said, a warning undertone in her hushed voice at the consequence if the assassination exceeded her time limit and if there was so much as a squeak from any camp. The respective teams nodded curtly, silently in various places around their designated gang or missing ninja camps, staring ominously down at the soon-to-be-dead people with blank, uncaring eyes. The vampire paused and then said the words that sealed their target's fate. Move in. Oh. Fire Temple of the Holy Flame. Fire Country. The Fire Country's royal family, especially those currently sitting at the helm of affairs over the whole nation, was steeped in corruption and rot. The daimyo was addicted to gambling, his wife could not part it for longer than half an hour without her spring country, and the two older siblings were addicted to drugs, often squandering the country's money on purchasing the best high from across the border. Only the two youngest children of the Fire Lord were saved from this corrupted family. The older of the two became a fire monk, and the youngest born, a girl barely 7 years old, had been smuggled out of the capital by her nanny to a safe location where she wouldn't be found, under the coaxing of the monk's son. The monk wanted her to return to the capital to claim the throne when the people of the country became frustrated with how the royal family was blowing through their money and revolted. The girl was seen as the hope for all of Fire Country, as the monk was barred from ruling the country because of his vow of poverty, humility, and constant penance. Though the monk did do small menial jobs for the people of the country and helped out in any way he could. Naruto's crystal blue eyes twinkled in the night as he landed on the windowsill of his target, squatting down and looking about into the dark room. He was in black combat gear, including a featureless black flak jacket. Over his face was a full head mask that hid even his vibrant blonde hair. On the white mask was a grinning black maw stretched from cheek to cheek, a ghostly resemblance to what lay underneath. The assassin had on fingerless black gloves on, and the soles of his ninja sandals were blaringly white. The eyeholes of his mask shone with his eyes, glinting when he found the person was looking for kneeling before a small shrine, praying. The man was rail thin, his hair was bleached white with stress, and his body had a small tremor. Fire monks were expected to not own any property but the clothes on the back. Anything that sustained them was offering from believers of the Holy Flame. So, as expected, the room was too shabby to look at without feeling some sort of guilt. The cobbled walls and floors were weathered and old, there was a tattered brown mat on the ground, a dirty pillow that used to be white that was stuffed with hay, and a thin, worn-out blanket neatly folded on the sleeping mat. Naruto's feet soundlessly touched down on the stone floor, and the monk was none the wiser. The Dark Leader wasn't really religious, not much anyway, and he was sure if he slew the monk there and then it would slip from his conscience as any other person would, but the blue-eyed ghost gave the constantly repenting son of the daimyo the benefit of the doubt for all his supposed good deeds. He lifted up his right hand, his pointer finger and thumb jutting out into a finger gun. He pointed his handgun at the back of the monk's head from his place near the window of the starless night sky and muttered, "Lightning release, sleep paralysis. ZZZT." A quick, infinitesimally small bolt of electricity shot from the leader's finger and struck the monk in his back. The praying man's muscles tensed tightly, preventing any sort of movement aside from breathing. He couldn't even blink, for his eye muscles were stretched taut, making his eyes bug out in horror. Naruto's feet soundlessly plodded about the poor room in the fire temple, and he rolled up the sleeping mat. His sharp eyes caught a scuff mark on a cobblestone underneath the mat, resembling the daily scraping of fingernails on stones to move it aside. His fingers dug into the scuff marks and pulled out the stone, retrieving a journal, and mutely, still in a squatting position, flipped it open and began reading the entries of the young monk since the very first day he set out to be a monk. The monk groaned pitifully as he fought to move his unresponsive body. Oh dash. ZZZT. Naruto shot 2 more paralysis bolts without looking away from the journal and silenced any more attempts at freedom. Today, Daddy gave Utabaro village to a debtor. The young monk wrote, about 5 years ago. He said that it was because the man cheated in a card game, but I know Daddy isn't good at playing poker. Head monk said I should pray for my family and take all their sins upon my shoulders so that when they pass on, they would at least find some sort of peace on the other side. The writing slurred, then leaped to the other page. Baby Wakono held my finger today, he wrote, referring to the last born. She shouldn't have to be born to such a wretched family. I would do anything to keep her from the rot in our family. The people don't seem happy. Naruto recalled that there was once an issue some days ago. That the Fire Lord gave land to a well-known gang leader, but that land was already owned by another gang leader. There was a big fight and the daimyo had to settle with giving the latter gang leader money from the country's reserves. Naruto skipped some pages. Sometimes I think Pharaoh and Karo are dead. They don't talk to me anymore, they just have this glassy look in their eyes. The ghost skipped some pages again. I love my family, I must send Wakono somewhere safe, I must take their sins upon myself. Skip. Daddy won some land from an IWA warlord. The people don't want to give it to him because the land has gold in it. Daddy's guards aren't listening to him anymore. The gold can bring Fire Country out of Lightning Country's debt. Wakono must not inherit our debt. Naruto raised an eyebrow and turned to the next page. Missing ninjas are cheap to hire as long as they're not Konoha missing ninjas. I had to work for weeks and pay them bit by bit because my vows prevent me from holding any money for long, guard defectors and civilian criminals. Gold. The words became almost ineligible rambling. I haven't seen Wakono in months, country in debt, chief monk suspects something, sins on my shoulders, my soul is weak, pure flame give me strength. Naruto turned the journal about, struggling to read the chicken scrawl. They're becoming too many, the fighting is too much, all for gold, I didn't want this, I'm sorry Wakono, sins, flame, I'm sorry, Kami, forgive me. Naruto shook his head and replaced the journal where he found it. Well, he doesn't have any accomplices. He assumed in his mind. He cast an eye on the frozen man, his left hand forming a dragon seal and his right finger gun pointed at the monk again, this time adding his middle finger, the tip quietly fizzling with white lightning. He's not some evil mastermind. I almost feel sorry for you. A painless death is the least Naruto could give him. Lightning release, lightning enlightenment. Zap. Silence. The sounds of the night finally broke into the monk's room. His heart tightened up impossibly, shriveling and squeezing itself as the muscles hardened and tensed, expelling blood out into the veins and arteries. His lungs pulsed once more with air and then they stopped, too taut to suck in air or release it. The monk didn't feel the pain of his heart turning into a brick though, for his brainwave ceased long before then. The tension in the heart released and the man slumped slightly forward. He died on his knees. Any autopsy would show he died naturally. He was going against his own order for the daimyo's son's death to look like suicide. When news went out that the benevolent, kind monk was dead and that he had died from stress and overworking himself for the muscle tears on his arms and legs, as well as the calluses on his hands would show there would be no one to cushion the effects of the mass neglect of the royal family and there would be a revolt, usurping the family from the throne. They would select a new daimyo to lead them and when young Wakono came out of hiding the chances of them accepting the child to lead them was high. Naruto was going to let history run its course, as long as there was no effect of it on his country and his allies. His right eyebrow twitched and he turned to the door of the dead monk's room, catching a pair of yellow eyes peering at him from the wall. I already know your smell, Naruto said, referring to how he had the newcomer's chakra signature memorized. You're the same person that met Nagato before he came up with that insane idea for global domination. Zetsu remained silent, his eyes narrowed at the infamous ghost. I know, Naruto nodded, turning away from the plant man. That you brainwashed the Fire Country's royal family, and you might also be the one that brainwashed Nagato as well. On the off chance that Zetsu couldn't escape into the earth from Naruto, the chase would still attract attention from the seals around the temple. It would jeopardize the mission. I don't know your end game, stranger, but see this. With his back still to the mysterious watcher, Naruto raised his left hand, his middle and ring finger bent to his palm and his thumb over them, his index and small finger straight, metal horns. Do you know what this means? Zetsu eased out of the wall till his head except the flytrap was somewhat completely formed. The creature's warbled voice answered. Corono. Naruto nodded once, his left hand still in the Corono hand sign. Corono, next time we meet, you will not be so lucky. Naruto leaped out of the window and disappeared into the night. Zetsu felt a chill run down his back, for both of his halves. He would have to make sure he didn't encounter the ghost again. Oh. As Naruto's feet took him back home, his mind took him into a memory. Corono. Naruto's father held up the hand sign to his 5-year-old son. The blonde man was sitting on a ratty chair with a dark green scarf wrapped around his lower face and his dull blonde hair cut short. The boy, a near mirror image of him, had a white handkerchief around his lower face and his longer, wilder yellow hair bobbed as he nodded insistently, trying to maneuver his stubby fingers to copy the gesture of his father. Naruto's reflective blue eyes gazed up at his highly amused father. I've seen Mama doing it before. The loud boy said, though his voice was muffled by his handkerchief. Was it? Corono is hard to explain. The man admitted. He still went on and explained. Before the creation of our home, Dark Country, the Lord Yin-yang encountered our clan, the Kamuri, and the Suzumabachi clan on this land. He taught us how to survive in the harsh terrain and make the place more durable. Sometime later, the Hogo clan emerged from their tunnels, the Gato came out from their caves, the Kurama sailed in from the west, the Chueinku came in from the east and the Pansasenshi migrated up from a barren island south of this continent. Lord Yin-yang corralled all the dark animals and contained them in the dark forest. With the help of all the clans, we cleaned the water and we defined our border. The man paused, relaxing his hand and closing his eyes in reflection. Naruto didn't look any less enraptured. Dark Country was officially formed when Lord Inyang appointed the royal clan to lead us, before he walked off into the ocean, never to be seen again. There was a short silence for Naruto to digest the quick history of Dark Country. Corono was, the hand sign Lord Inyang used to drive all the dark animals into the dark forest. Other clans adopted its usage long after Lord Inyang disappeared to remind us all of our history. Now, the man's blue eyes positively glowed with joy. Now, Corono is our history. Naruto looked at his hand, shaped into the Corono hand sign. Corono is darkness. It is our national pride. It is the heart and soul of our country. It is the stubbornness of our people. It is our unwillingness to accept our fate and die. It is hope for a brighter future. It is our passion for the darkness and all within it. Corono is our life. The man said, his voice hushed passionately as he leaned down to speak to his son. The fire in his blue eyes ignited something in Naruto's heart. Corono is a promise. The 5-year-old boy recalled how his mother had used Corono to quell an argument between a Kamuri clan's mate and a Suzumabachi man. A time will come, Naruto, that we will have to flee this country. You will feel lost and hopeless. The man said, sadness leaking into his eyes. But always remember this, he showed the boy the horned hand sign again. We'll give you hope. Naruto's fingers tightened as he looked down at his own Corono. The sign wasn't blind servitude to the Inyang user that had created the country or some sort of way to keep the hope for his return alive. No. Corono was a sign that the people of Dark Country, clan or clanless, shared a home. They shared a past and they shared a future. It could be a way to remind the people that no matter how bad things get, as long as there was life and family, then everything was going to be alright. It could be a promise to an enemy that their spirit couldn't be crushed. Corono itself held no real power besides being just a hand sign unlike normal hand signs, but it was everything when there was nothing. Naruto experienced the rush of these feelings as he stared at his hand. Promise me, Naruto. When shit hits the fan and we have to run, he grabbed Silent Boy by his shoulders and made him look into his eyes. Blue clashed with blue. Promise me you'll come back home. The next day, the royal clan broke into their home and arrested them. Naruto watched his uncle lose his head. He watched as his father was forced down onto his knees, defiant and stubborn, roaring for his son to close his eyes, but the boy remained unresponsive. For a long time he forgot about Corono. Then, when his parents were killed by the landmine and his friend's parents too lost their lives, leaving 5 orphan children alone in the world and in the middle of a great war, he remembered. A promise made with Corono would definitely come to pass. Naruto stopped before the gates of his country, pulled off his right glove and showed it to the guards at the north gate. The Gato man eyed him suspiciously, subtly readying his clay abilities to fight but relaxing somewhat when the masked man showed his citizen tattoo, a special branch of entrance tattoos their leader had assigned the Chueinku to make specially for Dark Country born and registered citizens. There wasn't any real benefit in the tattoo itself and it couldn't be used to brag because the ink used turned invisible once the need for it had passed. They ran a rolled-up scroll with a seal written inside over the tattoo, and when the scroll buzzed, they opened it. The midnight gatekeeper attending to him fell onto his knees almost fast enough to crack the ground. My apologies, Lord Naruto. I didn't recognize you. The rest of the Chunin's comrades heard and rushed out from the building, falling onto their knees before the masked man in a neat row. When BLAK operative returned from missions, they weren't to pass the normal gates but through the dark forest and straight into their HQ. Though the leader didn't see himself above going through due process and checking into the country, an imposter could have come in his likeness and the guards would be too flustered to check him in, letting him into the country. Naruto wasn't in the mood to go to the HQ that night, so he pulled off his mask, swiftly putting on his blank black half mask and running a hand through his wild blonde hair. Guys, relax. He noticed that the guard group was made up of Gato and Hogo members and that they wore the country's colors and their clan colors, not that of the Defense Corporation. They were about 9 in number and they were all wide-eyed and fully awake. You're all Defense Corp, right? Hi, leader. Why aren't you in uniform? Naruto asked, hiding the sternness in his voice. BLAK wore black clothing and gear. It could be anything, as long as it was black and mobility wasn't accidentally or purposely limited: black shirt, black dress, black skirt, black shorts, black tights, black flak jacket, among others. The police force wore blue and black uniforms and blue flak jackets. The Defense Corp had their own uniform, though Naruto gave leeway for it to vary ever so slightly, and their colors were gray and black. Naruto had run a survey and had found out that uniformity not only bolstered his ninjas to perform better at home and in the field but also made the civilians and the foreigners feel more at ease at the unity and composure of those charged to protect them. There was a general feeling of calmness and ease when a group of people from a sub-organization in Dark Country, wearing uniforms and behaving as they were meant to, entered an environment. The police and the defense corps had managed to apprehend more criminals and delinquents due to the cooperation of the citizens, and Naruto himself had seen when, during a routine nighttime patrol of a street in the West Pansasenshi region, people had eagerly waved to the police and the DC, took pictures with them and encouraged them to do their best. Naruto didn't extend the order for uniformity in the clothing of his ninjas though, for they already outperformed on duty, and another survey among his ninjas had proven that wearing a uniform on field would be stressful and paint a target on their backs. The leader of the squad promptly answered. Lord Gato had ordered for us not to wear uniforms for this week. He wouldn't tell us why. Naruto was silent for a moment, then his senses stretched out and pinpointed about 40 other DC operatives speckled around their position, when normally there was no more than 20. The 9 at the post was for citizens to see, while the 40 were to remain unseen. They were doing their job of not rousing the attention of the dark citizens perfectly. The leader suspected that Nanako Hogo, the head of the Hogo clan and the Dark Country chief of police, had a bulk of her officers wear mufti while they were out and about, posing as normal people, while the usual number of uniformed officers patrolled as per the norm. Naruto's eyes twinkled. That's okay then. Thank you for your work, guys. Anything new to report? Nothing out of the ordinary, sir. Some Konoha ninjas seeing how far they can go into our territory, late-night river country deliveries of fish, and porcelain lady Amara Chueinku, clan head, signed off of the porcelain herself. Some Kiri ninjas were passing by and wanted to stay the night. We processed them accordingly. By the way, sir, he added as an afterthought. Naruto nodded approvingly and motioned for him to go on. The man brought out a clipboard and handed it to his leader, saying, a family of 3 came in from Chill. We confirmed that they're refugees and they had difficulty traveling down here. Naruto made a mental note to tell Daikiharu Pansasenshi, the head of the Panther clan and the one Naruto had set in charge of informing refugees of the country that darkness was peaceful, that any family that wished to move could request for support via a message animal or letter of some sort. Naruto's eyes skimmed the report for just that night, an ordinary night among ordinary nights. A late-night carriage of Uzumaki from Konoha came in. They were 6 in number and politely requested for accommodation. They were willing to pay however much to stay for as long as possible. Naruto looked up with a raised eyebrow. The Gato man went on. Do not worry, Leader Naruto, I checked all to make sure no Konoha citizen was hiding among them or in their carriage. Then I gave them the booklet on the procedure of how to acquire housing in the country and for how long allied foreigners were allowed to stay. The booklet was given only to those that were visiting Naruto's country for the very first time. He wasn't too worried an enemy or unallied foreigner would get a hold of the booklet because they wouldn't even have access into his country. His defense was fairly tight. The Uzumaki family wish to visit you as soon as you're free. The father said that when they get a good hotel here in the northern region, he would personally go and set an appointment to see you with Lord Rimaru. Because Naruto's tower still wasn't ready and his temporary office, which doubled up as his suburban home with Sueki, was currently empty. The Kamuri clan was where appointments from foreign delegation and his people who wanted to see him for one reason or the other were set. Some Suna ninjas coming from a mission in Fire Country are spending the night, and Uzumaki man left the country to pack some more of his things in Konoha. A river country family came into the country to celebrate the oldest daughter's 10th birthday. On that part of the report, Naruto saw that the river country family often came back to celebrate the birthdays of their children or any kind of major event. He idly wondered if his country was becoming a must-be location for his allies. The masked man proudly hummed when he was again reminded on how safe Dark Country was now. And finally you arrived, sir. Naruto appreciated how meticulously detailed the report was. The DC was in charge of internal defense, which included the gates leading into and out of the country. The average shinobi never really had gatekeeper jobs, only missions within and outside the country. The Gato and Hogo clan heads shared power over the DC, split in an even half. Makoto Gato was in charge of the northern region and Nanako Hogo was in charge of the southern region, as well as being the police chief. The two clans were already attuned to working with one another, so there was little if any arguments on jurisdiction and power. The next DC guard rotation will be in 2 hours. Good. Naruto gave the man his clipboard back and speculated aloud. I've always wondered, what do you people do when no one comes in or goes out? The subordinates of the current DC squad peered out of the gatekeeper's box. The leader of the squad scratched the back of his head and answered. We play cards, share stories, boring stuff. Naruto's eyes turned up in a smile and he patted the man's shoulder. Well, this job can get tedious at times. Thank you again. It's always an honor protecting our home, sir. The Gato man bowed humbly. Leader Naruto, would you like me to call a carriage for you? It should only take 10 minutes to get here. No, I prefer walking. It's good exercise. But, sir, you just returned from a mission. I barely got a chance to stretch my legs. The Gato man grinned. As expected of Leader Naruto, a mission for him is nothing. There were low calls of agreement from the guard post. The leader chuckled. I didn't mean it like that. Don't allow me to keep you, Leader Naruto. Have a nice night. The Gato man graciously stepped aside and his upper body bent in a slight bow. You too. Oh. Konoha morgue. The next day. 6:45 a.m. Torian emotionlessly stared down at his dead older sister. When he had felt his connection with his sister violently rattle, shaking him out of his bed and forcing his feet to run over the ocean towards Konoha, he thought that there would at least someone there to hold back the oppressor until his arrival. All signs pointed to a Konoha ninja being the culprit. There were obvious signs of struggle. Mito had put up a fight, both against the Konoha ninja and on the debilitating effects the Kyuubi was having on her age. The woman was in no way a trained shinobi. Hell, she hadn't even held a kunai until she aided Naruto and his parents escape from darkness, but the woman had refused to go down kicking and screaming. The old Kage's lips screwed to the side, a tornado of emotion swelling deep down in his gut and bubbling up through his throat, threatening to spill out and level the whole Hidden Leaf village. He placed a hand on his older sister's peaceful face and closed his eyes, exhaling through his nose and fighting the tears that wanted to flow. The woman was shrouded in a burial kimono, pink, red and white in color with artistic embroidery of waterfalls and quiet animal life over her the material. The kimono hid the chunk of flesh missing from her gut, her upper right arm and her inner left thigh. The Konoha ninja had taken 5 pints of blood from her, siphoned more than half of her chakra and pulled out an incisor and a molar. The work was done shoddily and in a hurry, not with the precision of a trained professional. The quick autopsy said that there could have been a chance that, in her mad struggle for freedom from her attacker, the person had injected her with a clear poison that reduced her bodily defenses and left her without her strength. The poison had long since disappeared from her system. Only one person in the village had that brand of dangerous, undetectable poison. Orochimaru. But the Sannin was with the Sandaime when the attack went down. The snake summoner would later say that as he checked his stash of poisons, a whole file of Silent Killer 43456 had been stolen from his cabinet in his lab. The attacker, when he was done taking what he wanted, raised an alarm and fled as Senju came to Mito's rescue. The woman could not recall who had attacked her, and as the doctors fought to save her life, she pushed them all away and roared for Kushina to be brought to her. The exchange of the 9-tailed beast lasted 9 hours, 1 hour for each tailed beast shackle seal and 3 hours to ensure that the seal was airtight. Mito died immediately after, some minutes before her younger brother could arrive. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, tried to imply that there was a good chance that an enemy ninja snuck into the village, posing as a leaf shinobi, and attacked Mito with the aim of collecting DNA for some sort of unknown nefarious purpose. I don't want to hear it. Torian said in a quiet voice, his eyes closed and painfully bottling up his rage. The Sandaime, standing behind him, opened his mouth once more to defend his shinobi but closed it quickly when the Yuzukage flared his chakra. The 2 Kage were the only ones in the morgue, specifically the room Mito had reserved for herself on the event of her death. My brother, Naruto. Torian whispered, his voice cracking as he tried not to fall onto his knees beside his dear sister. He warned me. My brother warned me so many times. If you can just give me 1 hour to get to the bottom of this dash. Be silent. The man spat, hatred and wrath saturated in his strained voice. He bent down and gently placed his forehead on his sister's, remained still for a minute, then he straightened up and slowly pulled over a white sheet over Mito's face. His lips frowned deeply. My error was standing on tradition and on the belief that Konoha needed only a little time to regain its senses. Torian had hoped to one day really Uzushio and Konoha once again, after some decades when the Leaf saw the error of their ways. This isn't about the Kyuubi breaking free. This is about my sister, my Mito, being tortured and murdered by one of your own. The old Kage walked up to the younger Kage and stood face to face with him, glaring deep into Hiruzen's soul. The Leaf Kage refused to break eye contact or cede position. I'm taking Kushina with me. She will be staying in Dark Country, where she will be safe. Any Uzumaki anywhere would attest that darkness was their second home. That much was clear with the near-daily migration of redheads out of Konoha and down south to Dark Country. The country of assassins was the place to be, and, with how there was so much silence, close allied cooperation and an overall air of mystery about the Dark Country, it could possibly be among the top 20 safest places on the continent. I will be taking Mito's body with me for a proper burial. Hiruzen sighed. I'm sure you're aware of what will happen once you take the Kyuubi away from Konoha? And I'm sure you're aware of what will happen to Konoha once they poke the wrong country. The stare down between both powerful leaders was electric, charged. The blood contract Torian Uzumaki, Godame Uzukage, and Hashirama Senju, Shodame Hokage, was that the leaf could keep the Kyuubi Uzushio's spirit animal as long as they did not use the beast to start any wars or use it to oppress any nation or village. The contract would hold strong even if both contract holders died, passing authority to their respective successors, Hashirama's being Hiruzen. It was built on the obligatory trust between cousin clans, the Uzumaki and the Senju. The Uchiha, also cousins with the Uzumaki but brothers with the Senju, were involved by association. If Torian, or any successor, took back the Kyuubi without Konoha's consent, then Torian would die a very agonizing death and his remaining lifespan passed on to the Shodame, or his successor. The contact would end with his death. His daughter, Tamaki, though not a ninja and not having any fighting skills outside of self-defense, could take the reins of leadership. She had spent years and years in his office, assisting him with diplomacy and politics, and if the question of her physical strength came up, then Naruto could vouch for her that she was plenty strong. After all, the Dark Leader and the Uzukage had watched, while hidden, of course, as Tamaki bench pressed 500 pounds 49 times. There weren't that many Uzumaki that had passed physical limitations and actually bulked up along with their weightlifting abilities, but Tamaki wasn't one of them. The Godame Uzukage had his affairs in order. The only downside was that, even if Tamaki was a long-time widow, Naruto refused a marriage proposal between them. If you step out of Konoha with Kushina, you'll die. I have not given Uzushio permission to take the Kyuubi. And I never will, the Sandame swore in his mind. If death is the punishment for not listening to good counsel, then so be it. Find out who killed my sister. He snapped his finger and two Uzumaki jounin entered the room and delicately picked up the dead body. Have a nice life, Hiruzen. One day, Kyuubi will return to Konoha, the Sandame thought as he watched Torian take his slumbering granddaughter from Tsunade and hand the 7-year-old to a clan mate, not even bothering to spare a lasting look at his remorseful grandniece. The slug sage stepped away from the man as the Uzumaki entourage gradually made their way to the gate. In a hushed voice, Torian dictated his last 2 letters to his assistant as they ambled along the road, passing by silent Konoha ninjas who had long since been awake to watch the cluster of redheads enter their village. The air was saturated in panic that their connection to the Uzumaki clan was well and truly gone, despair that it would never be re-established again, anger that they were taking the Kyuubi from them, resentment to darkness for being the one to take the great beast, and finally wrath. The Godame Uzukage ignored the muted voices, addressing his letter first to his only daughter and last to his only brother. He was going to do the right thing. Even then, as he glanced over his shoulders and looked at the Sandame, he could see the wheels in his head turning. Plotting. Kushina or not, the Kyuubi will return to Konoha. The third silently vowed. Don't think you won, brat. Chapter 10. Naruto, leader of Dark Country, declared 3 days of national mourning, to grieve the loss of not just the person that had been a main catalyst for Dark Country's freedom but also to the man that had called himself Naruto's brother and a close ally to darkness. Schools were closed. Shops could not be opened. Ongoing projects were paused. The country's borders were closed to all, even allies. All ninjas out of the country were ordered to come back home. Allied citizens already in the country could stay only as long as they maintained silence. The only people permitted out of their homes for extended periods of time were the police and a few key shinobi to guard the borders. The Defense Corps and BLAK were ordered to remain at their respective homes along with the citizens of the country to observe the mourning. Delivery boys and girls from the Panther clan needed to get special permission from their clan head to move about the country so as to send food and drinks to people that had sent orders to them. Uzushiogakure had lost a leader. Naruto had lost a brother and a sister. The country hidden in the eddies observed similar 3 days of silence to their Dark Country comrade, though their own allowed the people time to fester in their anger and reflect on their shattered relationship with Konoha. If only Torian had not signed the one-sided blood contract with Hashirama, then the man would have still been alive and Mito too would have still been alive. Tamaki Uzumaki was immediately instated as the Uzukage. Both leaders made sure to keep the cause of Mito's death a close-knit secret, for the sake of both of their countries. When the mourning period elapsed, life continued as usual, though there was a slight dim in everyone's eyes. There was a backup of mission requests that urgently needed attending so as to quickly get the pay. Carriages of clothing materials and ornaments from River Country had to be sorted and accounted for, and the Dark Country National Bank were working on stabilizing the country's ryu given that there was an abrupt 3-day pause on all economic activities. People worked hard to go back to their normal lives but not with the vigor of before. The people of Dark Country mirrored their leader. Oh. Naruto sighed quietly and rubbed his eyes, slouching in his desk chair, over an assortment of documents and files from Kiri. The mist was still on, building a train over the water, connecting darkness and mist. Naruto still didn't see the purpose. He grunted once when he heard a knock on the door. Sueki peeked into the leader's home office in their suburban home. "Good afternoon, sensei." "Hey." The man answered, writing a strong "no" on the letter to the Mizukage and setting it aside. "Weren't you on a mission?" "I just came back." "Welcome." The man rubbed his eyes again. Sueki's emotionless face took a small dip when she saw the heavy, dark circles around her teacher's eyes. "I think there's some rice in the fridge," he made to stand up. "Let me warm it up for you." She fully entered the room, holding a tin foil-wrapped dish in her hands. "Don't worry. I stopped by the bakery up the street and bought you your favorite pie." She gingerly took off the foil and shuffled forward as her master sat back down again, his tired body leaning forward on his elbows and watching as she cleared a space on his desk before him and placed the pie. "Strawberry and peach pie." The man exhaled and his eyes weakly turned up. "You're too kind, Sueki." "Thank you." She took out a small fork and placed it next to the pie. He stared down at the baked dish with empty blue eyes. During these past 3 days, he felt like he had aged up 50 years, and the compounding aftermath work of the mourning period drove it deeper into his body. The man didn't feel lost by the news of Toryun and Mito dying like when he separated from his childhood friends. He was just tired. Tired. It seeped into his bones and rot his soul, weakening his mind. He hadn't been able to sleep for the past week. Not from nightmares or remembering the good old days with Toryun and Mito, not completely, but on reflecting on whether or not it was worth it to resent a village that somehow always found a way to take something from him. No matter how strong he got, Konoha always found a way, some way, to hit him where it hurt. Sueki swept to the other side of his desk and sat down on the arm of his chair, tossing one arm over his shoulder and taking off her half-mask with the other, allowing the mask to hang off her neck. The man didn't seem to respond to her action, only looking down at the pie with glassy eyes. "Am I doing anything right, Sueki?" Naruto asked, his shoulders lowering weakly. "What do you mean, sensei?" "I mean, if I had killed Danzo back then, without wasting any time, I would have prevented hundreds of thousands of lives being lost. Yahiko might have still been alive. If I had killed Orochimaru and Tsunade when I had the chance, Mito might have still been alive. Yahiko dying wasn't your fault. He was always out on the field, he could have died at any time. Out of the top 5 Akatsuki members, Yahiko was undoubtedly the most ordinary of the bunch. He didn't have paper jutsu like Konan, no Rinnegan like Nagato, he wasn't an assassin like Naruto or a vampire like Sueki. Yet somehow he managed to keep up with them the best he could, so much so that he was the one they wanted to lead their organization. As for not killing the Sannin, if you had killed them, we would have a war at our hands and more lives would be lost. Her dull voice tinted with emotion and her clear red eyes looked down on her master warmly. "Remember what you told me when our parents died?" Naruto's head looked down and his hands, perched on his desk, closed into light fists. He smiled fondly. "What's the point of living if life doesn't want you to live?" A 6-year-old Sueki asked him one day when she came to from her days, the first of the other friends besides Naruto. "Why won't you allow us to die, Naruto-sensei?" "What did I tell you?" He turned his head to her ever so slightly and chuckled wearily. She raised a single finger, pointed it to the sky, lifted her chin up, puffed out her chest and closed her eyes in a perfect imitation of a young, boisterous, 7-year-old Naruto teaching the impossibly impressionable vampire when she threw the question at her idol. Sueki licked her light red painted lips, cracked a massive, eye-twitchingly white grin and a wild shine in her red eyes. "Everything happens for a reason, Su," she said loudly, a contrast to her quiet demeanor. "When life pushes you down, you kick its crotch and throw sand in its eyes." Naruto shook his head and rubbed his eyes. "I can't believe I said that." Sueki dropped her hand and looked down at her teacher's brightening, though sleepy, closed-eye smile. She could remember how much his words had invigorated her. It was unarguably, at that point in time, that Sueki decided then until the end of time, she was going to follow Naruto to the ends of the earth. His words, though so shameful that not even ninjas would ever resort to such disgraceful acts, dragged her out of the pits of her despair. For when she was younger and her infatuation with the masked blonde had just begun, she thought of the older darkness refugee as an all-wise and all-knowing human being, but, as she resurfaced from her days to see him looking after their every need while they laid there, catatonic and unresponsive from shock, asking him the meaning of life and if death wasn't a better option, Naruto became, more so than ever before, the coolest person Sueki had ever known. Her face smoothed over, the frown dropping and the mad look in her eyes clearing off, leaving just an invisible smile on her lips. She slid off the arm of his chair and onto his lap. Her eyes enlarged and she blinked at him. Was I able to cheer you up, sensei? The man she called her teacher nodded with a wider smile. What am I going to do without you, Sue? The vampire shrugged airily and waved flippantly. I'm sure you'll get by fine without me. Now, she moved the pie off the desk and onto her lap, turned to the side and stabbing the pie with the small plastic fork. Open wide. I want to tell you about my mission to Hidden Mountain. It's super boring, so get ready. She wagged a piece of pie before his mask's mouth and the man took off his mask, showing his grotesque, grinning maw. Swakey didn't flinch at the sight, only feeding him the sweet pie and saying, well, it was only a retrieval mission. A merchant from Suna wanted us to get back cart from some bandits that had stolen it from him on his way from Chill. Naruto chewed the pie and nodded to her story, finding his left arm around her side. She fed him another small piece. You see, the Suna merchant said he has a specific route cutting down from Chill, through Spring Country, entering Mountain and then to Waterfall, where he can take his time to Suna. It gets goods to Chill quicker. The vampire rambled on with her story and Naruto listened while he ate. Oh. Control yourself, sir. Police officer Emersu pointedly said to the man before. Said man had his arms back, restrained by normal handcuffs, and was leaning back into the brick wall. The man groaned and his head slumped forward. Yeah, I'm sorry. Emersu looked to her partner, Officer Ugochi, and both turned to the man. What's wrong, sir? Is there anything we can do to help? I've just been feeling down since after the national mourning. Ugochi cleared his throat and said. We all have. We can all overcome this great loss like we've overcome everything else. Still, public intoxication is not the way to deal with loss, sir. Emersu said. This is the middle of the day and you're awfully close to a children's park. Thankfully no one got hurt. I'll have to give you a fine. Again, I'm sorry. The man sighed, turning around for his handcuffs to be removed. He had been behaving rowdily before and had upturned a few tables in a close-by outside restaurant owned by civilians. The police officers had to restrain him so that he calmed down and realized what he was doing. I'll pay the fine. He collected the small slip of paper, tucked it into his pocket and staggered on his way home, still feeling the effects of Grass Country's very own brand of rice wine. Ugochi looked at his female comrade and shrugged, nodding his head up the road, opposite of where the drunk was heading to. Come on, we've got one more hour before we can have our break. He tucked his thumbs into the large front pocket of his dark blue police vest and walked on. His partner walked with him with clipped steps, a contemplative expression on her face. Do you think he got laid off from work? There was even a cotton factory that closed down yesterday. No, I don't think so. The cotton factory only closed down so that operations could move to a bigger factory in the southeast, seeing as they were currently south of the capital. The old cotton mill is going to be bought by some tech company leader Naruto is funding. Emersu hummed and scratched her chin. Oh yeah, it was all over this morning's newspaper. She smiled brightly. My husband thinks leader Naruto's tech investment is a good idea. You know, Kumo is already in the lead when they made those telephones. Technically, Kumo is richer than darkness, Ugochi supplied reluctantly, not too pleased with the statistics but consoling himself that, with time, Dark Country would lead in all aspects. They have more money to blow on tech and their allies with snow. It's almost inevitable they beat us in making telephones. Emersu waved to a civilian Panther Clan lady pushing a baby carriage up the somewhat slanted road. Do you need any help, ma'am? The woman shook her head and smiled appreciatively. No, thank you, officer. If you're sure. Emersu and Ugochi sighed, not for the first time today. Everyone is so sad. Hi, because leader Naruto hasn't been himself lately. The man answered. Lord Toryun and Lady Mito's death really affected him. The two officers were both clanless and had applied into the police academy once they got their chance 7 years ago. Serving and protecting their home in honor of their leader was a dream anyone, clanless or not, had. They didn't get to see their leader often but the man had made it a point to go round his country every once in a while to check on those charged to protect it. There were about 12 police stations around the country and 1 HQ in the capital, 2 Defense Corp offices and 1 HQ in the capital and 1 Black HQ, no office or station for them, as well as an array of other places that needed Naruto's attention, so it was to be expected that he couldn't always come around. It was with his few visits that they took notice of his carefree attitude. Inspector Jijim wants us to invite leader Naruto and throw him a cheer-up party. Emersu idly reminded her partner as they trekked on down the street. I personally don't think that's a good idea. Ugochi looked at her from the corner of his eyes and the woman shrugged. Why not? Leader Naruto has been through hell already. He must have a way to overcome his depression. You mean, Lady Ketsueki or food? Give him a day or two and he'll be back to his usual self. I'm sure of it. Among the things they discovered about their precious leader was that the man loved eating food. Their leader was very adventurous when it came to eating. He said eating helped him burn off stress. It was bewildering how eating 4 times his weight in food and not gaining any weight whatsoever would help him discard any negative emotions and stress, but it was among the many things they had accepted as one of their wonderful leader's many curious quirks. Changing the subject, Ogochi asked. Have you heard anything about that Uzumaki kid that has the QB? She's staying with Lord Naruto and Lady Ketsueki in the capital. Lady Ketsueki is to register Kushina for the coming semester in the Ninja Academy. Next semester should be in 2 months, I think. 2 months before the end of the year was the period of time parents and guardians registered their wards, then when the next year began school would also begin. You have a kid there, right? Ugochi teetered. Yes. I want him to be in the police force, but he wants to be in the DC, where there's more action. The man exhaled heavily. His only child, a boy of 9 years, was about to enter his 2nd year of the school. Sometimes I don't get why my wife encourages him. Immersu smiled patronizingly. I guess I'm lucky that my baby girl wants to be a policewoman. She tittered at her longtime partner's depressed sigh. The Ninja Academy and Civilian Academy were both institutions located in the capital of Dark Country. They were massive structures that used to be royal clan temples, though they had since been renovated to be larger and contain more rooms. On average, each year roughly 40,000 children registered into the Ninja Academy and 30,000 into the Civilian Academy, which was pretty decent given the fact that the last census, which was also the very first census, had placed the population of their country at just under 1 million people. The 2 schools were among the largest buildings in the country, given how many students had to be accommodated, and there was even a hostel for teachers that didn't want to commute all the way from their homes to the school every day. The Dark Country capital itself was a vastly large area that was 60% urbanized, so the megastructures that were the 2 academies were strategically placed somewhat near each other, separated by a distance of close to a mile, on a large stretch of fields, where fresh air rolled through the countryside and the change of the seasons, particularly the harshness of Dark Country winter season, wouldn't be too detrimental to the budding minds. Naruto had created a schedule, with the aid of his civilian and shinobi council, that would be best for the 2 academies. First was that there were going to be 2 halves, or terms, in a semester, lasting 4.5 months each, with only 3 weeks of break given after the end of each term. There was 5 years in the Ninja Academy, the normal starting age being 7 or 8, and for the civilians there was 13 years, the last 3 years being optional. For the civilians, 5 years was for junior students, the next 5 years was for senior classes, where students will pick out a field they wish to specialize in, and the last 3 years was for mastery in their field. They also had the option of coming back for another 3 years to choose another field to specialize and master in. Starting age for Civilian Academy was normally 7. Naruto acknowledged that 13 years in the Civilian Academy would seem much and would scare off children, but he sweetened the deal by making a rule that when students reached the age of 16 and their scores were good, then they could enroll to become apprentices and assistants in the fields they wanted to specialize in, thereby earning a weekly salary. Being a ninja alone was already intimidating enough. Education in the school was already made free and treatment of injured students could be easily handled by the authorities. The money reserve in the country was high enough to pay teachers' salary every month, with some added incentive for exceptional cases. This was to encourage quality teaching in an otherwise free educational environment. The leader and his council had gone in detail in the planning and organizing the school's curriculum, making sure to press into the students' head the expectation the country had for them and the high standard of services they were to render, though at the very same time not cripple them with homework and classes. Teachers were ordered not to leave a student behind and to ensure they critically broke down any subject they taught. Such as the case of any other of their allies, Uzushio, Suna, Kiri and River were allowed entry into the schools, but were barred from attending classes that had to do with Dark Country assassination methods, which was taught in the 3rd to 5th years. The children were smart enough not to divulge those secrets. The headmaster of the Civilian Academy was a man named Yakusuko Minamoto. The headmaster of the Ninja Academy was a man by the name of Ginko Suzumabachi clan head. Both men were highly intellectual and had contributed most in the creation of their respective schools' timetable and curriculum. In a country that raised their supreme leader to the level of a god, eagerly following after the living legend himself as he pushed the whole nation on a path of prosperity and advancement, the students themselves were exceptionally relentless in their studies. One dream, among their many dreams, was to work as closely to their leader as possible, and the best way to do that was to get a good education and become a productive member of the society. They worked to maintain a particular level in their studies. The council recognized the students' dogged efforts and so proposed two ideas to their leader. First was a competition that occurred twice a year, where students that applied would display their knowledge and win prizes based on their ranking. Naruto was expected to attend such competitions and present the prizes, or at least every once in a while. In the case of the Ninja Academy, there was a battle tournament and a capture the flag kind of event. The second was an end-of-the-term festival to dispel any tension in the students. There was still plenty to do to develop the Dark Country School, but Naruto and his council had done a lot already to make sure what came out of the respective academies were people willing to contribute to the society. At the moment, both schools were at the end portions of their second-term exams. The 2 months given for parents and guardians to register new students also coupled up as a break for old student second years and upwards. It was going to start the immediate next week. Immersu and Ugochi made their way down the street, raptly watching the street and idly chatting. Oh. 5th floor of the Dark Country Ninja Academy. Dark Country. Kushina nervously turned her head from side to side, peering into the classrooms. Her eyes glittered with interest as she saw many 13-year-olds writing on booklets. This was the theoretical aspect of their exams. When they were done, the teachers would lead them to their appointed training grounds and examine them. This was the very last class a dark student attended before graduation, and only very, very special cases were allowed to skip a few classes before they could graduate. "Oh," Kushina gushed, attracting a few eyes from her future seniors. Some winked, others smiled, and some ignored her. The class's teacher cleared his throat loudly and the little redhead was dragged away from the door by the white-haired lady. Sueki took the little girl's hand and they plodded down the light blue tiled floor to the office far at the end of the corridor, turned around corners and maneuvering past other classes. "Next week is when registration of new students is to commence," Sueki said, her face blank and her voice dull as she looked on ahead, firmly holding Kushina's small hand. "But with all the students we expect to enroll, it will be a very busy 2 months. Naruto-sensei didn't want us to cut anyone off in the registration process, so he requested Lord Ginkgo to allow us register you for the school. He will administer the exam and register you himself." Registration month was a stressful, busy time for the teachers and the headmasters of the two academies, as they had to carefully file each new student, assess them with a mental assessment examination and predict the best way to deal with them based on their individual results. This was a period of time that there was more work for the teachers than normal, but also twice the normal pay and a 2-week holiday for a stellar job. "I want you to be in your best behavior." "Okay, Kushina," the girl bobbed her head, mesmerized by the open doors of the offices they passed, of teachers marking exam booklets and a faculty/break room where teachers, Chunin and Jounin alike, rested their aching brains from supervising and reading through exams. "Lady Katsueki? Why couldn't Lord Naruto be here?" She might still not have the courage to speak before him, but it didn't stop her from feeling disappointed he wasn't here to induct her into the Dark Country Ninja Academy. Sueki looked down on her with a slightly raised eyebrow. Kushina scuffed her feet as she walked, pouting. He had urgent business to attend to. "Like what?" she pouted harder. "Well, for starters, matters of national security." It was an awfully broad term, but, for a kid, it should be enough. "He's still the leader of this country, you know." "Yeah, I know." She sulked. The vampire's lips screwed to the side, then she finally said. "He might be able to attend the entrance ceremony next year." "Really?" the Uzumaki asked aloud, batting her eyes up at the impassive vampire. "If he's not busy, then sure. I'll take it," she said in a whisper, pumping her fist to her side. Sueki rolled her eyes and they stopped at a red-painted wooden door with a gleaming silver plaque nailed on it. It read, "Headmaster Ginkgo Suzumabachi." The older female sternly looked down at the girl, saying in a lightly stern voice, "Remember, behave yourself." She rapped her knuckles on the door and waited. 5 seconds later, they heard a strong voice call them in. The BLAK commander pushed open the door and, nudging Kushina into the office, stepped in herself and closed the door with a muted click. "Ah, yes, Lady Katsueki. Good afternoon, I hope you're well." Ginkgo Suzumabachi said, his deep voice reverberating from his place behind his desk, to the door, where both females stood. He stood up graciously and motioned for them to take a seat. "I'm doing well, thank you, Lord Ginkgo." Sueki moved to the seats before the wide desk, pulling one out for Kushina and delicately setting herself down on the other. Ginkgo sat down. "Pardon our intrusion." No, I've been expecting you." The office was somewhat spacious, enough to accommodate shelves of thick, heavy-looking books, dozens of scrolls and several artifacts and paintings. There were 3 windows allowing in light and fresh air into the cool room, one to their right, the other to their left and the last behind the headmaster of the Ninja Academy. The floor had dark red carpeting and the walls had soothing yellow and black wallpaper. The office was the center of the Ninja Academy, as it had every single record of every single student that had ever walked through the halls, past and present. All categorized and accounted for. Ginkgo Suzumabachi was a stately man of average height and build. He wore a jet black suit and black pants with a red suit shirt underneath. Perched on his nose was a thick pair of black sunglasses, shading his Suzumabachi eyes. He was a man with thin gray hair that was neatly combed back, reaching the nape of his neck, and he had a nose that had clearly been broken on numerous occasions, with pale lips that stretched to the side in a smirk, showing his clan-patented serrated wasp teeth. Officially, the man had retired from active shinobi duties so as to better focus on his important job of molding young minds, which was why he was in a suit instead of shinobi gear, but the 49-year-old man was still a vocal part of Naruto's council that had, on more than one occasion, supplied important insight into a baffling topic. The Suzumabachi clan, along with the Kamuri, were the ones to have first lived in Dark Country before it was formally created. The clan of Wasp users had detailed records of every event and as such, along with dominating a handful of the classes in both schools, they mainly oversaw the country's library. Back before the Civil War, Ginkgo and his childhood friend, Yakusuko Minamoto, were intellectual rivals, always competing in one brainy competition after the other. Naruto recognized their minds and gave them command over their respective schools. Ginkgo himself was a well-traveled scholar. He had attended the college of the country when he was young, studied under monks in fire, earth, and chill countries, traversed through caves, deserts, and forests, and spent a few years on a boat studying sea life. He only returned back to darkness when he received news that his father was dying and he needed to take up the mantle of clan head. He didn't have any conventional ninja training but his colony was extremely powerful. With his eyes and his wasp colony, Ginkgo did his best by providing strategies to the rebel forces whilst aiding with long-range support. The man's shaded eyes flicked to Kushina. "So, is this the little lady boss Naruto spoke about?" "Hi." Sueki nodded. She looked at Kushina with her lips threatening to turn down. "Greet." Kushina bowed her head. "Good afternoon, Lord Ginkgo." It was her nerves that was making her forget the royal etiquette her mother had hammered into her head. Ginkgo was a clan head and the headmaster of the school she was to spend the next 5 years in. She needed to make a good first impression. "I apologize for not greeting, sir." "It's all right, child. I understand if you're nervous, all new entrants are nervous." "Why are you wearing sunglasses indoors?" the girl blurted out suddenly and Sueki turned to her, her eyes wide in surprise. "Kushina." Ginkgo grinned slightly. "Again, it's fine. She is still a child after all. Curiosity is their trademark." He took off his glasses and Kushina recoiled in her seat at what she saw. His eyes were glassy white with hexagon-shaped panes forming them, tiny, microdots littered his eyes. The man scoffed with a smirk at her reaction to his insect-like eyes. "I've got 180 pupils that allow me to see almost completely around me. We wear glasses because people always panic when they see it." He put on his sunglasses once more. "Now, let us begin your assessment exam." He took out a thin booklet from a drawer on his desk and pushed it to the girl, with a pencil and an eraser. "In an assessment exam, there are no right or wrong answer. The questions in there just give us a look on your personality and how quick you are to absorb information so that my staff will know the best way to teach you. All students are distributed into different classes without any mental discrimination, but the teachers in charge of the classes will be made known of you, what you can do, what we expect you to do and how to best improve what you can do." He laced his fingers before him on the desk and gave the girl a lopsided smile. "Did you understand what I just said?" Kushina's eyes swirled, reeling from the insect-like orbs he called his eyes and from what he said. You'll be fine." He nodded to a small desk in the corner of the room and Sueki led the girl there to take the test. The Suzumabachi clan was a curious clan. Not in the sense that they had strict traditions, like the Pansasenshi and Hogo, or highly militaristic conduct, like the Kamuri, but because they were even a clan at all. Most species of wasp didn't live in hives or colonies and they certainly never stayed together for long. They were free-living insects. The species of wasp living inside the people of the Suzumabachi clan differed greatly to other usual wasps in the sense that they lived together in a close-knit community in a main clan compound north of the continent, with small settlements around the country and a few others straying away from the colony to live by themselves. Their wasps had vicious stingers that could tear through flesh, dig into bone. Evolved wasp colonies could break down tissue and corrode organs. The hives given to them from a young age resided in their chakra core and fed on their blood. More evolved wasps were able to regulate their host's body temperature, blood flow, and weed out toxins from their bloodstream. The colonies would provide protection as long as the host had blood. When the blood was too low to be spared, then they could convert their host's chakra to blood and consume. Another logical alternative to not sparing their blood or their chakra was to go on a mission and sick the colony of wasp on their enemies, thereby reaching their weekly blood consumption condition. Though still, one common trait the clan of wasp holders had was that they married and had children outside of their clan if they did decide to marry, that is. Over half of the population of Suzumabachi clan members married from outside. Their partners didn't even need to be clanless, like how Ginkgo's wife was a Chueinku Kunoichi and he had been with her for 20 or so wonderful years. They met on the battlefield and instantly fell in love. Ginkgo bent down to work, sifting through some requests his staff were making that they wished for him to pass on to their leader. Oh. I know you're angry at Konoha, Naruto. Vengefully following Konoha would not only lead to your downfall but the downfall of your people. They will manipulate you and lead you off a cliff. It's consuming you, brother. I don't want that to happen, brother. I want you to live longer than I have. Please, as my last wish, I want you to keep Konoha aside and focus your attention of making your country prosperous. You can create countermeasures against Konoha but leave their destruction to them. They will fall as long as they keep walking on that path. I know you doubt my advice. My infinite wisdom is why Mito is dead and my people in Konoha were in danger. Please, Naruto, trust me. I know you will do the right thing. Whether you choose to take my advice or not, I will still be proud to call you my brother. Take care of my people, brother. I trust you will. You were a peaceful man even till death, weren't you, Toryun? Naruto mumbled as he folded the letter and stashed it back into his pocket. He ran a frustrated hand through his shaggy blonde hair and grumbled. You're driving me into a wall, buddy. At that moment, Naruto was in the Northern Region's Defense Corp office, strategically situated close to the main northern entrance and exit gate. The building was a large structure that was in plain sight, shining with silver, green, brown and black paint with a big circular signboard at the entrance of the building that had the kanji for the DC drawn on it with black ink. In Dark Country, there was exactly 2 DC branch offices, the North and South, and 1 HQ. The leader was seated in the DC's Northern Region Chief, Makoto Gato. Standing at attention in front of the desk was Shimura Danzo and sitting on a seat before the desk was Makoto, flipping through the thick binder that contained sealed documents and summarized reports from the smoke-possessed Konoha shinobi. After reading the man's overall report on Danzo's operation and on the state of Konohagakure, Naruto had to admit. The leaf is a fucking mess. Makoto murmured in amazement, scanning the binder with bewildered and shocked eyes. Couldn't have said it better myself, Makoto. The leader hummed with a reflective gaze in his crystal blue eyes as he swiveled the seat to the side, his left side bathed in the midday light from the window behind him. What a fucking mess. If an outsider was to look inwards to the leaf, without having the vital connections Danzo had and the ease of access of a high-ranking ninja, they would see a shinobi village built out of gold and silver, rich with history and steeped with overwhelming strength. The village was wealthy, well-connected in both trade and military, and their ninjas themselves were of exceptional levels. Some Konoha citizens, civilian and ninja alike, would also be deceived into thinking that their village was an impenetrable fortress of magnificent power. Yes, the murder of Mito Uzumaki forced a change in perspective of some key ninjas, but the general notion remained the same. The Hidden Leaf was the strongest hidden village on the continent, both in their military and their accumulated wealth. That was an outsider and some misguided citizens' point of view. The reality was that the village, though looking strong and unbreakable from the outside, was rotten to its very core with the neglect of various sectors, corruption, mismanagement of public funds for useless if not nefarious means, speckled with crumbling buildings, full of people without homes including children aimlessly roaming the streets riddled with crime and was being battered from all sides by the systematic failure of the council, of which historically the Hokage placed too much trust in, bestowing too much freedom on, while he went about doing other nearly unnecessary functions. Compared to Naruto's country, the council had limited freedom. This meant that the council only had advisory functions to Naruto and no real power, but the members of the council also doubled up as officials in charge of key parts of Dark Country, obviously because the council was both on shinobi and civilian affairs. Any small matter that wouldn't cost too much or affect much could be taken on without Naruto's notice, like squad rotation, importing books into the country's library, buying and selling with River, among others. But major issues must be passed through Naruto, or Suiki, before any action could be taken, at risk of grave punishment to the defector. At one point in time, The council had to take permission from Naruto to enact or implement one thing or the other, but now that the national reserves were peaking on a weekly basis and poverty had been totally eradicated from the country, Naruto gave them some slack to deal with private clan matters and small matters of regional or national interest. The condition being it shouldn't, not even in an infinitesimally small way, upset what has already been achieved. If that was the case, then Naruto was to be notified and asked for permission immediately. Power and authority in Dark Country was extremely centralized. Naruto could honestly say that Dark Country was in a better place than their former oppressor. Naruto shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is sad. The ghost would have thought his one greatest enemy, Konoha no Sato, would at least have its affairs in order. They were the strongest hidden village, for crying out loud. Oh, how? How? I'm confused. Naruto's eyes flicked to Makoto as the man looked up from the damning report. Why isn't that village destroyed yet? Naruto shrugged. Hell if I know. The blonde balanced his right elbow on the armrest of the chair and perched his chin on his fist. There was a rapid surge of crime in the village that could be directly traced back to unemployment, which could also be taken back to the neglect of the council in noticing various job opportunities in the village, like reconstructing buildings damaged or broken from the last war. They certainly had the money to pour into that, at least giving the people something to do for the meanwhile, until they thought of lasting job opportunities for young people. There was an outstanding number of children not in school, or getting some sort of education, centered mostly on orphans and street children. Enrolling into the Konoha Academy cost money, there weren't enough jobs to make money, thus civilian parents couldn't send their children and the vastly underfunded orphanage could do even less. Only children from clans and wealthy civilians had the money to send their kids to school. No wonder the Uzumaki had been leaving in droves ever since Darkness and Whirlpool formally allied. Their alliance with Suna was in tatters, given how the material Suna was buying from Konoha was being bought at a somewhat cheaper price from Darkness. The barrels of oil Darkness refined and sent back to Suna, and the coal they mined, sold to Konoha, was now at the continent's standard price, and this was wearing thin on the merchants that had been profiting from the oil scam. Suna was buying less and less from Konoha. Really, the only thing the steadily prospering Sand Village was getting from Konoha that they couldn't get from Naruto's country was tea, and that too was being grown on the Suna farm. Harvest time was approaching, Naruto reminded himself. Toryun saw this whole thing. Naruto suddenly said, bringing Makoto and the possessed man out of their thoughts. He used to have close ties with Konoha, so he knew things that some of the Leaf people continued to deny. Like how much of a bad situation they were in. If I may provide some advice, Lord Naruto. Makoto supplied. Naruto motioned for him to go on, perching his chin on his fist and the elbow on the right armrest. I think giving Konoha more than 1% of our attention is a waste of our time and resources. Border surveillance and spy detection, sure, but... He slapped the binder with the back of his hands and said. This report, things don't look too good for the Leaf. The report didn't just write on how bad things were in Konoha but on the shady dealings of Shimura Danzo. The old war hawk was smuggling drugs from Fire Country to Grass and Earth to make some extra cash that would be funneled into the village's reserves. He was kidnapping orphans from all over the country, and he had plans to expand his kidnapping ring to the rest of the continent, recruiting children to fight for the Leaf in the shadows. He had not less than 4 plans on how to take down Uzushio, 1 main plan, a backup plan and 2 more contingency plans. The man also had past crimes detailed and stored in his underground archives, including what he did to Rain, Iron, Tea and Tree, what he was currently still doing in Mountain and Chill, and what he planned to do in IWA and Kumo. Danzo was a very ambitious man, too bad he was more or less dead. I can gather advice from the council, Lord Naruto, but I think I can speak for them by saying that we have better things to do than target a dying village. Naruto tapped his masked chin and thought. That may be so, In the binder was an underground map of roots growing tunnels, including one they had dangerously close to Dark Country that was away from the notice of Konoha ninjas. These tunnels allowed them to carry out their shadowy operations secretly and quickly. The leader turned the chair around to his demon smoke clone. You'll still be my eyes and ears behind enemy lines. Work with Umara Kurama. Both of you will use your discretion on how to deal with Konoha? Go. The crippled man saluted and marched out of the office. Makoto dropped the binder onto his desk and fully sat forward, facing his leader. You'll make a copy of that and give one to each member of the council. It'll be strictly confidential. To be burnt when they're done reading it. I'll keep this copy in my vault when you're done with it. Already done, sir. Good. Tell them we'll have a council meeting this night. They should be done reading it by then. Makoto glanced at the criminally thick binder, which was half a foot thick and stocked full with sealed documents, scrolls and summarized missions. Naruto looked at the man with his eyes shimmering with laughter. By this night. Okay. Now, your last update said IWA and Kumo are scouting out our border. Hi, they haven't made any moves yet. Didn't you say they were looking for holes in our defense? That was my assumption, sir. Naruto cocked his head to the side and lifted an eyebrow. IWA focused their attention on our far northeast border to Fire Country. No success? They've got nothing. We have all our bases covered, sir. IWA scouting us is understandable, they're just as greedy as Konoha. Remember, during the Civil War, they stole a transport of dark trees from Konoha. I heard it when I was in AIM. They weren't stir-crazy. What about Kumo? As far as I know, they didn't get their hands on any of our resources. Do you think they heard about it from IWA? It's possible. Naruto scratched his chin. They could have also heard from their allies and non-allies how our mission success rate is near perfect and our product value is among the top 20. If I was the Ravaged, I'll be curious as to know how a country, just 7 years after a bloody civil war, was now so prosperous. I'll also want to acquire whatever valuable product they're using to shoot up the shinobi settlement ranking. Naruto leaned on the desk and laced his finger, his eyebrows furrowed thoughtfully. Lastly, I'll feel threatened. Threatened? Makoto echoed questionably. Sure, darkness or its people weren't going about telling the world that they were rapidly developing, but the allies and non-allies unknowingly did so when they resold dark goods or unconsciously advertised dark services. Naruto didn't have any of his citizens in Kumo, IWA or Spring, as those 3 shinobi settlements were places the leader had blacklisted as no-go areas, so Kumo and IWA and Spring were severely uninformed of what darkness could do or what it was all about, hearing only from third parties. Dark shinobi had to take extra precautions when it came to those 3 settlements. Why would Kumo be threatened by us? Look at it like this, Naruto began. Our name is now popular enough to be on the lips of our allies and non-allies. We, he emphasized, meaning Naruto and the citizens of darkness, haven't advertised ourselves in any pompous way. We trade, we go on missions and we maintain close relations with our allies. That's as much as the 3 settlements know. Our investment in the Suna farm is coming along nicely, our people outside of the country are thriving, our ninjas bring back profit after profit, and so much more. While on the inside they assume we are growing at a fast rate. As far as they know, the only other place that had free education and healthcare was Kumogakure, but housing, unemployment and crime was still a problem. As long as darkness stays true to its path, we will become something that no nation can sensibly compete with. Naruto pointed to the map of the continent on the wall of the office and said, there would be a monumental shift in power on the continent. Makoto, in understanding. I see. The 5 great ninja villages could become the 6 great ninja villages or, Naruto paused, his pointer finger held up. One major village would drop down from power and give its place to us. The Gato man nodded slowly, his eyes low and his forehead creased as he thought deeply on what his leader was saying. Everyone still sees Konoha as a mega power, Kumo is a close second, IWA is third, Kiri is fourth and Suna is fifth. And remember, Suna is also changing too, so it might make its way up the ranking. So, with Suna becoming a more tolerable shinobi village and dark country rising in the shadows, Kumo thinks it is the most likely village to have to drop out of the ranking, or at the very least slide backwards. Precisely. IWA has the most ninjas and Kiri has powerful hunters, so their place on the ranking is almost secured. Kumo, I'm guessing, is self-conscious because it has no bloodline users and no strong network outside of their 2 main allies. They have the tech, the money, and the know-how. Wouldn't it be more logical for Suna to be afraid of the power shift and not Kumo? Naruto nodded. It would be more logical, yes, but I'm also taking into account the past and present Ravaged. Of course. The Ravaged, see, is notoriously hot-blooded. Naruto commented. He sees a competitor about to make their way into the playing field and he snaps down on them. Why not attack Uzushio then? 'Cause Uzushio is already a superpower, but it has refused to be ranked. Plus, no sane person would want to anger an entire island of Uzumaki. Now, Kumo is looking for a way to steal info from our country or to destroy it. I'll assume any one of the 2. Bring it up in the council meeting. Yes, sir. I'll send a letter to the Ravaged to leave my borders alone or we'll send his ninjas back to him in matchboxes. Naruto stood up and swept the other side of the desk, walking towards the door in a rustle of his leader's robe. He placed his wide-brimmed hat on top of his head and Makoto rushed to the door, opening it. I'll leave the distribution of the binder to you. You can count on me, sir. Naruto waved over his shoulder, passing the middle of an assembly of DC ninjas before the man's office. They were a diverse mix of Gato, Hogo, Clanless, and Chueinku, with the other clans speckled here and there. Later, the co-head of the DC yelled to his subordinates, "Salute the leader." Their legs shifted together from ease to attention, their hands snapped up into sharp salutes and they roared, "Lord Leader, sir." Oh. The Konoha Public Library. Konoha. Just the other day, the matron of the orphanage said that he was getting too old to stay there. That there were too many mouths to feed, too little food to feed them and almost inexistent funds to get the food. He was 7? The matron said that he was old enough to fend for himself. He was 8. Even a blind man would see the hatred in the woman's eyes. How she turned a blind eye to the cruel bullying of the other children and how she allowed the boy to wallow in depravity. He saw the hate and anger in the people's eyes too, every time he passed by them on his way to the library. They would curse after him and spit on him. He met Jeriah of the Sannin while he was reading up on basic Fuinjutsu in the library. The man wanted to take him up as his apprentice. "Why don't you hate me, Lord Jeriah?" "Because this time I won't let talent slip by me again." The sage answered with a wide grin. Whatever that meant. "Lord Jeriah, why does everyone hate me?" Jeriah's cheesy grin lessened at the dim light in the boy's sky-blue eyes, the aged slouch of his shoulder and back and the dirt laced in his blonde hair. The toad sage placed a gentle hand on the child's thin shoulder and gave the boy a lopsided smile. "Your father is a very, very bad man, Minato." Minato Namake's eyes widened in shock, that the man beside him knew who his father was. He did. Jeriah looked away and shook his head, a deep frown on his face. "Many bad things to this village. He hurt many families with what he's done." "They hate me because of my father? You look so much like him, Minato. The people see him in you." The man removed his comforting hand and sighed sadly. His frankness wasn't lost on the young blonde. Minato's fist slowly curled up into a tight ball and his eyes hardened with anger as Jeriah rambled, driving the hate for his father deep into his soul. "I knew your mother, bless her soul. We were in the same class in the academy, you see. She was such a nice person. Everyone loved her. I also knew your father when he was a kid, but I never thought he'd grow up to become such a disgusting, revolting monster, as to kill, maim and scar innocent, hard-working people. What he did to your mother, the torture she went through in his filthy hands, no one should ever dash. Who is my father? I'm sorry to be the one to tell this to you, kid," he leaned down and whispered, for the mere mention of the name was taboo in the village. "Your father is Naruto, leader of Dark Country." Chapter 11. Kushina liked living with Naruto. It was exciting how hectic and busy he was and how much he wanted to involve her in his day, using any small chance to teach her something new and interesting. He didn't necessarily carry her about the country as he went about his functions, but, during breakfast or when they met for lunch and dinner, he would show her something cool and task her to replicate it so as for her not to be idle. It always fascinated her on how much attention Naruto gave her every time they had the chance to speak, as if she was the most important person in the world. Her heart broke when she noticed he gave everyone else that sort of deep attention, but she appreciated how much the busy blonde could recall every tidbit of information she gave him over breakfast. Naruto was an incredibly busy man. He could be called away from his home at any point in time. So any chance Kushina could get to sit down and speak to him, she utilized it as best as she could. If there was one thing she didn't like when living with Naruto, was that he shared a bedroom with Sueki. The logic was understandable. Their house in the suburbs had a dining room, a parlor, a kitchen, a front and backyard, and going upstairs there was an attic, 2 bedrooms, and 1 bathroom. Kushina, when she found out there were only 2 rooms in the Dark Leader's house, was under the impression that she and Naruto would share a room and Sueki would sleep by herself. During their first dinner, her face took a permanent tint of red and she could barely eat, not with the steam blowing out of her ears. She found out that the 2 adults would be staying together in a room and she would get her own room, directly across the hall, opposite from Naruto's bedroom, by herself. Her disappointment was palpable. Naruto noticed, of course, though he didn't know the reason, but Sueki had looked down at her with an infuriatingly small smirk and a bright gleam in her red eyes. Kushina didn't like that stone-faced, red-eyed, paper-pale lady was sleeping in the same room, in the same bed, as her crush. She didn't like it one bit. "I'm done using the shower," Kushina called as she opened the door of the bathroom at end of the hallway. She had a big towel around her torso and most of her legs and a smaller towel wrapped around her long red hair. Her bare feet padded down the thick, dark blue carpet to her room. "Okay," Sueki answered as she opened the door to her shared bedroom. She had on a pair of black shorts and a white vest with a purple towel draped over her shoulder, a toothbrush between her lips and her eyes still heavy from sleep. The woman tiredly shuffled on the carpeted floor to the bathroom, passing the towel-clad girl and entering the bathroom. She locked the door after herself. The time was 6 a.m. The house wasn't in the least bit cramped and Naruto could definitely afford a bigger house. The reason he didn't get a bigger house at Kushina's arrival was that he enjoyed the warmth and homeliness the house provided. Sueki and Kushina didn't mind. Naruto had bought a bigger bed for him and his student, a bigger wardrobe and dresser for them, and gave Kushina more freedom on how she wanted to design and organize her room, just as long as it wasn't a mess. Ding dong. I'll get it. Naruto said and walked out of the room, clad in a pair of black pants that stopped above his ankles, a dark green t-shirt and a pair of white flip-flops, and as ever he was wearing his half mask. His hair was messier than normal from sleep and there were sleep bags under his eyes. His eyes smiled at her and Kushina skittered quickly into his room, flushing dark red at being caught so exposed by her hero. That should be breakfast. The man ambled down the stairs and walked to the door, opening it. Hello. On the other side was a boy in his late teens with midnight black hair and dark yellow eyes that were slowly changing from cat-like to normal. A pair of smooth black ears twitched on the top of his head. He was in a purple shirt, black shorts, and black sneakers. The shirt had a logo that read Panther Food Delivery. The Pantsusenshi teen smiled brightly, showing his short fangs and presenting forward a normal-sized scroll with both hands. Good morning, Lord Naruto. I hope I didn't wake you up. Nah, I've been awake. Naruto collected the breakfast delivery and dug into his pocket. That's 500 ryu, right dash. The teen's eyes widened and he frantically waved his hands before him. You don't have to, sir. No, you're here in record time and, he tucked the sealing scroll under his arm and brought out his wallet. You got my order right. It's only fair. He picked out a few notes and idly said. 6 donuts, green tea, lemon tea, hot chocolate and a dab of honey. Lord Naruto's satisfaction is enough payment. The boy's panther ears twitched from left to right, as if he was afraid of someone finding out that their precious leader had paid for his services. The situation itself was very strange, a customer having to insist on paying the delivery person and adding a nice tip on top. Please, I insist. He took out 6 100 ryu notes and pushing it into the panicking boy's hand. Thank you. The panther teen bowed numerous times, grasping the money in lightly trembling hands. Thank you, sir. Naruto smiled and closed the door as the boy ran back to the Pantsusenshi clan cafe in the capital. He proceeded into the dining room and placed the scroll on the dining table, marching back up the stairs as Sueki called down to him that she was done bathing. The other day had been very long for both the leader and the BLAK commander, so they were too tired to wake up early and prepare breakfast for the 3 of them. He entered the bathroom as Sueki was rubbing down her white hair in their bedroom. The delivery system worked by messenger eagles. An eagle was sent to the nearest restaurant, which was usually owned by the Panther clan, with a clearly written order of what they wanted. This system was severely flawed because not everyone was near a messenger eagle and only a few of the birds at a time could attend to the orders. This problem of communication could be easily solved with the invention of a telephone, for walkie-talkies were exclusively for ninjas and the police. Naruto didn't allow adding a communication seal to the entrance/citizen seal because it would make the latter seal much too complicated for use. The entrance/citizen seal already had a detailed info on the bearer, that was constantly being updated by the country's records department. The person's name, age, occupation, likes, dislikes, height, weight, everything was recorded on the tattoo seal on the back of their hands. Naruto's inventors were getting close to making telephones. His ninjas had recently come back from a mission to Kumo to steal a simple telephone. No one was the wiser. The idea was not to replicate what the other shinobi settlement had done but to improve it and make it for darkness. Sueki exited her shared bedroom, dressed in her full combat gear including holstered sunban and the like and a black cloak with the dark country emblem on the back draped over her shoulder. She gently knocked on Kushina's door. She opened and her head poked inside. She saw the 7-year-old Uzumaki rummaging through her wardrobe and searching for something to wear for that day. Someone will be coming over to look after you. You're both free to go out and explore the capital but make sure you don't leave the capital without our permission. Try and enjoy yourself. Kushina looked out of her wardrobe and nodded. If you're in trouble, you know how to contact me. All right. Sueki was about to leave and close the door but said, as if it was an afterthought. Oh, and breakfast is donuts and tea. Because why not? The 3 of them ate the sugary breakfast together on the dining table, after Sueki set the donuts out on 3 plates, 2 for each person, and their respective tea beside the plates. Green tea for Naruto, lemon for Sueki and chocolate for Kushina. The girl was stuttering through a story of a first encounter she had with Gato boy around her age that had just discovered his clay bloodline. Half of his body was melting off, his face was becoming droopy and he was freaking out like any child in his situation would, until his father arrived at the playground they were on and calmed him down. His father used his own clay release to reform his son's body and promised to teach him how to maintain his abilities. The Gato father of the boy was a jounin in the ninja force, not the DCN, so he used his rank to explain to the stunned silent children and parents that what had happened was normal for any Gato child of age to enter the academy, that it usually happened earlier in life about 4 or 5 years, and that with his son being triggered into activating his clay abilities at age 6 was still a good sign. Naruto, munching on his donut, had to admit the Gato father had taken command of the situation very well. It wasn't every day that children of bloodline heritage, not only clan children, unexpectedly activated their bloodlines, and in front of so many people nonetheless, which would explain the sheer shock that Kushina used to describe what had happened. "I think your babysitter has a Gato teammate," Naruto said aloud, his eyes shifted from Kushina to his student. The vampire nodded. "She can take you to the training ground and you can see some of them in action. It's really fascinating." Naruto's friend set down her cup of lemon tea and looked up. "That must be her." Ding dong. Kushina turned to Sueki in surprise and Naruto chuckled. "She can smell blood and hear hearts from up to a mile away. It's impossible to sneak up on her. Learned from the best," the white-haired commander said as she pushed away from the table and stood up, walking around the table to the front door. Naruto laughed to himself again. They heard the door opening and a chirpy voice say, "Mornin', Lady Ketsueki. You must be Suzuki. Please come in." Sueki walked back into the dining room and sat back in her seat. The other person to enter the room was a girl in her early teens that had bright red hair styled into a pixie cut, glittering purple eyes and a wide smile. She was in a dark yellow short-sleeved shirt and black ninja pants with a pair of light blue sandals. She had her shuriken and kunai set on the side of each thigh and a deadly-looking katana on her back. Wrapped around her forehead was a dark country forehead protector. The girl marched forward, faced Naruto, snapped into attention and said, "Genin Suzuki Uzumaki reporting for duty, Leader Naruto." "No need to be so formal, Suzuki," Naruto answered, his sky-blue eyes shining. The Uzumaki teen blushed at the warmth ebbing from the masked man and roughly cleared her throat, discreetly turning her eyes away from the target of so many people's affection, including hers. Naruto motioned to Kushina and said, "I'm sure you know Kushina. Kushina, Suzuki will be the one looking after you for today. Or any day." Suzuki cut in quickly, tucking her hair the side. "I can help any day." She coughed into her fist again as Sueki blankly looked at her, lifting one delicate eyebrow. She shot a hand down to Kushina and said, quickly changing the topic, "You can call me Suzu, Lady Kushina." "Kushina is fine," the girl said, shaking Suzu's hand. "Nice to meet you." "Well, Suzuki, Sueki and I won't be back until late in the night. I hope this doesn't inconvenience you." "Oh no, definitely not, Leader Naruto," Suzu insisted. "That's good. You two are free to go anywhere, as long as it's within the capital and it's child-friendly," Naruto emphasized strongly. Suzu bobbed her head in compliance. "Do you know how to cook?" "The easy stuff, yes." Naruto motioned for her to go on. "Ramen, rice, tomato sauce, fries dash. That should be okay. We have it all in the kitchen. In case you're both in the mood for anything you can't make, there's a nice restaurant up the street. You can't miss it," the vampire lady said as she finished her tea, picking up her plate and her teacher's. "We'll leave the house key with you, but if you lose it, then go to the police station and they'll get the door open for you." Because all doors in the country were seal reinforced to withstand a rampaging rhino and electrocute anyone that tried to forcefully enter who wasn't the owner of the property, the same seal were on windows and pretty much any place that could allow forced entry into the house. Police stations were the only places that had the counterpass seal. The police would check the back of her hand for an entrance or citizen seal, of which Suzuki Uzumaki had the latter, and then would follow through with what she wanted them to do. "Also," Naruto said, "you're free to show her the training grounds." "Got it, anywhere but out of the capital." Suzu nodded. "We can hang out tomorrow, Kushina," Naruto said and reached over, ruffling her hair. The girl curled up into herself on contact, holding her hands to herself and closing her eyes tightly. She bobbed her head happily, just barely keeping back from gushing. Naruto huffed as he got to his feet, throwing on his leader's robe and setting his wide-brimmed hat onto his head. "We'll be on our way. Take care of yourselves." Sueki hurried after him, saying to the two Uzumaki, "Have a nice day." Oh. Not too long after the leader and the BLAK commander left, Suzuki locked the door and both her and her charge began an easy trek down the streets to the nearest training ground. The genin had her hands behind her head and she had a lazy slink in her walk. She glanced at Kushina as the girl took in all the buildings neatly arranged and of the large construction work being done in the center of the capital, up the street, which she could see from even there. Cool huh? Suzu said, a smile tugged on her lips. Yeah. The country is way better than it has ever been. Suzuki exhaled, walking with her eyes closed as cool air blew up the street, washing past them. Winter was approaching. How long have you lived here? I was born here, actually. Wah? Yup. My dad and mom moved here years ago and they had me in the northern region. 14 years ago, the civil war was still at its hottest but, to Suzu's parents, who had refused to flee the country, her birth was a glimmer of hope to her family. The royal clan were too scared to attack my parents. They weren't in the rebel forces but the royal clan stayed the hell away from them. It must have been hard, the civil war, I mean. Suzu shrugged. I honestly can't remember much about the war. I was 7 when it ended and my dad spent most of his time teaching me how to control my chakra at the back of our house. All I know is one moment there's a war and then there's not. Suzu then clapped her hands over her red cheeks and looked down. Leader Naruto stayed at our house once. Kushina felt her own cheeks heat up. My dad used to tell me ghost stories, he has so many of them too. Leader Naruto is just so freaking awesome. He's the reason I wanted to be a ninja, you know. Did. Kushina stuttered, poking her fingers together and shyly asking. Did you hear the one of when Lord Naruto arm wrestled a hidden mountain gorilla? Suzu pursed her lips and tapped her chin in thought. Yes, that he was on a personal training mission. I heard that some Chueinku want to make a manga about him. Oh Kushina fluttered at the idea, slowly coming out of her shell. Yeah, but they need leader's permission first. For obvious reasons. Leader thinks a manga about him is too pretentious, so he didn't allow it. Pre-10 shoes. He doesn't want to look like a cocky bastard. Suzu clarified. Ah, I get it. That sucks. Suzu laughed. It really does. So, you're a genin. I got my hideout last year. Nakamura-sensei is thinking of sending our team to Kiri for the Chunin exams. Is it hard being a ninja of this country? Suzu lilted and tossed the question back and forth in her mind. Yeah, it's really hard being a dark ninja. We need to spend 5 years in the academy doing beginners training and after graduation things gets harder by the year, training, missions, non-ally relations during missions, stuff like that. There are so many expectations piled up on our shoulders, so many people look up to us for protection and for help. So many people, our allies included, depend on our strength and our skill. We ninjas of the dark have a particular standard we are expected to maintain and sometimes people can't measure up and they quit. Then, why am I still a ninja? The older Uzumaki returned her hands to the back of her head and closed her eyes serenely. 'Cause I love this country so damn much and I don't want to see anything bad happen to it. As a ninja, I'm literally placing myself in the way of danger and it makes me happy to know that every mission I go to, even the minor ones, makes my country that much stronger. What about the people that quit? Don't they love this country? Only a few people quit, not as many as you think, and even still, they do other things that can be equal to what ninjas do. She then went on. They become weaponsmiths, doctors, scientists, electricians, engineers, diplomats, traveling merchants, lots of things. There's even a whole department in the civilian division that reassigns those that quit being ninjas and defense corp operatives but still want to do something super productive for the country and make leader proud. There wasn't a BLAK operative that had quit yet. Suzuki then smiled widely down at the wide-eyed, mystified girl. You'd be surprised by how many people want to make leader proud. Oh hey, Suzu suddenly said as they passed the wrought iron gates of the capital's training ground. I see someone on my team over there. She grabbed Kushina's hand and skipped towards her teammate, waving. Hey Gonzo, you rotten piece of camel dung, what's up? Oh. Training Ground 6. Konoha. Sometimes Jeriah wondered what would have happened if he had pressed down harder on Naruto to become his student instead of allowing the future legend to be trained by his snake-summoning teammate. Konoha could have had a powerful ally, hell 2 powerful allies if he counted Sueki. If only he had twisted Naruto's arm harder, or drew him closer to himself through the boy's student, then maybe history wouldn't flow in its current direction. Konoha wouldn't be without its Uzushio alliance, Suna wouldn't be disregarding Konoha's authority, Dark Country would, once again, be annexed by Fire Country or better yet, Konoha and all the resources of darkness would be for the leaf. Their world would have been perfect. If only. Not a day goes by that Jeriah didn't regret not noticing and plucking the future ghost before his teammate. All for a stupid contest. Never again. Fate was giving him a chance to correct his mistakes and rewrite history the way it was meant to happen. Without a shadow of a doubt, Minato Namikaze was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. A genius among geniuses. All Jeriah had to do was point the boy in the right direction and allow the child to run wild. It was scarily like Naruto. Orochimaru merely gave the masked blonde pointers, rammed information and jutsu into his head, set him down on a path and watched his student shoot up into the sky. Naruto wasn't a genius like Minato, but he was no less a terror on the battlefield. For if Hiruzen Sarutobi, the teacher of the legendary Sannin, was called the Kami of Shinobi, Naruto was to be referred to as the Yami of Shinobi. The blonde was already a ghost, but he needed the right catalyst and the right battle to give him yet another fear-inducing name. Hiruzen and the other high-ranking Konoha shinobi didn't want to acknowledge it, but there was a very big possibility that Naruto was still getting stronger. Yami of Shinobi. It sent chills down Jiraiya's spine. Minato could very well be someone that could match Naruto, if only he got the right training from the right person and at the right time. This time, Jeriah was going to do it right. Minato Namikaze had 2 chakra affinities, water and lightning affinities. Just like Naruto. The latter was more dominant than the former. Just like Naruto. The difference being that while Naruto had 2 bloodlines, lightning release and smoke release, Minato only had the lightning release bloodline. Not like Naruto. Minato didn't have smoke release, and combining his lightning and water didn't result in smoke but rather electrified water, which was lethal to anyone in any dose. At the age of 7, Minato could already separate his chakra and send lightning chakra to specific muscles and tenketsu in his body that could increase his speed by up to normal Chunin speed. For now, Jeriah focused on training Minato's mind until he entered the academy. The sage recalled the first day the Sandaime trained them, and he threw the same question his sensei asked his teammates. "What is your ambition, brat?" Minato looked up at him from his book of basic genjutsu, his crystal blue eyes spinning with determination, and his left hand, holding a pencil over a paper pad he was jotting on, tightened. Jeriah sounded. "Well? Is it okay to have 2? "Of course. My first ambition is to bring justice to Konoha by killing my father." Jeriah positively glowed at the words, savoring how the boy grinded his teeth. "And your second ambition?" "I want to become the next Hokage." Oh. Dark Country National Bank. Dark Country. Winter in darkness was horrible. At the end of the year, almost exactly a month and a half before the next year, a snowstorm would roll in from the east, bypassing most of Water Country, flowing over the sea and running over Dark Country, blanketing the nation in thick snow and frigid cold. The weather forecasting team of the country had tracked the storm as it circumvented Water Country in a slim arc and slammed into their country, only making the mist somewhat colder than normal. The snow didn't truly affect Whirlpool Country, but the snow there wasn't very thick, and by the time the snowstorm had passed over darkness and proceeded out of the borders to Fire Country, the cold would have subsided to a faint chill, taking its course northwards and curving back east, like a boomerang, escaping the continent from Lightning Country. The worst of the snowstorm always hit darkness. The weather phenomenon baffled them all, even Naruto. The reason because the storm came from the east of the planet, bent and curved in a smooth arc, smashed through Dark Country at full blast, continued through the continent, gradually slowing down and losing strength, and then finally leaving the continent from the east, almost as if it was returning back to the sender so as to recharge itself. The storm lasted a whole month, and even after it had gone, the snow wouldn't melt until another month, which would seep into the next year. It would result in a forced shutdown of almost all services, including food delivery. Traders and merchants wouldn't be able to travel about or sell their wares, missions leading out of the country became harder to perform, guarding the border was more difficult, and office work and inventing became a home affair. The hospitals needed to be staffed at all times, so medics, doctors and nurses, when their shift was over, were escorted back to their homes by Naruto's ninjas, even as the blizzard was rocking through darkness. Those to take the new shift were summarily guided to the hospital. It was a very busy time for Naruto's ninjas. Wisely, Naruto ordered his people to stock up on food, water and warm clothes for the next 2 months, and in the case of large families blowing through rations unintentionally, then they were permitted to call for emergency supplies. It wasn't that people weren't allowed out of their homes, but obviously no one could or should come out during a snowstorm. The houses had been built sturdily enough and had been triple reinforced by seals to withstand the force of the winds and the weight of the snow. Naruto's ninjas regularly poured salt on main roads and some fairly used paths for those that desperately needed to leave their homes for one reason or the other. Through this all they persevered. Only a handful of people left the country for allied villages for the winter, and only because their health couldn't handle the frigid weather. Naruto was meeting with the director of the Dark Country National Bank, which was also Dark Country's central bank, to discuss on how best to endure the blizzard and how they now fared against it. As you know, my lord, winter is just around the corner. Amara Chueinku said from behind her desk, sitting forward in the seat and presenting a detailed summary of the country's account. Naruto took the book, sat back, crossed his right ankle on his left knee, and began sifting through the summary. Compared to last year, we have 7 times more in our nation's account, which was an outstanding figure, Naruto commented in his mind as he saw the final result of a whole year of trading and investment written in proud, bold numbers on the very first page. I sent out a notice since the last 3 weeks for families to begin preparation for winter and for traders inside and outside the country to finalize and submit their yearly sales report to the bank for scrutiny. I'm aware. Naruto mumbled, still running through the contents of the book after the written final result. The Dark Bank supporting traders in and out of the country helped lessen the impact of the almost customary first year of loss by investing in their business, as long as it was pitched right and could be seen as foreseeably profitable. Loss was reduced to half a year before profit staggered its way onto their accounts. The Goth Inc. user cleared her throat and went on. I have all the trading reports, she pointed a dainty finger at the book. It's summarized on page 30. Anyway, I've noticed a spike in families and individuals saving more of their personal cash in the bank. Understandable. This bank is the country's safety net. If the economy stumbles or falls, then they'll already have something saved up to keep them afloat until everything stabilizes. The norm in the country was that 10% of every working person's salary, whether they were ninja or civilian, barring teenage apprentices and assistants that were still in school, was sent straight to the bank by the organization they worked in. The 10% deduction was saved in a corner of the worker's account where they couldn't touch or withdraw from, which every working person in the developing nation had: BLAK, DC, police, office worker, scientist, farmer, engineer, and many more and slowly accumulated with money. When a crisis hit, like a blizzard for example, and their lives were turned upside down from the disaster, then they could rest assured that they could withdraw their emergency savings and also get the assistance from ninjas of the country. If by some unlikely chance a house was knocked down by the storm, then it could be rebuilt as good as new, for free, but the items inside had to be replaced by their own savings. Free education, healthcare, housing and employment opportunities for all eased up the strain on people to have worry too much on where to get the money to replace their valuables. A rich dark citizen merchant got the same treatment as a dark citizen farmer, just as long as they stayed within the law and they were productive. Their salaries and wages could go into food, clothing and secondary needs. The entire reason learning, health and housing was free and of good quality was because of the surge of mission requests from across the continent, their very beneficial trade with river, trading in other countries and their investment in the Suna farm, of which first harvest was approaching. It says here that the electrical company came in for a loan. Hi, Amara nodded. Their engineers came up with an idea to solve the winter blackout situation, but they needed more funding than usual. Their idea has to do with seals and our very own engineering schematics. A gleam entered Naruto's eyes. Impressive. Yes, most of the country's homes and facilities were connected to the Water Board, a national company that was gradually including more and more homes as the months passed by, and the supply of clean water was also attached to the house, meaning it too was free. Electricity too was without a price, but, with how the country had to distribute its funding to other departments and divisions, light on a normal day didn't stay for a whole day. The generator used by the company needed to be refilled with petrol every once in a while, left to cool for an hour or two and then turned on again. Buying another generator was expensive, so Naruto fed money into his inventors and engineers to invent an alternative source of electricity for the country that could stay on all year long. So, with how electricity couldn't be on 24/7, the blizzard somehow found a way into the generator and damaged it. This had happened for 3 consecutive years last year, and the 2 years before it, and Naruto had charged his inventors to do something about it. This was one of the things Naruto didn't ask his allies for help with. The only problem I see is for the Suna farm. Amara said. Don't worry about that, Tetsuyo is using some of the loan to build a greenhouse, and even still, the storm won't get far outside of our western border. Because Wind Country was west of darkness and that place was blistering hot almost all year long. Uzushio want to know how they can help through the winter. Tamaki sent me a letter yesterday. Naruto muttered. Her ninjas can come in with emergency rations if we need them. I told her okay, when we need them we'll call. Naruto turned to Sueki, who had been silently listening from a chair by him, and said, Do you want to read this? She glanced down at the book and collected it from her leader. For that moment, she was once again his assistant instead of the BLAK commander, her deputy, Wasp, could handle matters in her stead until she resumed duty. I'm not as good with numbers as Lady Amara, but I'll try my best. You flatter me, Amara said with a tiny smirk to her younger clanmate. Naruto's reasoning behind making the Chueinku clan head the director of his national bank wasn't only because the Ink clan had been the #1 donator to revitalizing the economy and had also sold a vast number of their paintings to improve the value of their currency. The woman, Amara, and most of her clan, were good at accounting for money. The clan of Fuinjutsu masters had been doing so for centuries, but definitely not before they began doing art. The Suzumabachi had been another choice, but Naruto left them to heading the ninja school and a portion of the library to them. His other reason for not appointing a civilian to head the bank instead of a ninja was that other countries or villages that had done so were either being run down by corruption or incompetence. Konoha was the one that first came to mind. If Naruto was being completely honest, history didn't speak too well of civilians controlling money. The only village that Naruto acknowledged was doing well, even with their civilian bank head, was Waterfall. Amara proceeded to remind Naruto that the end of the session festival for the ninja and civilian academies that was to happen in a few days would feature a ballet dance from her clan. The festival for both academies occurred together, deciding on where the venue was depended on the directors. For this year, the festival was going to be held in the civilian academy, meaning the ninja students would troop over there. The name of the dance was Search for the Mythical Jade Phantasm, and the woman invited Naruto to her clan compound to watch the last practice before the event. Taking Kushina to the Ink clan compound will be a chance to show her Fuinjutsu specialists other than her clan mates, Naruto thought. It would broaden her horizon on what to expect from seal masters. So he accepted. As they rounded up their meeting and Naruto and Sueki were about to proceed to the south of the country to meet with the foreman of the Dark Country fleet of ships, there was another meeting happening somewhere else. Oh. The office of the leader of Waterfall. Hidden Waterfall. Waterfall country. This is your only chance to redeem yourself. An old man spat. Fleeing instead of facing your end like a man, disgraceful. What do you want me to do? Go to darkness and kill the ghost. He should be weaker than the Shodame Hokage. The Waterfall leader spat. Weak enough for you, Kakuzu. Our intel says that the ghost is much weaker during the day than at night, and attacking him in his home territory will limit his movement, dividing his attention between reducing property damage and loss of life. The Kage gave a laughing smirk to the impassive green-eyed man. Compared to Hashirama, the ghost is chicken shit. I will not fail. Oh, I know you won't, because if you do, then you will have nothing left in Waterfall. You will be branded as a defector, so that darkness will not turn to us. If you're so scared of them, why do you want me to kill their leader? Isn't it obvious? To get on Konoha's good side again, the man exclaimed. We kill their enemy and they become our trusted allies. We will be invincible. As you say? The green-eyed Jounin shrugged. I'll take my leave. Make sure you don't come back without that brat's head. There is a sizable bounty on it and I'll give you 60% when you return. Of course. That's what Kakuzu fought for, not for family, for he had none, or for his village, because he couldn't care less, but because he loved money. He was the strongest shinobi of Waterfall for the reason that he loved money over anyone and anything. Oh. Capital Southern Region Main Road. Dark Country. Blood looked up to her teacher as they tramped down the side of a wide tarred road. Sensei? The masked man answered as he genially smiled to those that passed them, hastily giving way for them and bowing deeply. I've noticed you don't like using carriages. Walking is a healthier option, Sue. It's good for your bones and for your heart. Besides, we're not in any particular hurry and it's such a nice day. He waved his hand to the light blue sky and the thick, pillowy clouds floating easily high above them. The air is cool and clean and there isn't much foot traffic because people are stocking up for winter. Only some horse-drawn carriages clacked down the tarred road, carrying purchased items and some families that were moving to other regions of the country, including the capital. The riders in the carriage waved happily at them and the duo replied back with polite waves. Walking gives me a chance to exercise. The option of a carriage had been offered to Naruto and, as usual, he declined and opted to walking the few kilometers to the southern region's boating dock. It's been a while since I've been on a good ol' S-class mission where I can stretch my legs and just, run wild. The masked man sighed. I think leading is making me lazy, Sue. Didn't you go on a mission 2 days ago? His student wondered, looking at her teacher with the same emotionless gaze but with a questioning glint in her eyes. That was barely a challenge. Kill a monk? I can send a genin team to do it and they'll get it done, he snapped his fingers. Just like that. What about the nature chakra man you sensed? I couldn't jeopardize the mission by giving chase. Well, I personally don't think you're getting lazy, Naruto-sensei. Just because leading a whole country was a full-time job didn't mean Naruto didn't set time aside to do an hour or two of some personal training on the weekend. If you want, we can spar after the meeting with the foreman. I came up with this technique that I'm positive will land on you. Her red eyes burned with determination and her master chuckled, playfully tousling her painstakingly combed white hair. Oh really? Tell me all about it? The woman turned to him with a sharp smirk. No. Ah. We spar, then I'll tell you. She looked back to the path ahead and her hands, hidden under the wide, long sleeve of her dark country ninja cloak, tapped her sides aimlessly. That's not gonna work on me again. The man laughed lightly with his eyes closed, jabbing his student's rib and waggling his eyebrows. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? He poked her side. Huh, he poked again. Huh, he jabbed again. Huh? Sensei, stop. I'm not telling you. Sueki said with finality, a smile just barely wiggling on her red lips. Her cheeks threatened to color at the adoring looks from those passing by, but the vampire maintained composure. She tilted her chin up, walked half a step before her master and refused eye contact with the tittering blonde. Are you sure? Naruto asked slowly. The woman bit her bottom lip and her fists closed tightly, shaking at her sides. Her mind was torn between two sides, the indecision almost showed on her pale face. Sometimes she felt like Naruto knew how much of an effect he had on her, with the way he always teased her, always poked her, always patted her head, always incessantly prodded her for her secret attacks and defense she came up with on her own. This had happened a number of times. She came up with a new move to defeat her teacher, she would make the mistake of telling him before they got to the training ground and then she would ultimately spill the beans and ruin her chance of beating him, or at the very least getting in a single tag. It was technically cheating on his part, because no one could get a rise out of her than her teacher, but it was worth it to hear him praise her intuition after explaining the finer intricacies of her plans and attacks. Ugh. Thinking about the praise made the confident Black Ops Kunoichi stumble once in her step, worrying a few people sitting in carriages. He would pat her head, smile at her and tell her that he was proud of her. Damn it. Her master always had a way to weasel words out of her mouth, leaving her a rattled mess even though he didn't touch her. Hell, the only secret she kept, which she assumed he knew but was denying, was that she loved him. He knew now, but still. A part of her mind wondered if there was anything about her that Naruto didn't know. Naruto chirped with a sparkle in his eyes. His playful voice slithered back into her mind. She cursed herself and slid back to his side, her hands coming up to give a small demonstration. Okay. It goes like this dash. My lord Naruto. Naruto's head snapped away from his shaking student and looked back to the approaching DC operative. The people walking on his side of the road cleared a path and the man skidded to a halt before them, falling onto a knee. 5 more DC ninjas gave Naruto and Sueki a wide berth to listen to the emergency. He said in a hushed tone. Kakuzu of Waterfall is trying to breach the northern border as we speak. Naruto perked up. What a coincidence. Sueki and I were just talking about how I'm getting lazy. The Hogo man blinked owlishly at his leader, confused. Tell them to direct Kakuzu somewhere clear, away from the dark forest. I'll be there in a minute. Roger, sir. The man saluted, still confused that their precious commander would think that he was lazy, with all the constant traveling he did around the country. He plucked a walkie-talkie out of a holster and buzzed their leader's orders into it to the team holding the high A-rank ninja back. You can tell me your secret attack later, Sue. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Let's go. Pumph. And they were gone in a small burst of black smoke. Chapter 12. That's enough. Those words echoed through the air like a death bell, freezing all in their tracks and rooting them to the ground. Kakuzu felt a chill run through his entire body and his fingers twitched, still holding the face of a defiant Hogo Kunoichi he was about to kill with a well-placed water bullet to her forehead. Blue eyes shone brightly from directly behind him. Fast. The man thought as Naruto stood behind him, fully clad in his leader's cloak and his wide-brimmed hat. How did he get behind me? The man asked himself, frozen in place from the presence of death himself looming over his shoulder. The man's green eyes flicked back, catching as the masked assassin seemed to grow 5 feet taller and draped from head to toe in darkness, leaving only his chilling eyes to glimmer down at him, shaded with anger and madness. How didn't I sense him? His eyes darkened fractionally, then the corners turned up slightly as the blonde saw the scattered bodies around the waterfall ninja. Naruto whistled. Wow, you really are as strong as they say. The ghost chuckled darkly, rising higher and spreading his presence around the broken battlefield. The DC medics rushed about, unfeeling of the killer intent of their leader, as it wasn't directed at them, and hefted the injured back to the village. One brave medic approached Kakuzu and wrenched the gasping mole summoning kunoichi out of his hand, giving the man a hateful glare and skittering back as the blue eyes of their leader briefly trained on her, warning her to leave. Kakuzu couldn't move. Kakuzu couldn't breathe. Ack. He wheezed as an invisible stone settled in his throat and on his chest. Naruto laughed, his voice deeper and more demonic and his glowing blue yes radiating pleasure. His body radiated with killer intent, strong enough to dig Kakuzu's feet into the ground to his ankles. It takes a lot to beat my defense corp, and for that I applaud your determination. But, what I don't like. He placed a hand on Kakuzu's shoulder, a light, gentle hand, and the green-eyed ninja's knees immediately slammed into the ground. Is how you went about trying to get my attention. Kakuzu grit his teeth painfully and grunted. It worked, didn't it? Naruto's terrifying eyes closed as he smiled. It certainly did. Naruto's hand left Kakuzu's shoulder and the killer intent rushed back into Naruto's body. Thick black smoke flooded past Kakuzu and into the ghost, who was reducing to his normal size and normal clothing. I will give you one chance to get my bounty, Kakuzu. If you fail, I will not only kill you but I will have Waterfall's population. Whether you're acting on your own devices or not. All it took was one order. His ninjas would gladly do it. None of his allies were allied to Waterfall anyway. The man casually walked before the kneeling bounty hunter, removing his cloak and his hat and handing it to his assistant, Sueki. Try and flee and I will give chase. You should pray you have already killed yourself before I catch you. Ha, ha, you don't seem so tough. The green-eyed ninja grunted, staggering back to his feet. Naruto raised an eyebrow and hummed. Oh? I was the one that pushed Hashirama to the brink. He jabbed his chest proudly. That wasn't what I heard. Naruto said. I heard he hit you around and you ran away with your tail between your legs. Lies. Calm down, fighting me while you're so riled won't do you any good. Don't talk to me like that, I'm older than you. A new batch of Defense Corp ninjas sped out of the gates and assembled around them, creating a clean, wide circle. Age means nothing when you anger the wrong person, you're supposed to be smarter than that. Naruto tutade, talking like a teacher reprimanding a student. Sueki stood taller at that, keeping her hands out and holding her master's neatly folded robe and hat. Naruto didn't show an ounce of anger to Kakuzu, not compared to the blue-eyed harbinger of death that had been behind him, and for that Kakuzu was pissed. You're looking down on me. On the contrary, I expect a lot from you, Waterfall shinobi. Naruto looked around with dull eyes at the DC ninjas that had formed the circle around them. You say you pushed Hashirama to the brink and I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, only as long as you push me to the brink too. Easy. The man said and held up his fists in a fighting style, his jounin flak jacket warbled with activity. You'll be dead before you know it. I like your confidence. Sueki leaned into her teacher and whispered, eyeing Kakuzu warily. I smell 5 different hearts in him besides for his own, each one is a different blood type. Is that so? The Jiangu bloodline huh? Naruto mumbled. So, he's not likely to die after one hit? That's great. The vampire bowed and shuffled backwards into the circle. Kakuzu watched her attentively. I'll get her bounty too? One thing at a time, Waterfall shinobi. You need to kill me first. Naruto waved off the question flippantly, and at the end of his sentence his tone took a small, dark dip and he glowered menacingly to the man across from me. Then, just like that, his eyes flicked back to genial. Now show me that strength you've been talking so much about. The Waterfall ninja stared at Naruto, waiting for him to enter one fighting style so that he, Kakuzu, could read it and find holes, but his eyebrows shot up into his hairline when, after 10 seconds, Naruto still had his hands at his sides and was leaning back lazily, looking back at him with an intrigued look. Well? The greedy shinobi could see holes all over Naruto's form. All over him. He grinned under his mask and switched his fighting style to something stronger and faster, pushing his right fist forward, his left fist slightly back, his back slouched, his legs and shoulder width and bent. Interesting choice, falling meteor fist, I haven't seen that in years. Sueki eagerly jotted down his words as soon as she sealed his clothing and unsealed her jotter and pen. The style used fire chakra on the user's knuckles to scorch the target with each fast, heavy blow, whittling them down to ash. It was a very explosive fighting style. And true to his words, Kakuzu's fists faintly glowed red. The war veteran remembered fighting a whole wave of Star Country ninjas that used that fighting style. He hadn't bothered to learn it but he knew a few nifty counter moves. Naruto cocked his head to the side and a blow blazed past his face. Humph! A column of fire exploded from his fist and the ninjas behind their leader hastily flashed through hand seals. Hidden art, clay release, impregnable terracotta fortress, the clay rose up from the ground and formed a wall before them. The fire slammed into the wall and baked it black, cracking it. The wall fell down as soon as the fire subsided, but then they saw Kakuzu, sporting a black eye and a bleeding ear, leaping backwards, away from their master. What the dash? Those that had not been blocked by the wall could just barely keep up to what happened. After narrowly dodging the blow, Naruto's fists jabbed the man's flak jacket protected belly 4 times, his left fist came back and sent a jarring left hook across his face, bursting Kakuzu's right eardrums and darkening his right eye and, when the older man was dazed by the 5-second fast succession of punches, Naruto reared his right fist back and let the straight punch dig into Kakuzu's face. The man tumbled onto his back, managed to roll back to his feet and skip away from the stationary ghost, as the other man followed his movements with raptly interested eyes, as if he still eagerly expected Kakuzu to pull a monumental secret skill out of his pocket. The ninjas erupted into hearty cheers at the sequence of attacks. Fuck. Kakuzu swore under his breath. I couldn't even see them coming. His ear bled freely and his rattled jaw throbbed painfully. His stomach rumbled dangerously, still feeling the 4 fist marks deep in his gut. That was when blood and black thread rushed out of his masked mouth and he doubled over, grabbing his stomach. The human body could not accommodate 5 additional human hearts, so the 5 hearts of his 5 former victims were located at the forefront of his body, a bit outside of his stomach but still under his flak jacket, hidden from view and detection. The 4 blows the leader of darkness had given him had burst 4 of those hearts, them being nerve jabs, and leaving him with just his fire heart and his birth heart. Black thread flailed and writhed madly in his head and out of his mouth. He looked up at the man that had thrown his body and his bloodline against him, black thread spilling out of his right eye. Naruto took 2 steps forward. Tzzt. And Kakuzu found a knee in his midsection. Blood arced out of his mouth as he flew backwards, only to be caught by his nose and dragged back to Naruto. The blonde twisted Kakuzu's nose and used his other hand to lay waste to the bounty hunter's torso, peppering it with punches. Naruto released the man's nose and stepped back, nonchalantly walking around the man's form as he thrashed to get back to his feet. He muttered as his eyes flashed white with dangerous energy and black smoke wafted off his pale form. Hidden art, lightning release, blink 1-2 step. The black markings on his arms briefly hummed with life and his black painted nails ebbed with wispy smoke, barely even seen. Want to see something cool? Naruto asked. Kakuzu hopped back to his feet and surged to Naruto again, his fists burning red with fire. Water release, snake egg torture technique. He bent out of the way of a fire-coated fist, forced the arm to point upwards so that the pillar of fire harmlessly roared into the air, plunged his fist into Kakuzu's face and exhaled. A water moccasin made out of water shot out of his masked mouth and bit down on Kakuzu's forehead, wrapping its body around the man and covering his whole head with water. The bounty hunter fell onto the ground with the fist still digging into his face and mistakenly gasped, inhaling some of the water. Orochimaru had been the one that taught Naruto that jutsu. The snake summoner's custom snake was a python while Naruto got a water moccasin. The water the bounty hunter inhaled went down his throat and entered his lungs, retaining the form of drop-like eggs and settling themselves in every part of Kakuzu's lung. Kakuzu coughed in agony as a result, swallowing some more water snake eggs. The process is very painful, Waterfall shinobi. Your Jiangu bloodline is ineffective against internal asphyxiation. Naruto commented as he removed his fist from the man's face, slipping it out of the water snake wrapped around the down ninja's head. If only you had used a more sensible means of coming for my bounty, I would have given you a swift, relatively painless death. The man choked, clawing at his neck and his chest in excruciating pain, hacking and wheezing for precious air. He bent down and said in a low, demonic voice, "There is no dignity for the damned." He chuckled evilly as Kakuzu scratched at Naruto's sandaled feet, struggling with shaking arms to lift himself up and at least deliver a blow to the blonde, but Naruto shook his head with a smile. The moccasin hissed and tightened its hold, laying more water eggs in Kakuzu's mouth. His writhing became weaker and his skin began to pale, his limbs lost their energy and he tasted iron. His body racked in the throes of death. His iris dilated and constricted wildly, before settling on dilated. He coughed once more. Then he died. Naruto watched on gleefully, then he placed his pointer and middle finger on the man's neck, dispelling his water snake. He was satisfied to not feel any pulse. He straightened up and waved for his ninjas to go about their functions, discarding the body into the dark forest for the wild animals to eat. Sueki approached him and Naruto said to her, "Gather your operatives and tell them we move out to Waterfall right now." A gleam entered Sueki's red eyes. She tapped the BLAK seal on her upper arm, sending 5 pulses of chakra into the tattoo. She got 2 pulses back and she pulled down her long sleeve. Done. The white-haired vampire then fell down on her right knee and presented her master with his grotesquely grinning mask. 50 black operatives shimmered into existence behind their subserviently kneeling BLAK commander, all also on their knees and with their left fists on their chests. Naruto smiled at their neatly arranged formation, looked away, taking off his half-mask and sliding his grinning mask over his head, hiding his blonde hair and the rest of his face. The leader of Darkness's blue eyes glowed from under his mask. Oh. Blood, 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 blood. The massacre would not only echo through the history of the country but, when discovered years later, would drive fear into the souls of the rest of the people on the continent. The first thing they did was count the number of people in the village. Well, no. The first thing they did was murder the gatekeepers. Then they swept around the borders and systematically cut down any living being they saw, thus surrounding the village, and then they stole the identities of the dead shinobi, using their chakra to allow them entry through the Waterfall village's natural defenses. There were 2 ways into the village and the 50 stormed in through both. The shadows of the country of assassins spared no one. True to their master's words, the deathly loyal group of ninjas killed half of the people in the village, wetting the floor with blood and scarring anyone unfortunate enough to see them commit the deed. Most of them weren't even sure what happened. One moment they were talking to their friends and their families, and the next they were in the middle of a bloodbath, the culprits darting through the shadows with their blood-soaked weapons. Thunk thunk thunk. Arrows rained down from a shadow high above the cave, skewering through 3 people, shooting out of their bodies, clanging against the cobbled floor and slicing through the hearts of 3 more people. Ie. A tormented voice wailed, finally signaling the death raining down from out of nowhere. The silence itself had been foreboding, but now, as some of them saw shuriken whistle out from an alley and open up the throats of another group of people, panic ensued. The exits were blocked. They were being picked off like cattle. The village didn't have any allies to worry about, and their country's daimyo was a weak-willed man that cowered away from confrontation. Any village that heard of the massacre would be wary of overstepping Dark Country's border or harming the people, including allies. Naruto was ready for the angered letters from country leaders and maybe a few kage. Deciding on the retaliatory strike didn't take Naruto more than 2 seconds. Mass genocide felt fitting for Kakuzu's attack on his border. Sueki flowed past a couple in a flurry of darkness, leaving behind a single senbon stabbed deep in the man's side, and rushed to her next target. The man's eyes turned dark red with the vampire's blood, and he turned to his wife, growling like a demented beast. Honey, the woman asked hesitantly, not knowing or sensing the vampire that had just passed them. What's wrong? The man grabbed her neck and proceeded to squeeze the life out of her. When he was done, he removed the senbon and pushed it into his ear. Phoenix dropped down from the roof of a building, landed before a fleeing woman and jammed her fingers into her chest, where her heart was, and subsequently set it on fire. She stumbled over some blood flowing on the ground and landed on her face. "Act disgusting," she commented. A pair of feet entered her line of sight and she looked up. Panda stared down at her for a moment, then he presented his left hand to her. She took it gratefully and hefted herself up. "Thanks. Try not to do something so unsightly next time," the ink user said as he attached a small bomb onto the back of a man speeding past him without looking away from his teammate. "Lord Leader is here with us. We must be on our best behavior." Phoenix watched as the bomb went off, taking off the head of the victim. She scratched the back of her head. "Yeah, I'm just so nervous. I want to impress him, you know." "Don't forget your training," Panda said and slipped past her. She turned around and he was already gone, leaving to somewhere else to bring death and mayhem. "Don't forget your training," the bronze-skinned Kamuri mimicked in frustration. "Spoiled sport." She leaped up onto the roof and kept her ear out as her deputy captain counted down how many people needed to be killed as they were being killed. She spotted her leader walking out of the office building of the Waterfall village. The masked man's fingers were threaded through the hair of the Waterfall leader's thin hair. The man's decapitated head was twisted in agony as the master of Dark Country easily walked away from the blood-soaked building, where the people inside had all been mercilessly killed. Phoenix tripped as she made to leap onto another building to get a better look and fell off the single-story building, face planting into the sopping wet ground. "Ugh, again?" Naruto stood on a crate in the town square and scratched the chin of his mask. Some of his ninjas were milling around him in silently warbling mass of darkness, their clothes meshing with each other and the dim light cast by the recent massacre. "Gather round! Gather round!" Wasp yelled from his place atop a building, perched and looking down with rapture at his leader. "Master wants to say something." The other BLAK operatives not surging around their most important master corralled the remaining half of the population, forcing them onto their knees in compulsory subservience before the masked leader of the darkness. The people cried desperately as ninjas clad in black clothing hovered about them. Wisely enough, the ninja population was cut down more than half and the civilians were spared for the most part. They quieted down when a 7-foot-tall black ops wearing a lion mask bellowed for silence. I don't care about justifying this attack. Naruto began, swinging the decapitated head without a care in the world. In my profession, justifying murder is too troublesome. Just know that your leader brought this on all of you. He waved the head and people moaned pitifully at the terrifyingly twisted man's face. Bent and bloodied like his face had been repeatedly hit on the corner of his desk and then he had summarily been decapitated with a rusty spoon. He looked like he had suffered before he was granted death. Naruto's crystal blue eyes searched through the crowd, then he threw the head at a seemingly normal man. You! Black Kunoichi Squirrel pushed through the kneeling people and yanked the man onto his feet. He was in a Chunin flak jacket. You'll be the new leader of Waterfall. Congratulations. The ninja's knees knocked against each other as Squirrel shoved the head of the former leader into his arms and banged him back down onto his knees. Quite the promotion, right guys? He was met with silence. Lion snarled and they all bobbed their heads. There we go. Naruto said as laughter glittered in his cerulean eyes. Now, I don't want any of you retaliating, okay? Or else we'll come back and finish the job. He lifted his arms and shrugged airily. This is the price you all pay for your leader's stupidity. He hopped off the crate and the Black operatives around him dropped onto their knees, bowing their heads. They made a path for him as he made his way to the front entrance to the village. Some followed after him in billows of darkness and speed, hopping and jumping ahead of him to ensure no one from outside was dumb enough to attack. It was funny because there was no one outside. They were all dead. Naruto faltered in his steps and turned around saying, "Also, we're taking half of the money in your reserves and half of any valuables we can find. Hope you all don't mind." He didn't wait for a reply, only walking out of the devastated village as the ninjas that remained behind looted exactly half of any of Waterfall's valuables they found. This included natural resources whether already taken out of the earth or not important documents of investments across their border, jutsu scrolls, old books, new books, jewelry, and so much more. Ketsueki, the only student of the Ghost and the Black commander, was busy in the Waterfall leader's office, stashing stack after stack of Ryu notes into storage seals, counting up to tens of millions. 11:12 a.m. The Hokage's office. Hokage Tower. Konoha. Danzo scoffed as the receptionist frantically beckoned him to wait before he could enter the Hokage's office. "Unhand me, woman." He spat and wrenched his hand out of her grip, narrowing his eyes at the fearful civilian. "Lord Danzo, there is already a meeting going on inside As far as I know, every meeting that goes on in the Hokage's office concerns me." Now, he pushed open the door and the sandame to him, removing his eyes from his toad summoning student. "Hiruzen." "Ah, yes, Danzo. I'll be with you in a minute." The man replied the frosty greeting and the crippled war hawk shuffled into the office, making sure to close the door after him and taking a seat before the desk, next to Jeriah. "I meant in the You are the one that summoned me here, Hiruzen." Danzo said down to his old rival. "I was busy with my duties." "Of course," the third said in a hard voice, restraining his frustration. He returned his attention to his white-haired student. "You were saying? It's only a matter of time before darkness finds out about him, Hiruzen-sensei. Maybe they already have and are mobilizing their men to come and kidnap him. All I ask is that he be given 24-hour security, hidden, of course, unless he is with me. We cannot allow them to take this chance from us. I am still yet to believe that the look-alike is worth the trouble. He is a prodigy, sensei. You've said that already. The Kurama, they could have relayed his existence to their master already, we might even have a mole in our midst." Jeriah said and Danzo didn't break character, stonily blinking at both men as they conversed. "He has the drive to kill the ghost. We all do." Danzo interrupted and his eyes darkened. "Every single one of us desires to kill the ghost. You have to believe me, sensei." Jeriah continued, as if Danzo had not spoken. "This kid could be the strongest, most fastest Kage in all of history. He could even be faster than Lord Tobirama. I can't always be around to teach or protect him until he can take care of himself. All I ask is for us all to look after him. Listen to me, Jeriah," the sandame said in a strong voice. "I will not spare any of my ninjas to look after that lookalike until you give me proof he is worth any of our time. But I showed you the results of his IQ test." The toad summoner stammered, pushing forward a few pieces of paper to the man, showing the above 250 result of the Namikaze. This result placed him above the mental capability of a Chunin Nara. He passed the entrance examination with flying colors, Orochimaru marked it himself. The man hummed in displeasure. You said you want to teach him Fuinjutsu, correct? Hi. Make him reach level 4 by the end of next year dash. That's impossible. Is he not a prodigy? Hiruzen mocked with a twisted smirk. If he reaches level 4 by the end of next year, then I can dispatch my ninjas to watch him while he sleeps. That means, I have to protect him myself. The younger ninja muttered in disbelief. But, I have to go on missions, my spy network. I guess you have to juggle both of them. Hiruzen shrugged. Jeriah's eyes narrowed and a rebuke burned hot on his lips. If Orochimaru had come to him with this gem, then their teacher won't even wait before the snake finished before giving him what he wanted. He stood up abruptly and grated. Fine. Take these with you. The third said and looked down at the scattered IQ result and the exam result. Jeriah collected his things and stomped to the door, closing it and giving both older ninjas their privacy. Who was he referring to? Hiruzen. The Sandaime felt a vain throb on his forehead at his rival continuously calling him by his name and not by his well-earned title. Minato Namikaze. Danzo's mind turned and he wondered aloud. How have I never heard of him if he is supposed to be a prodigy? The brat spends his time holed up somewhere in the library or on the mountain, no one sees him much. But that didn't stop people from hating him when they did see him. I'm surprised you don't know about him, Danzo. I've been busy gathering information from Danzo's library, sending the Root to look into the state of things in Konoha and ordering them to compile their findings while he looked into Root's past missions. In truth, the one-eyed man hadn't been out of Root HQ for days and the dying War Hawk hadn't seen Minato's existence as any sort of priority. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the short reply. Apparently you have. Why am I here, Hiruzen? I want you to shut down Root. Danzo didn't change expression at the statement. The Sandaime perched his elbows onto the desk and laced his fingers under his head, staring down his old friend. Now, how did you find out? I've known all along, old friend. I just decided to keep quiet about it, but now your actions are becoming too dangerous. With how darkness is becoming a threat, we need to prioritize them over an imminent invasion from other, angry nations. Your operation is becoming too large and you've involved orphans, Danzo. Orphans. You speak like you even care about them. Danzo fired back, taking Hiruzen by surprise. I gave them a proper home and a definite goal to reach for. They are children. I should be saying that to you, old friend. Look at the state of the orphanage and come back to me for sympathy. Danzo hissed with fractionally narrowed eyes. You don't understand, I am their hope when you let them down. I am their purpose when you gave them none. He stood up from his seat in outrage and Hiruzen remained seated, his hair casting a shadow over his eyes. Protecting the leaf is all I care about. I can't expect you to understand. Shut it down, Danzo, or I will. Danzo tipped his chin up and looked down at the festering Kage. The one-eyed man felt like he had hit a sore spot with his last statement, so he prodded it harder. You will never understand caring for the great tree, not like I do. Take it all down. I will not repeat myself. Fine. Danzo turned on his heel and walked out of the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi spent the next hour staring into space, idly puffing on a cigarette. While on his way out of the Hokage's tower, Danzo mentally fist-bumped himself at his performance. Of course he wasn't going to shut down Root. His mind then went to Minato Namikaze and what he was to do with him. 1:33 p.m. Dark Country Port. Dark Country. Tomorrow will be our last voyage out of the country. It's to drop off a shipment of tobacco to Uzushio and bring back some logs of wood. Routine stuff. The foreman shrugged. Routine stuff? Naruto asked, flicking his eyes up from the list of shipments that year, as had already been submitted to the bank. The man nodded. Routine stuff. It is by far the easiest and quickest job we have here, sir. It won't take us more than, 8 hours, 3 hours to go, 2 hours to offload and load up the ship and 3 hours to return. We only need 3 ships to do that. You can be rest assured, my lord, that we will be back before tomorrow. Good. Naruto snapped the bull shut and passed it back to the foreman. By tomorrow I want all ships docked and accounted for. Report your return to the bank so Director Amara can properly secure the boats before the snowstorm. Of course, boss. The foreman of Naruto's ships was delegated authority, from Naruto, through the council, to commandeer a fleet of 15 ships. The transportation of goods and services as well as human passengers was classified under the Trade Department of the Civilian Division. Naruto got up, the foreman hurriedly got up as well, and left the office, trudging down the planks and landing on the dock. The duo had to rush home and take a quick shower to wash off the stink of blood from their bodies. Naruto's plan for that day was to compress a whole week of winter preparation duties into one day so that his week would be more open, giving him the chance to properly acquaint Kushina into darkness. Sueki, as the BLAK commander, was never truly off-duty, for her duties also encompassed border security and maintaining connection with her Black Ops spies in other nations and ensuring the safety of dark citizens that lived in non-allied locations. Not to say that she had enough ninjas to keep a constant watch on them, but they were tasked to check up on them from time to time, albeit in secret. Oh. Dark Country Retirement Home. Western Region. Dark Country. Please, sir, you don't have to stand. Naruto insisted, taking a seat next to the 115-year-old man that had wanted to stagger to his feet and salute his leader. The dark leader smiled at the man, who squinted hard to get a good look at the younger man's face. How have you been? Well, the man coughed and shakily wiped his bottom lip with the back of his hand. It's gettin' cold, but I'm doin' fine. I'm glad to hear that. My grand-nephew was here a few minutes ago, you just missed him. Don't worry about him, I'm here to see you, Naruto said, lightly patting the back of the man's hand, saying to the other elders in the retirement home. I'm here to see all of you. Make sure this winter won't be too hard, you know. Isn't he a sweetheart? A woman in her late 90s, seated at another table, cooed. Easy there, Rin. Another lady seated on the same table said, slyly sending a look to their sweat-dropping leader and his student. He already has a sweetheart. I know, the first woman waved off, scoffing and looking down at their game of cards. Don't they look cute? I just want to squish their cute little cheeks. A dark-skinned lady on the other side of the woman called with a wide grin. The old men burst out into laughs and some of the uniformed attendants chuckled under their breath. Naruto rolled his eyes. I'll have you know that Sue is the only one bringing cute to the table. The retired war veterans and retired civilians burst into deep belly laughs, even the over 100-year-old man seated next to Naruto. Naruto motioned to his half-masked face and said, "Nothing about this is cute." An 80-something-year-old man, ex-jounin from the Suzumabachi clan, from what Naruto could guess, grabbed Sueki, who had been silently trying to contain her blush, by her wrist and said, "Look at her. She's all red." The almost emotionless vampire decided to play along with the recreational roomful of elders, clapping her free hand to her cheek and attempting to hide her face. Naruto gestured to her with a larger-than-life smile at the corner of his eyes. "See? Isn't that adorable? But you two are so skinny," a man of a 90-something years old shouted. He was a heavy-set civilian from the Pansasenshi clan. "Stay a while so we can fatten you up." Here, a whole section of the room cheered. They were awfully energetic for old people, Naruto thought with a laugh. My great-grandson is going to have a barbecue to celebrate New Year soon, you can come and eat real food. Another Panther clan member shouted. Oh ho, I'll definitely go. Naruto promised. He stood up and some of them collectively groaned. I'll find time and visit again. This is the most fun I've had in months, kid. These old farts don't know how to liven things up. A Gato man exclaimed. Who are you Callan, old fart, ya old fart? A Chueinku woman returned. You're older than most of us. Naruto snatched Sueki's hand and snuck out as the elders threw light-hearted jabs at each other's age. Naruto quietly clicked the door to the recreational room closed and exhaled in relief. One of the attendants approached them with an apologetic smile. They're only happy you came to see them, Lord Naruto. Oh no, I'd be worried if they didn't joke around. Naruto waved off the apology. He looked at the male attendant with a slight smile. The man was in the light blue short uniform of the retirement house attendant, white trainers, and he had on a pair of thin, circular medicated glasses. He had a head of smooth, gelled-down dark brown hair and murky brown eyes. There was a jagged slash over his throat and a dark burn mark on the right side of his forehead. The former rebel leader looked well. I apologize for not coming more, Musen. Naruto said with a weak shrug. I've been occupied with Dash. Sir, you don't have to apologize. I know how hard it is to lead and I can't blame you for being busy. I'm really just glad that this country is in much better shape under you than I could ever accomplish. Bah, don't say that, you did what you could during the war. You've saved so many people and you gave our people hope when there was none. You're a hero. Naruto's right hand flicked up and formed the dark country hand sign. Corono. The other man copied the sign with a shaky smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the compliment from the other legend. Corono, sir. Naruto dropped the hand sign and fixed the man with a strong look. Are you happy here, Musen? Is this what you really want to do? The bespectacled man nodded and released his own horned hand sign. This is what I've wanted to do, sir. These people sacrificed so much for our country, their bodies, their sanity, and their own lives. I'm only giving them the honor they deserve by taking care of them. The rare Mercury release user gazed forlornly past his leader and to the shut door behind him. I saw, firsthand, what the war was doing to them and sending them out to repel the Royal Clan and Konoha ninjas and IWA ninjas, and it was breaking them. I did what I could to lessen the load, but these guys, they didn't want anyone younger than them going to the front lines. He looked back to Naruto, a glaze over his eyes and a lopsided smile on his lips. They're very stubborn. Naruto had gotten the gist of it long ago. When Muzan became the rebel leader, he had been limited from sending ninjas under the ages of 40 out to do the actual fighting, while those that didn't fall under the senior ninja bracket were to protect the civilians and aid those that wanted to escape the country. Now, most of the ninjas that had helped sustain Dark Country's freedom from Fire Country, Konoha and the Royal Clan were either retired and lived in the catering home or had retired from active duty and relegated themselves to less action-packed functions and jobs. Naruto didn't mind at all that the war veterans had settled in the background, because it allowed those they had fought for to step up and take charge. They were all supportive of their leader and had particularly been vocal in praising the progression of their country. The leader of darkness currently had more shinobi and kunoichi in his active duty roster than there was in the Civil War, and not only were they many but they were also properly trained in the arts of the country and, if they had, of their clan. Muzan was a clanless that had been lucky enough to be born with the deadly bloodline, and he had been a pivotal part of ensuring the Civil War and the Great War didn't run over the country. Naruto patted the man's shoulder and presented his left hand. "Let me know if you need anything, Muzan." Muzan graciously took Naruto's hand with a slight bow, lowering his eyes humbly. He took his leader's left hand with his own. "You have my thanks, Lord Naruto, for everything you've done." "I should be saying that to you." Naruto beamed. He released the retired ninja's hand and walked past him. Sueki went up to Muzan and shook his hand, their left hands grasped, and the vampire bowed to the bespectacled man. She silently retrieved her hand and rushed to her master as he left the retirement home. Oh. By 7 in the evening, they were on the last task both of them wanted to do for that day, and that was grocery shopping and stocking up on food and clothes for the next month and a half. A smoke clone of the leader was slowly pushing forward a trolley of items while the original, not in his robe and hat but in his normal shinobi garb except for his weapons dash, was throwing items into the trolley on one side of the aisle and Sueki was tossing other things into the trolley from the other side. They murmured under their breaths as they read the previously compiled list of things they wanted to purchase, rattling down and ticking what they found as they found it. "Have you found the candles, sensei?" "Yeah, have you seen buckets?" The vampire pursed her lips and scanned the aisle, swiftly moving up and snagging 3 plastic buckets. "Got them." Naruto moved to another section of the supermarket, another clone pulsed out from his back seamlessly and dutifully pushed the cart as it began to fill up. He took one side and Sueki took another. "Kushina's asking for sealing paper, ink and a few quills. Oh, and she wants to change her bedroom carpet. I've already put in the few injutsu things. I can come back here with her tomorrow for the carpet." His student answered as she ticked off a roll of duct tape. "No, I can handle it." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Kushina and I can squeeze in carpet shopping tomorrow. We can pick out some new furniture for her and the house as well." The white-haired woman scratched her chin. "The kitchen sink does need to be changed." "Exactly." Naruto pointed out, grabbing an iron, and his student took an ironing board. "We can sort out what furniture we need tomorrow morning before Kushina and I head out." "All right, if you say so." She looked over her list again and then to the 2 carts, filled with things they had tossed in. "I've got everything on my list." "Same here." The smoke clones made their way to the cashier, passing by fellow late-night shoppers, dumbfounded at seeing 3 of their magnificent leader doing mundane shopping with his dear student. "Lord Naruto, sir," the man at the register exclaimed, bowing as they approached. "Good evening." "Evening. Ring us up, please." The total of the purchases couldn't possibly have fitted in Naruto's wallet, so the leader wrote a check and charged it to his personal account. He looked to Sueki and the woman made a note to check up on the account to see if the supermarket actually cashed in or simply didn't, making their purchases free. Naruto didn't like taking handouts, especially when these handouts could register as losses for the respective businesses. The vampire sealed all of their things into a scroll and tucked it into her pocket, somewhat skipping after her master as he exited the supermarket. "Is there anything else we need to go?" she asked as she noticed a look in his eyes. "Yup, but I'm going alone." Naruto insisted as he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Kushina might still be awake by now and I don't want to burden Suzuki any more than she should." "Okay." She sulked. "I'll wait for you with dinner." "Thank you, Sue." He bent down and pressed his masked mouth against her forehead. She felt a small tingle and a small smile bloomed on her lips. Oh. Dark Country Capital General Hospital. Naruto silently crept through the white-tiled, rigorously cleaned hallway of the 4th floor of the hospital, keeping his presence down so much so he was basically non-existent to those that traipsed down the hall. His shoulders brushed the walls as he stayed out of the way of the doctors and nurses wheeling down injured patients in stretchers and wheelchairs. There were also green gown-wearing patients, shinobi of various rank and clan affiliation, tiredly shuffling down the halls, using as much time made available to them by their physicians to exercise their bodies. The blue-eyed blonde was in the shinobi ward of the hospital, and his eyes dimmed at the number of injured comrades he saw. He recognized a few from some personal encounters. There was a clanless woman that had an arm cast on her right arm that, with as much energy she could muster, ambled down the wide hall to wherever it was she was going. The Chunin had sustained the injury while she was corralling a herd of demon horse back into the dark forest with her comrades. There was a Hogo man that was rolling himself down the hallway on a wheelchair, his feet burnt black by Kakuzu as the man fought to repel the dead near S-rank Waterfall ninja. The leader averted his eyes and kept his frown to himself, making extra sure not to draw attention as he silently stepped past all of them, masterfully utilizing his skills of wiping out his existence as he moved. The masked blonde stopped before a hospital room in the middle side of the hallway that had a silver plaque nailed onto it that read Dr. Yuma Nakamura, medical consultant, written in bold, clear words. Naruto lifted his right fist and paused, his eyebrows lowered as he thought long and hard if he really wanted to do this. He flexed his finger and steeled his gaze. Knock knock knock. He pushed open the door as he heard the muffled call from the other side of the door. The room had cool blue wallpaper and beige-colored carpet, with a single hospital bed placed near the window at the end of the room and a desk on the other side of the room. Behind the desk was a man in his early 30s with short dark purple hair and bright yellow eyes. He was in a doctor's coat and modest, semi-formal clothing under. The man had formerly had his head deep in paperwork until he looked up. He rose onto his feet as he registered the person peeking into the medical consulting room, different from his usual office. "I hope I'm not too early," Naruto said as he entered the office, closing the door mutely and turning back to the doctor. "Of course not, sir, I've cleared most of my appointment for today," he answered truthfully, and Naruto's frown became more pronounced. "That's not good. There could have been someone that needed your help. Your health is my priority and the priority of your people, Lord Naruto." He gestured to the chair before his desk. "Please, sit." Naruto slinked his way to the chair and sat down with a huff. "How may I be of service, my lord?" Yuma asked and leaned forward on his desk, resting his arms and looking intently at the supreme commander of Dark Country, who didn't have on his distinguishing official robe and hat but in an ordinary set of ninja clothing, even with a Dark Country forehead protector wrapped around his forehead. He had been pushing back and postponing this doctor's appointment for years now, both because he was always being called away by his duties and another reason being that he was afraid of what he was going to hear. Sueki only knew that he was going for a regular doctor's appointment. Naruto tapped the side of his head with his index finger. "I've been having headaches. Some days, my eyes burn." Yuma's forehead crinkled. "For how long has this been happening?" "Some years now." Yuma raised an eyebrow, not too amused by how flippantly Naruto treated his health. "Since after Hanzo, maybe 7, 8 years ago. I think." Yuma shifted to what Naruto had done for the throbbing first. "Have you met anyone concerning the headache and eye pain?" "I met Orochimaru after an old friend of mine killed Hanzo." Yuma lifted an eyebrow. As far as he knew, his leader had done much more than anyone else in killing the former Amikage, so any subsequent death should be attributed to Naruto and not anyone else. He put his mind back on track as Naruto went on. But it was because of this, he flashed his grinning maw and replaced his mask back onto his face. Back then, Naruto still strongly hated Konoha, but he had set aside his hate to find out just what was going on with his body. "I didn't tell him about anything else and I didn't let him take samples. I asked if this," he pointed his masked face, "had anything to do with my bloodlines. And he didn't know?" Yuma wasn't fazed in the least by the nightmare that Naruto had flashed him. "He said it might have to do with my lightning release bloodline." Naruto shrugged. "He wanted samples to study, I didn't give him." "Where exactly in your head does it hurt?" "Back of my head." "And you said your eyes burn?" "Some days." Naruto reminded him. "They haven't burned for, 6 months or so. When they do, my vision gets really blurry." "Do you drink alcohol?" "Not for 7 years." "Do you smoke or have you ever smoked?" "No, never." "Have you ever taken hallucinogenic, recreational or performance-enhancing drugs?" "Nope. I won't judge dash." "Ha, I've never taken any of those kinds of drugs." "What about medicated drugs?" "I remember taking cough syrup for a sore throat when I was still learning from Orochimaru." The man had simply given Naruto and left it in his hands to be used at his own discretion. A bit reckless on Orochimaru's part, but the man wasn't one to care for anyone. Technically not medicated, but the guy is a scientist. Would it be fine with you if I run a test on you? Yuma still had some questions. He waved to the hospital bed by the window and Naruto looked at him, his eyes somewhat alarmed. I thought you'd prescribe me some painkillers. I will do no such thing as play with my lord's health. Yuma said in a strong voice, waving to the bed again. Now, please, take a seat there. Naruto's shoulders slumped and he begrudgingly listened to the clanless medical expert, walking to the bed and sitting down. Yuma got up from his desk and, picking a pair of plastic gloves, he stashed them into his doctor's coat and made his way to Naruto. This is merely a routine sweep of your system. Yuma's hands flipped through several hand seals. Medical ninjutsu, full body system check. His hands glowed with green chakra and he slowly held each hand over Naruto's ears, hovering his hands over the blonde's face and moving downwards. He stopped at Naruto's sides and his hands flickered off. He took out a small notepad and wrote inside it with a pencil. Naruto's eyes raptly looked at the man and tried to peer into the pad. What does that mean? Yuma ignored the almost panicked question. He took off Naruto's forehead protector and handed it to the leader. Now, I'm going to scan your head. His hands flowed through a different set of seals and he placed his right palm on Naruto's forehead, holding his left hand to the side of Naruto's head. He hummed with a small frown, shifted the hand on Naruto's forehead to the side and replaced it with his left hand, then soon after moving his right hand to the back of Naruto's head. The medical jutsu flicked off again and the doctor wrote in the pad. Is something wrong? Naruto hadn't particularly been interested in medical ninjutsu, or patient enough to learn it, though he did know basic first aid and he could keep a person alive for some time until professional help arrived. He was completely in the dark with what was happening. Yuma? Describe the pain at the back of your head, Lord Naruto. Throbbing. I see. His next question then threw Naruto off. I heard from a friend that you used a jutsu unique only to you when you fought Hanzo. Yes. What was the name? Silent Night. Can you tell me about it? This would be strictly confidential, right? I swear on my life and on my family's lives that I will not tell another soul of this meeting or of Silent Night. Naruto fixed the man with a long, hard look. Then he told the good doctor about his ultimate ninja technique. Yuma couldn't have looked any surprised. He inclined his head and muttered. Truly magnificent, my lord. To be able to do that is awe-inspiring. It solidified his view of Naruto, who now stood at the pinnacle of ninja capabilities. Naruto could perform the jutsu better now, seeing as he was older and wiser. Compared to when he was 17 and now that he was 24, his ultimate technique dwarfed anything his younger version could ever do. I've only done it once. Did you know the risks? My friends were in trouble, I couldn't care less about the risks. Before, Naruto had only come up with the ultimate technique in theory. He was at least smart enough not to play with the power and speed Silent Night gave him. Does it have to do with my headaches? Hi, for your face and skin as well. Naruto's eyes furrowed at the quick addition. Your face, burnt off. Naruto rubbed his eyes and groaned. I thought so. The good news is that Silent Night isn't killing you, your body is in great shape and your organs are functioning properly. Your skin cells however are not healing or replicating as quickly as they are supposed to. This doesn't mean your skin is falling off or you're going to bruise easily and it certainly won't hinder your daily activities, it just means that you will have to be extra careful not to give yourself chakra-based injuries. From what I could detect, you've had it for years and you've done well in maintaining your skin condition. Naruto exhaled in relief, feeling somehow undecided on how to feel about being told he more or less had a non-transmittable skin condition. There wasn't any discoloration on his paper-pale skin and the doctor didn't anticipate any major change until much later in Naruto's life. But if you use it again, one of three things might happen. He lifted one finger. Your brain will shut down once you deactivate Silent Night, meaning Naruto would be irreversibly brain dead but still very much alive. Another finger joined the first. All the skin on your body will burn off, a third finger went up. Or you'll die. I haven't had any reason to use it in years. Because, and Naruto didn't want to seem cocky by saying this, he was ridiculously powerful without using Silent Night. That's good to hear, sir. He went to the drug cabinet and retrieved a small container of pills. He walked back to his leader and gave it to him. This should ease up the headaches. It should also help deal with your eye pains, but if they persist then, I might have to prescribe you glasses. I have to ask you for a blood and chakra sample so that we can come up with a lasting cure for your headaches and your eyes. He saw Naruto's eyes narrow. Our laboratory is very reliable. It's not that I don't trust you or your laboratory. I only want this meeting to be kept a secret. The very last thing he wanted was for any one of his people worrying about him or his health. They were already treating him delicately, going about him and doing things for him that he could definitely do by himself. If they discovered his headache, then that pampering and care for him would multiply by 100. You'll be using an alias. No one will find out, he pointed to the container and said. Take them once a day in the morning, and if you ever feel your headache again, then come back here and I'll give you something stronger. And again, if you still feel your eyes burn even after taking this drug, then I will have to prescribe you glasses until we find a lasting cure. I'd also prefer it if you came by for a checkup at least once a week. I understand. Naruto held out his right arm and the man drew out blood from his arm. The leader placed his pointer and middle finger on a small scroll and pushed his chakra into it, filling it halfway. The chakra storage seal blackened slightly and Naruto looked to the man, remembering how dangerous his lightning and water affinity chakra was to anyone but him. My chakra is very volatile. I'll be very careful. No one that could use Silent Night should ever have normal chakra in the first place. I'll keep you updated. Thanks for this, Yuma. Naruto said with a smile, hopping off the bed. It's an honor to help in any way I can. Yuma bowed. My sister tells me that Kushina Uzumaki was sorted into her class for next year. Class 1B. Yeah, she's been pestering her mother for a while now. Yuma's twin sister, Yumi Nakamura, was a teacher in the ninja academy. She also says that Kushina has an affinity for Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu. Like most Uzumaki. Naruto said and moved to the door. She's got potential to be a monster on the field. Yuma and Yumi had an older brother that was an active Jounin sensei in the Dark Country roster, who was charged to teach Suzui Uzumaki's Team 20. The Nakamura siblings were fairly established in the country and their parents had opened a hair salon in the southern region, where there was still an abundance of completed though unused buildings and open land, similar to the free-ranging space in the other regions plus the capital. Yuma nodded, dropping the scroll and the blood sample onto the desk. Let's hope, sir. Naruto left the hospital as soundlessly as he had entered. Chapter 13. It was another average morning in the leader's household. Naruto opened the door to his shared bedroom and walked out. He was dressed in his shinobi gear of a dark gray short-sleeved shirt, black combat pants, black sandals with white soles. The short-sleeved shirt showed the black line markings running down his arms and leaking into his fingernails, which was body art that had surfaced on his skin once he fully unlocked his dual bloodlines of lightning release and smoke release. Over the leader's torso was a black flak jacket with a white collar and a large Dark Country symbol drawn on his back also in white. All Jounin of the country wore the same black and white colored flak jacket. The Chunin only had a different design but not a different color. On his forehead was a gleaming forehead protector and the ends of the black cloth trailed down to neck. The man mussed up his shaggy blonde hair and adjusted his half-mask as he stepped to his ward's bedroom door. His cerulean eyes gleamed as he knocked on Kushina's door. Kushina? He got no answer. He knocked again and pressed his ear to the door, listening. Are you ready? Kushina ground to a halt from her mad dash into her wardrobe from her bed. Her neck snapped to the door and her eyes were frantically wide. The poor girl was still in her underwear. She looked about the war zone that was her room. Her clothes were strewn around, her bed was in disarray, her things were cluttered everywhere and her wardrobe door was thrown open, letting out the tidal wave of clothes she had inside, some of which were on hangers, some looked to have formerly been folded and others were crumpled beyond recognition. Naruto knocked again. Kushina? Are you okay? He tested the knob. It was locked. He prepared to ram his shoulder into the door. Kushina? The girl leaped over a mountain of dresses and pushed against the door. She squeaked. In a minute. Naruto's eyebrows raised and he released the doorknob. He wasn't a natural sensor, he could sense only consciously and with effort, so as an assassin he had to rely mostly on his 5 original sensory organs. His eyes narrowed fractionally as he detected the panic in her voice. If she was in danger, he and the girl already had a code to let each other know. Be down in 5 minutes, okay? Okay. The man shrugged and trooped down the stairs, floating towards the mouth-watering smell of fried bacon and freshly brewed coffee. Inside the room, Kushina grabbed her hair and looked about, wondering where it had all gone wrong. She had it all planned out, the clothes she would wear for her day with Lord Naruto, her shoes and the headband her mother said looked cute on her, all arranged from the day before. Then second thoughts hit her as she came out of the shower. She stared at her clothes for a good hour, wondering if they would nice and presentable enough for her crush. She had been awake since 5 in the morning, 30 whole minutes before Naruto and Sueki had gotten up, and now both of her seniors were downstairs, about to eat breakfast and she was still up in her room, not ready. Kushina groaned in dismay and her shoulders slumped. For minutes later, she ambled down the stair in a dark red and black dress that reached her knees and black shorts underneath with blue sandals. She had a gray bandana around her neck and her straight red hair looked somewhat disheveled but still neat. Naruto looked up with a mouthful of toast and smiled brightly. "Good morning." Kushina greeted dully and Naruto's mood dimmed a little. "Something wrong?" Kushina stared down at the plate of bacon Sueki swept before her and she plucked a fork from the side of the plate. "You're not feeling well?" "No, I'm okay." Naruto regarded her skeptically. "If you're sick, we can always push this for another day dash." "No!" Kushina exclaimed, even making the vampire and her teacher jump in surprise. The redhead blushed down not her plate and stuffed her mouth with food, muffling. Please. Today, please. Don't talk with your mouth full." Sueki tooted as she returned to the kitchen. The girl swallowed thickly, forcing the lump of food down her throat. "Sorry." The blonde leader wavered in his seat, then he said. "Well, today is gonna be really great, we've got a lot of places to check out. Your mom said she won't be able to come until next year but that doesn't mean we can't have fun without her." Naruto sipped his black coffee and smacked his lips, saying. "She will come and see you next year though, for the entrance ceremony." Naruto's eyes smiled humorously. "She wants to take lots of pictures." "Cool." The girl mumbled into her plate, hiding her excitement. But Naruto saw it and he hummed out a pleased smile. Sueki only ate 2 pieces of toast and drank her lemon tea before she dropped the dishes into the sink. "Those IWA ninjas are getting braver." Her red eyes flicked to the child on the other end of the table and she said in quiet voice. "I'm going to kill some." Technically, prodding at their border by foreign, unallied shinobi settlements for surveillance purposes and supposedly not to cause harm fell under the authority of the Defense Corps and until the threat became too violent to contain would the BLAK come in to support, mainly by infiltrating the threatening village and making a statement for the head of said village to command their forces away from dark territory. Naruto's eyebrows quirked at her statement, because the prodding of IWA ninjas hadn't resulted in injury or the loss of lives of either their ninjas or their civilians, hence no need to bring in the big guns, per se. Killing unallied ninjas skimming their borders was only an extreme command that Naruto alone could make, and he had made that command after the Tsuchikage had sent back his warning letter to keep the hell away from his border or face hell without so much as a reply. Director Makoto, of the Northern Region's Defense Corporation, wants my men to send the message over to the Tsuchikage. DC operatives were to remain within the country unless they had no other option but to leave and the mission was too delicate to give an average Jounin squad. BLAK left no room for chance and thus they scarcely, if ever, fell short during such a mission. Naruto checked Kushina and the girl was too busy scarfing down her bacon to pay attention to them. "Give me the Tsuchikage's reply tomorrow." That man was taking Naruto and his country for a bunch of cowards. A simple message to leave his borders was ignored and sent back without comment, an unsaid way of disregarding the authority of the leader of another nation. Kumo, of all places, had kept just outside of their borders, watching them, but had made not so much as a move on them. The Raikage had responded that if Darkness made the wrong move against his village then he would trample them. Naruto honestly didn't expect that kind of respect from the hot-blooded Raikage but he reciprocated by having all his ninjas keep away from the Kumo ninja while at the same time ensuring they didn't break their end of the unofficial non-aggression agreement. This respect had nothing to do with their villages but between both men. Naruto had once battled the Raikage before, somewhere in Lightning Country, and the end result of this earth-rattling brawl was the man withdrawing his ninjas from aim and coercing the Tsuchikage to take his men out as well. That was a story for another day. IWA needed more than a warning letter, it seemed. "Have fun." Naruto beamed at his student and the woman's eyes sparkled at his approval. "All right," she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek and moved to the door. "I'll be back to do the dishes." No, just enjoy yourself," Naruto said and pinched Sueki's pale cheeks with a laugh. The bashful vampire slapped his hand away from her face and fixed on her plain red half-mask. "I'll be going now." Naruto bobbed his head, about to go back to his breakfast, then he noticed Kushina's glare following his student and he called her attention. "Hey, Sue." The woman's head peeked back into the dining room. "Yeah? I think Kushina wants a kiss on the cheek too." Kushina spat out her hot chocolate. Sueki rolled her eyes and entered the room again, kissing Kushina's cheek as well. "Have fun today." The girl turned an unrecognizable shade of red and Naruto guffawed. Oh. 5 minutes after the BLAK commander left the house, Naruto and Kushina exited. The man turned and locked the door, leading the girl through their humble front yard garden and out of the short, black wrought iron fence. Naruto didn't have any official leader business to attend to, which was why he wasn't in the white and black leader's robe and hat, but that didn't mean he didn't have anything he wanted to do that day. Taking Kushina with him on those unofficial matters wouldn't stop or hinder him in any way. He proceeded to walk up the street and Kushina walked behind him. The masked man looked behind him and decided to teach the girl something. It was a topic any child that intended to attend the country school needed to have. Parents and guardians were supposed to impart this knowledge, preferably orally and not written, and thus pass the torch to the future. Naruto ushered the girl to his side and his right hand flicked up. Corono. As he spoke, telling her of the founding of the country and the plight it had to go through, the hellish flames that had formed them, he saw a fire grow in the girl's purple eyes. Corono is the pride of Dark Country, Naruto said, watching as the girl looked at her own hands as she held the horn sign. It is our unity. It is our stubbornness. It is our shared past and outshared future. He stopped at the end of the road and the girl looked up at him, her eyes hard and charged. There would be no darkness without Corono and there would be no Corono without darkness. Lord Inyang did not travel anywhere else before or after darkness, so not too many people know him. Corono though is not his legacy but our legacy. The dark legacy. The tall man looked down at the girl with a straight face, watching her flex her horn-fingered sign, still staring up at him. Corono is also a promise, kid, his eyes quirked up invisibly. A promise that no matter how bad things get and no matter how bad things will get, you, me, all of us, he motioned around him, and a few people stopped to listen. We'll make it out stronger than ever. He jabbed his chest with his free hand. And if there is ever a time you feel lost and there is no hope left in your heart, Corono will give you hope and it will give you strength. The people held up their own Corono as they listened to their leader. The girl looked around in awe, amazed by how much people believed in the power of Corono. They beamed at her. Uzumaki, Kiri, Suna, river-born in the country. Do you feel it? Naruto asked. Kushina's head lowered as she felt her chest heat up. Her purple eyes glazed over as she looked at her own Corono. Hi, she whispered. How do you feel? She looked up at Naruto and the man's eyes glowed as he saw the small fire that had been in her eyes had turned into a raging bonfire. I feel great. He poked her forehead. That feeling, the burning in your heart and the storm in your gut, that feeling, is what it feels like to belong in darkness. Uzushiogakure was made up entirely of a clan but this feeling was different. Dark Country was made up of 7 clans and clanless and this form of unity hadn't ever been seen in any other place. Dark Country haven't had any major spats since before the Civil War and it was during the war that Corono started being used. Naruto fixed the girl with a look, silent for a good minute as she looked back at him with a fiery gaze, and then he said, dispersing the crowd and leading her towards the northwest border entrance, some miles outside of the capital. Your mother wanted me to take you up as my student. Naruto said, even though Tamaki Uzumaki, Kushina's mother, had pleaded for the blonde leader to personally teach her child while she was in the academy and even after. She had done so in person after the burial of her father and Naruto hadn't yet given her a reply. Kushina didn't need to know that Tamaki had begged him, the woman had said that it had been her little girl's dream since she first heard of Naruto. That or marrying him. Tamaki didn't know anyone else that could bring out the latent potential in her daughter, for she wasn't a ninja and her father had passed before Kushina could reach the age he could actively teach her. The ghost shrugged airily, without a care in the world. But quite frankly, I don't think you're worth my time. He saw her heart break and how her whole expression fell to the ground. The man scratched his chin and hummed, expertly ignoring the girl's depression. You know what? She looked up, hopeful. I'll throw one question at you and if you get it right, then I'll take you up as my second student. Her head blurred as she nodded. Why do you want to be my student? Her response was immediate. Because I dash. Naruto placed his index finger on her mouth, shushing her. No. Already predicting her fangirlish answer. I want you to think really hard about it, and tell me at the end of the day. He removed his finger. Understand? Hi. She had till the end of the day to come up with a good reason for Naruto to teach her. Oh. Somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. Konohagakure no Sato. A set of beakers shattered against the stone wall loudly, making the men and women locked in small cages cringe away in fear, huddling within themselves and ensuring they didn't make eye contact with the irate kidnapper. Another failure. Orochimaru hissed quietly, his hands curled into fists and his nails dug into his palms. He sent a venomous glare to the corpse lying on the operating table, spitting hatefully. Useless. He cast an enraged look at the sobbing prisoners. All of you. Useless. Lying on the table vaguely looked humanoid, his skin had changed to wood and his arms and legs were twisted grotesquely as he curled up into a ball, looking like an insect that had been placed on a hot pan. The laboratory wasn't that big, There was an operating table in the very center, a wall of chemicals and scientific equipment to the right, and the remaining space was filled with people in cages, stacked atop each other and left in varying stages of neglect. Orochimaru barely had enough space to walk around with his elbows jutting out, but he had to make do with this small space for now because any construction would alarm he animals, which would alarm the ninjas of the village of his nefarious acts. The man growled and his yellow reptilian eyes narrowed with disgust, getting madder and madder at the insistent whimpering of his prisoners. "Shut up!" He grabbed the corpse on the table and chucked it straight out of the window right of his chemical wall, leaving it to the elements and the gradually ravenous animals of the forest. It might be because of him that the animals were getting more and more feral. He had been performing human experiments since the end of the Second War, testing how far he could get to immortality, and the resulting failures were discarded for the animals to do with as they see fit, which mostly meant they ate the chemical-ridden corpses and lapped up the liquid chemical waste he also threw out without much thought. The man pinched the bridge of his nose and ground his teeth, struggling to center himself. I said. He looked up and white scales crept up his neck and speckled around his cheeks, under his eyes. "Shut up." The prisoners clamped their mouths shut and covered their mouths with their hands, crying in silence as their captor paced around his table to this wall of chemicals, stepping to the window. There was a small table there with instruments littered about. He reached for a pencil and scribbled onto an open pad of paper, "Would cell replication fail?" He had an abundance of Hashirama cells, but the cells couldn't replicate if he placed them within himself. Only Hashirama could replicate his own cells, basically making him immortal though long dead now, and if he did inject himself with Hashirama cells without finding a way to activate the replication abilities, then it would remain stagnant and useless. The man's eyes flicked to a file seated on a tripod over a Bunsen burner. Inside was a golden liquid that sparkled in the sparse lighting of the illegal laboratory. He wasn't deceived by the bright-looking liquid. It was dangerously poisonous. This was Mito Uzumaki's chakra in super condensed down to liquid form, not made impure by the Kyuubi's tainted chakra. This was Orochimaru's masterwork, the continent's first ever liquid chakra. No scientist had ever come up with the correct formula to change chakra into liquid form, and they probably wouldn't with their inferior intellect, Orochimaru thought with a deriding scoff. He had a lab rat drink a small portion of the liquid chakra and the person's throat had dissolved, and Orochimaru could see the throat dissolve externally as well as internally. The person's tongue charred blackness crept down his throat with each pull of the golden liquid, black bloomed over his chest and lungs as the liquid did its toll, even as Orochimaru forced more down his mouth. His stomach turned red and then quickly changed to black as it had been burnt all the way through, and finally the golden liquid escaped the man's ass, as pure as it had been ingested. Meanwhile, when he had Jeriah's chakra into liquid, something that looked a mix between dark green and bright orange, and made another lab rat swallow it, the person took up ugly, toad-like features, short white hair, and the red markings that went down Jeriah's face imprinted itself onto the test subject's face. This transformation lasted only a minute before the nature chakra in Jeriah's chakra became unstable and turned the subject into stone. The nature chakra could not be separated from Jeriah's chakra, not like how Mito already had chakra different from the Kyuubi because of the beast containment seal. There were finger-sized scrolls organized on a corner of the table that held the parts of Mito's body. Orochimaru only really needed her chakra so that he could bring out the regenerative abilities of her chakra and make it so that he could use it on himself. Her parts were just in case he needed her DNA. In some other small scrolls was the DNA of Mito's late husband. So far, he had been unable to extract the regenerative capabilities of Mito's Uzumaki chakra. The man tapped the side of his head and looked down at the biological breakdown of Mito's liquid chakra he had written down on paper. It looked like the elixir of life, but there was one component that made the chakra truly dangerous to anyone other than Mito and probably clan mates, and this was that it was too packed together in a jumbled cluster, though the liquid itself remained smooth and light like orange juice. For example, the liquid chakra was too strong. Maybe, if I watered it down. He scribbled down that note for later. There was one strange thing he knew of Mito's chakra, was that whenever Hashirama's DNA was near it, when it was not sealed up, that is, the liquid would move towards it as if it was a living organism. Orochimaru could not get his hands on the late Shodame's chakra, and it was impossible to extract chakra out of dead tissue, especially not with how long ago the tissue had been dead. Merge Mito and Hashirama DNA. He murmured as he added another note for himself. The man had been working on creating, not just a permanent cure for himself but on unlocking true immortality. He had been injecting terminal cancer into his human test subjects and subsequently testing out his experiments on them. Failures, each one of them. When he did end up combining the DNA of Mito and Hashirama, it would only be so small it would need to be seen under a microscope. there was a slim chance that their DNA would react with one another and replicate to form some sort of tissue, but Orochimaru wasn't globally acclaimed as a scientist based on slim chances. Mito's chakra was being uncooperative and Hashirama cells were fatal. He could change their biological makeup, but he didn't have the equipment. He could already visualize what he would do to Mito's chakra to subdue it. He made a mental note to meet the Sandaime for a mission to Snow Country. They would have the lab tools he needed. Orochimaru looked around with visible disgust. While he was on the mission, he could steal as much as he wanted and find a bigger facility to operate in. Operating on his test subjects would be so much doable them. He coughed into his fist. Another side project he was working on was transferring his conscience, his brain waves, his chakra, his nature chakra, his whole genetic makeup into another totally different body. This was only if all else failed, and he was pressed for time to find a cure for his damned illness. Fucking brat. Orochimaru cursed his former student. This is the thanks I get for making someone out of you. He turned and kicked a cage with a small girl inside, creating a large dent. Ungrateful little shit. The man exhaled loudly through his nose and rubbed the sides of his head with the tips of his fingers, calming himself down. He was already troubled by the attention the village investigators were giving him concerning Mito's murder. They didn't want to believe that he was with the Sandaime while the former Kyuubi holder was being tortured and killed. Orochimaru had been careful. He had used a shadow clone to keep his teacher occupied while he did the deed himself, masterfully covering up his tracks as he left. Hiruzen vouched for his innocence, but the investigators were pressing down harder on him, throwing questions at him with the purpose of destabilizing them. Orochimaru sneered, a corner of his lips turned up in laughter. His alibi was airtight. With each passing day, it looked like the murder case was going to be shelved. The investigators were running into brick walls with each turn, and they were being sidetracked by the cases of kidnapping happening across the country as well as within the village. The scientists suspected it was Danzo, because the secretive man just looked like that kind of person, but a small portion of kidnapped victims was on Orochimaru. It was funny. 2 of the cases the Konoha shinobi investigators were looking through were concerned with him, and they weren't anywhere close to coming down on him. The man hummed and scratched his chin, sifting through his wall of chemicals. He selected a closed file and a syringe. He sucked up the dark brown contents into the needle and tore open the door of the cage he had formerly kicked. He grabbed the girl by her hair and hefted her out, immediately stabbing the needle into her neck and injecting the terminal stomach cancer he had previously selected into her system. Any struggling stopped as the girl howled with pain. Oh. He strapped her down onto the table and a smile tickled along his lips. No better way to relieve stress, he thought with a chuckle as he savored the child's agony. Oh. The Suna farm. Half a kilometer from Dark Country's western border. Sunagakure no Sato. Wind Country. Kushina tugged on Naruto's pants leg as she beheld the amazingly large farm. Lord Naruto. You can call me Uncle for now, Naruto said as he kept his eyes on the rows and rows of sprouting crops. Farmers attended to the crops here and there were even small crowds of Suna citizens learning from Gato clan members and Dark Country civilian farmers on how best to grow particular crops. The loan Suna was taking from darkness didn't just go into creating the farm but also to maintaining it, and, for now, the farmers were mainly Dark Country and the students were from Suna. Those being taught hastily wrote down what they heard and tossed questions to their teachers. The teachers were being paid to teach Suna people how to farm for 3 years, which was a smaller contract Naruto made with Sabaku no Tetsuyo, and during those 3 years, the Suna people would slowly ease themselves into planting and growing crops. The Suna farm didn't encompass animal rearing, as they left that part for their Dark Country comrade to do. Trading in animals like cattle and sheep was a subtopic in the Dark Sand Alliance. Naruto's country would process the products of the animals and Tetsuyo's country would buy the products at a somewhat discounted price. The Suna and Dark Country's military and trade relation was yet another alliance born out of both leaders' mutual respect for each other. Similar to Torian, Naruto and Tetsuyo kept in contact, and the association between both shinobi settlements couldn't have been better. Now, the whole thing with his official title to the Uzumaki clan was a bit messy. He was Torian's brother, making Tamaki Torian's daughter his niece, and Kushina Tamaki's daughter his grandniece. Tamaki addressed him as her brother, even while Torian was alive, and Naruto just went with it so as not to confuse little Kushina. Oh, okay, you Uncle Naruto? Yes? I have this friend in Konoha, her name is Karen, but she said I should call her. She hid her mouth behind her small hands as she giggled. Carrot. Naruto smiled gently at her enjoyment. She told me that Suna was building a farm. She stared out in absolute wonder of the fields and the life shooting out of the green, imported earth. I thought she was joking. You haven't heard of the Suna farm? Naruto asked. As far as I know, it was big news all over the continent. People from all over came to inquire of the farm being built in the desert, but no one could get a definite answer on how successful the venture was because the Suna farm was a secret facility that only allowed in students from Suna, darkness teachers, Dark Sand Joint Task Force operatives that patrolled inside and along the border of the facility, high officials in both allied nations and a select few that had gotten express permission from their respective leaders. Didn't your mother tell you about the farm? My mama might have said something about it. A sweat drop grew on the side of the girl's head as she winced. Naruto patted her head. Well, you can learn as much as you want while you're here. The man then entered his teacher mode. I won't go into too much detail. The Suna farm grows crops like corn, beans, yams, even apples and the like. Things like rice and tea is difficult at the moment, and they already have a place they grow their medicinal herbs. He bent down with his right hand on her shoulder and his left hand pointed at a troop of ninjas rushing off somewhere. Those are members of the Dark Sand Joint Task Force. They are entrusted to protect the farm and also to watch over and report any kind of strange activity going on along Suna's northern border. Dark Country border is protected by our defense corps, so we don't mind our ninjas signing up to be in the Dark Sand. Kushina noticed that the Dark Sand ninjas wore the Chunin/Jounin flak jackets and forehead protectors of their respective villages, but over their bodies were white cloaks with a yellow kanji for Dark Sand Joint Task Force. The white cloaks gave them uniformity and their haste in movement made them look very professional, especially to a young girl like Kushina. Darkness has a 30% stake in the Suna farm. That means Darkness owns 30% of the farm, even when the loan has been fully paid back. So it's our duty to protect it as much as we are able. My ninjas sign up for membership and, after some really hard screening, they will be given their cloaks and their membership seal tattoos. Still though, as our ally, Darkness is obligated to look after Suna's interests as Suna as well as looking after our interests. Kushina nodded slowly in understanding. Close after Uzushio, Dark Country was very close with Suna and River. Naruto and the current River Daimyo, Kawasatoru, had established a merchants' guild for both of their nations' mutual benefit. The building itself was in River Country, seeing as that country was an acclaimed trading nation, though as long as the merchants were either from River or Darkness, there was always a place in the guild for them to trade in wares they couldn't sell while on the road or in another village. There had only been one other nation that had been close to River, so much so that they built a merchant guild, and that was Iron Country, though after the First Great War, the guild was torn down and relations with the samurai nation became solely formal. In time, Kushina would find out more about Dark Country's relationship with its four allies. The serious-faced Dark Sand ninjas went about their work. Naruto directed the girl's attention to a separate crowd of students, singling out a boy in his mid-teens with dark red hair and a large storage scroll on his lower back. The Chunin had his arms crossed and was listening in on a civilian farmer telling his class on the best way to determine if yams were ready to be harvested. That is Sabaku no Raza. He is the Sandaime Kazekage's oldest child. Tetsuyo is training him to take over being Suna's Kage after him. Out of curiosity, Kushina asked. Does he want to be a farmer? No. His father tells me that he enjoys visiting the farm and he comes as many times as possible. The Uzumaki girl searched the frowning teen's face for any trace of joy and looked up to the masked blonde, confused. He doesn't look very happy. Trust me, Kushina, I know that kid, he's happy. The Suna farm used to be a dream within a dream. At some points in time, the Nidaime and Sandaime Kazekage had given up hope of ever realizing it. Then Naruto and his country came along with the alliance proposal. During the alliance talk, Tetsuyo had brought the idea before his fellow leader, showing him blueprints and plans and a comprehensive list of crops expected to be grown there, doing everything in his power to convince his legendary counterpart to support him and his village, and Naruto, greatly surprising the man seeing as he didn't now Naruto had planned well ahead of their alliance talk with Sueki Dash, had immediately cut him a deal. A 10 billion Ryu loan, split into 500 million every year, and a small portion of ownership of the farm. The latter ownership was more for Darkness to take some of the credit for the success of the farm, though the small size of such ownership was so as to keep them in the background. 30% of the farm was nothing compared to the feeling of finally making their dreams come true. True to Naruto's words, Kushina caught a flicker, an invisible crack, on Raza's face. This farm is very important to not just Suna, but to Darkness as well. There really wasn't a way of saying this without sounding conceited, so Naruto went on. Suna wasn't doing so well. Food was expensive and water was dirty and hard to find. Darkness has contributed mostly in lowering food prices for sand and in the drilling of wells and boreholes in the desert, which is really hard. When it's harvest time, both Suna and Darkness would see a boom in trade with unallied villages and countries for the crops. He looked to the child. Do you understand what I'm saying? The girl bobbed her head. Yes, uncle. Food prices would be the same between Suna and Darkness, but it would be higher for anyone else. Yes, even for Naruto's other allies, not unless they reached an agreement with Suna or they bought Suna produce through Dark Country. 30% ownership didn't give Darkness authority to change price of crops going to unallied. The quality of the produce would be high, that much was undeniable, so once others got a taste it would be in high demand. Dark Sand would have their work cut out for them in defending the farm. The leader then rubbed his hands and said to the knowledge-absorbent Uzumaki. He nodded backwards to a willow tree behind them a short distance from the entrance to the exclusive farm. We'll rest under that tree. Oh. The dark leader huffed as he sat down, leaning back into the tree and inhaling calmly, enjoying the fresh air. Kushina hesitantly plodded to him and sat down by his side, crossing her legs and squeezing the end of her dress in her small hands. The masked blonde opened an eye and asked her, "What do you think of the Suna farm, kid?" It's big." She then turned to the man and asked, "Does Darkness have its own farm? Like this one?" "Something like that," the man began. "We have a farm just as big as this one in the western region, and there are smaller farms all over the west and south. Unlike the Suna farm, the big farm in the west rears animals. There's the bee farm in the northern region managed by the Suzumabachi clan, the clan of wasp holders," the redhead filled in her head. "There was only one bee farm in the country, and it was the one that controlled the circulation of honey. There is also a fishery in our southern region, also within Pansasenshi region. Our farms have been operating for the past 6 years now, and they are mostly managed by the Pansasenshi clan." "The Panther people?" Naruto nodded with a smile. "Yes. Their history is steeped with hunting, cooking, and growing their own food." This, among many other things Naruto had told her and was going to tell her, was a topic that was going to be taught in the Ninja Academy, but the man didn't see any reason to keep the girl in the dark until next year's resumption date. Though he had to inquire, "Do you want to know their history?" "Yes, please." Naruto told her a short version of the history of the Pansasenshi clan. The clan of shapeshifters used to live on an island south of the continent. The island was wild and near inhabitable, with all the wild animals, killer infections and natural death traps here and there. They had persevered and stayed on the island, hunting and gathering. A way for the clan to not fall into the despair after losing a clan mate or from a lackluster harvest was in cooking. The Panther people had been living in houses in the trees, so predators found it very hard to reach the source of the tantalizing smells. Then one day, the earth just stopped yielding. There was no reasonable explanation. The soil turned into black silt, the trees withered and were unable to hold the houses in their branches. Even the water around the island and in the island became poison, forcing them to venture outwards in search of cleaner water to bring back. The first recognized clan head in their history ordered them all to pack up, and they did so, setting sail northwards to the continent, where they encountered the Kamuri Smoke clan and the Suzumabachi already inhabiting what would later be known as Dark Country. Dark Country was the second oldest human settlement on the continent, and the clan of Panther shapeshifters made their homes in the western and southern regions, where the soil was fertile, coincidentally bordering wind country. Some years later, the Kurama would come in from the west, the Chueinku would come from the east, the Hogo emerged from their burrows and the Gato would come out of the earth of the northern region. The young Uzumaki sat there, amazed. "Have you ever seen one shapeshift?" Kushina searched her memory for a time she had ever witnessed a human being change into a panther. She shook her head. "It easily is one of the coolest things you'll ever see." "Really?" Naruto said with a sure nod. "You'll get to see it when you start school." The girl looked down to the grass and a whirlwind of things rushed into her head. First was the fascinating sight of seeing a human change into clay and seamlessly merge with the ground. Suzuki had shown her what her teammate could do when it came to fighting, and Kushina would admit without a shadow of a doubt that it was friggin' awesome. Then there was the Wasp clan and their ability to see nearly all around them, and also their pinpoint archery accuracy. She was also interested to see how they could use their colonies to battle, because Sueki had told her how deadly a Suzumabachi wasp could be for other people. Then there was Naruto's clan, the Kamuri, that had been born with 2 chakra affinities and could create truly staggering jutsu. The Kamuri she had seen on the training ground yesterday did not really use their smoke release, but rather they used water or fire release, but they were wildly strong. Now her idol was telling her that there was another clan of people that could do something as awesome as changing form from human to animal. The prospect of attending the Dark Country Ninja Academy was becoming more and more appealing for the girl. It was probably the first time in her whole life that she wanted time to fast forward and she could be able to sit in class and learn more about the country she intended to serve. She might have the chance to access the Darkborn citizen assassination technique classes, though this didn't dim her enthusiasm. Naruto chuckled at the light tremor of the girl's hands. He could see the girl's true behavior slowly peek out as she continued talking with him. Tamaki had said that Kushina was a rowdy, impulsive, boyish girl that was occasionally hard to control because she had so much pent-up energy. Kushina's mother had even said that the girl had an adorable verbal tick. Naruto had yet to hear it, though he eagerly kept his ear out for it. This home of ours will be nothing without the contribution of each and every person. Clan or no clan, and now that we have 4 great alliances with 4 cooperative places, there really is no stopping us now. The leader smirked. Then his eyes dimmed fractionally as he asked, "While you were in Konoha, did you ever get a chance to look around? My mama said that I shouldn't go anywhere without Granny. Your mother is a smart lady." Kushina visibly brightened up at the praise to her mother. "Was Mito able to show you around?" "Sometimes." The girl shrugged, looking back out to the fields and the hardworking people on it. "Granny was tired most of the time, so we couldn't only go out for walks together once or twice a week." Then she added with a faint stutter, But Uncle Nawaki took me to the park whenever he's not on a mission." "That's Tsunade's younger brother, right?" "Yes." "Was there anything you noticed there?" "There weren't that many of my clan mates in the village." Naruto conceded to that point. "Yes, true, what else? Things cost a lot?" Kushina reluctantly supplied, a bit unsure of the point she raised. While she had been in the village for 6-7 months, Tsunade had enrolled her into the village's ninja academy, and the Senju had been visibly surprised by the school fees the director had put forward. Another time, Mito was taking her and Carrot to the market to buy fruits, and the seller had called 3 times the price for a bunch of bananas than they could get in Dark Country. So Mito ended up asking Umara Kurama to contact Naruto and ask if he could send her the items on the list, which Naruto quickly did through the Kurama clan head. Mito Uzumaki refused to be ripped off. "Good," Naruto said, both at the point and in relief that Kushina hadn't ventured out on her own into the darker parts of the Leaf Village. He got up and watched as the girl rose back onto her feet as well, dusting down her dress for errant specks of grass. "Are you tired?" "No," the girl answered. "We'll take a walk to the northern region and I'll show you the dark forest. With some luck, we'll be able to see some animals." After that, Naruto would take the girl to see a blind test of strength happening in the Hogo clan compound. The blind test of strength was a yearly tradition of the clay people that occurred before winter. Anyone was free to attend. The Hogo people would put up a complex demonstration alongside their clan's mole summons in a show of might. It looked like a play to outsiders, but it bore a deeper importance to the mole people, as every action told the story of how the very first Hogo child was abandoned in a dark cave and how the mole elder had taken the child in and raised him as his own. The highly traditional clan performed this play every year to remember their humble beginnings and show the rest of the country their current strength. Naruto had met the staggeringly old mole elder once before, at the insistence of Nanako Hogo, the clan's head and director of the Southern Region's Defense Corporation. This meeting had happened in the real world, not the summoning realm, and it occurred 2 years after the Civil War ended, when their country was gradually rebuilding itself and Naruto had been less swamped with his duties. The old summons approved of Naruto's strength and had given the leader his blessing. Then Naruto and Kushina would move back to the capital and watch a puppet show a popular Suna entertainer was to hold an hour after midday. The story, as advertised by the entertainer as she asked for Naruto's permission, was of a samurai princess who had given herself the task of freeing her lover from the demonic possession of 7 entities, 1 for each day. The woman had promised that it was packed with action, suspense and romance, and it was a story for all ages. The puppet master had a flair for the dramatic, and she had a good following back in Sunie village with more than a few puppet masters dash, so Naruto was nothing if not interested to watch the story. They would rest and have lunch in a cafe for 30 minutes, then proceed south to see how they could help families there prepare for the forecasted snowstorm. The southern region was the place first and worst hit by the blizzard, and Naruto wanted to make sure they felt included and thought of. It would give Kushina a chance to mingle with the children and learn how the people there reinforced their houses and property against the inevitable snowstorm. Helping them could take a while, and Naruto wanted to ensure that Kushina had time to have fun, so it would consume most of their time, but that was fine. By evening, the leader would take the girl to the Chueinku clan compound in the eastern region concerning Amara Chueinku's invitation to watch her clan mates perform their last practice before the ballet dance that would happen in the end of the term festival of both academies. The clan head and director of the National Bank wanted the man to come and watch in case he was too busy to see it happen during the festival. Naruto wanted to use that chance to expose Kushina to another clan of Fuinjutsu masters, besides her own. The Grim Ink release users had an astonishing way of making and using seals. It should be about 8 or 9 in the night when they were done, so they would return to the capital and do some furniture and carpet shopping to end their day. If Kushina remembered the question he posed to her by then he would decide if he should or shouldn't train her. He wasn't going to remind her. It was all up to her. They began an easy trek towards the Hogo clan compound in the northern region. Several hours later. Grim Ink Theater. Chuenku clan compound. Eastern region. Dark country. 123, 123, 123, 123 Amara clapped her hands in tune to her counting. Her eyes kept track of each of the 10 ballet dancers fluttering across the stage, elegantly strutting and posing, pirouetting and skipping to the beat their clan head was making. Fast-paced music began playing off the stage. The dancers were in perfect sync, spinning on the tips of their toes in circles, flicking out their other legs and bounding forward as one. The ballet dancers were in dark green leotards and airy white skirts, they danced on green ballet flats. 10 more dancers came in from each side, a few men and a few women, 6 from the left and 4 from the right. This new group were in black leotards and misty black veils over their faces. Their horns gave their veiled faces an even more eerie look. A spotlight from above the stage flicked on and singled out a single girl, wearing a tattered red dress that floated with each step, black tights and black ballet shoes. Her horns were painted a hypnotic red and white that seemed to turn with her as she moved about the stage. Amara's voice receded as the dance went on, eventually becoming a low whisper till the woman said no more. The red dress-wearing dancer spun across the stage, then she was dragged back by 3 of the green leotard-wearing dancers, away from the snapping grasp of black leotards and their ill-intentioned looks. Fear entered the main dancer's face as she fled from the demons. The green leotards threw themselves after her, blocking the evil dancers from getting a hold of her. 10 green leotards reduced to 2 and the 10 black leotards went up from 10 to 18, converting the fallen protectors to their side as they elegantly pursued the Jade Phantasm. The music became more hurried. The spotlight diligently followed the red-clothed ballet dancer, the Jade Phantasm, keeping careful track of the fright and alarm awash on her face. 2 demons finally grabbed onto each of her hands, pulling her back and forth as the others heckled and laughed, throwing the Phantasm's last protectors into the backstage. Her turning red and white painted horn stopped as the main dancer cried mutely, pleading for help. Naruto, his head perched on his fist and raptly watching the performance, honestly wondered how it would end. The red and white of her horns turned pure green and her red dress also flickered to the color of the forest. The demons began to panic as power gathered into the girl's eyes, but a single demon grabbed the girl from behind and whispered sweet, alluring words into her ear, smiling devilishly as she drained the phantasm of her strength. Finally the main dancer fell limp in the tempting demon's arms and the light went off. The spotlight beamed down once again, this time showing the main dancer sluggishly walking, her eyes dull and empty and her tattered green dress now taking a weaker hue of emerald. Her striped horns were completely black. 5 kids, not older than 7, yipped and skipped around the main dancer, crowing like imps. Kushina grasped her heart with shaky hands, already expecting the worst. This was cemented as the main dancer fell onto her knees and curled up into a fetal position, soundlessly crying into her knees as the short devils jeered and insulted her, all without making a single sound leave their lips. The music turned mournful and riddled with pain. The Uzumaki girl gasped into her hand as the main dancer stopped breathing and the last trace of green on her clothing leached out of her body and into the ground. There was absolute silence as the stage once again faded into black. A lady in a pure white bodysuit bound onto the stage, passing where the phantasm had previously been lying, lightly and quickly stepping on her toes as she exited the stage. Another woman, this one in a black bodysuit, passed the pitch-black stage, her pale white face bobbing and bouncing gracefully as she too left as quickly as she had entered. Suddenly, a tree made out of green, red, black and blue ink rose up from the place the main dancer had previously been, its branches sprouting far and wide and creeping outwards like living tendrils. A large dark red eye opened on the wide trunk of the tree and pulsating, glowing red fruit slowly began growing from the branches. Light gradually returned to the stage to show weapons and human bodies littered about the base of the demonically gazing tree. Low white mist rolled from the right and covered the bodies of the dead warriors. The 10 original demons re-emerged from the mist and clambered up the inked tree, mutely chattering as they fought to reach even one of the tree's fruits. Several tendrils wrapped around the demons and yanked them into the branches, never to be seen again. Silence returned to the stage and, half a minute after witnessing the semi-satisfactory demise of the demons that had murdered the Jade Phantasm, a young girl that was clearly a princess of some unknown land, danced her way onto the stage and looked up into the branches of the tree with wide, intrigued eyes. The red eye flicked to the girl. A branch lowered itself, bearing a single red fruit. The princess took the fruit and bit into it. The light went off for the last time and the music stopped. Naruto shot to his feet and clapped loudly. Amazing! Spectacular! Well done! Well done! The light on the stage came back on and all the dancers, even the main dancer, flooded back on and took a deep bow to the clapping man. Naruto's ward joined in, after wiping her tears, and began clapping in appreciation. The dancers turned to their right and Amara walked before them, clasping a clipboard to her chest and beaming proudly. She too took a bow. The ballet dancers talked among themselves in hurried, excited voices, immensely pleased that their leader was happy with their performance. Amara hopped down from the stage and walked up to her leader as he retook his seat. The dancers left to go back to their dresser, far too cheerful to keep their voices low. The young clan head took her seat beside Naruto, making the number of people sitting in the audience 3, except for the Ink clan guards standing in strategic places within the theater. Naruto didn't like going about within his country with guards, so the green and white-haired lady took it upon herself to give Naruto a security detail whilst he was in her care, the biggest threat being some of her clan mates who couldn't control themselves around him, preferring to throw themselves at him without much thought. Was that a true story, Amara? Naruto asked and Kushina looked too. I'm not sure. It's based off of a dream my grandmother had. She claims it's real but it seems too far-fetched. Long ago, people lived in a time of wonder and discovery, or so you told me. Amara was an archaeologist after all. The woman had dug up and dated many priceless artifacts after the Civil War and put them up for display in the National Museum. It might not be impossible for a god tree whatever that is to be born from a dead spirit. Amara teetered. Eh? Some dancers began clearing up the stage. I don't believe there were actual spirits and imps walking on the earth at any point in time. There just hasn't been proof. She saw the look in Naruto's blue eyes and she scoffed. For my clan, it's different. So, you believe your clan's origin story, but you don't believe in spirits? There is actual proof for our own. The goth shot back to the blonde, trying to be respectful in her retort. In the bone formation of long dead, old members of my clan we found at the bottom of the ocean, arguably the first ever to step on the earth, they have small outgrowths on their backs. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Similar to wings, yes. And, Amara continued, standing on her ground. In the base of their skull is a drawing of the sun and moon, and we have determined years ago that they weren't etched on but rather came naturally. Hey, I'm not insulting your clan origins. I know, Lord Naruto. I just feel like I should explain it better. Amara visibly calmed down and cast her lime green eyes downwards, subservient to her lord. The petite lady cleared her throat and tucked a stray strand of her green and white gradient hair aside. Pardon my behavior, my lord. Come on, Amara, it's fine. Naruto said, waving off the apology. Keep on defending your heritage stubbornly. The Grim Ink clan had a belief that the first 2 clan mates were born from the sun, on a boat far east of the continent. The children had wings and horns, the former of which were shed and the latter remained till date. It was argued within the clan whether or not the children were actually defective angels that had been abandoned by Kami or were simply offsprings of the literal sun. All signs pointed to them being born from the sun. Amara was of the opinion that they weren't abandoned angels but children of the sun. The Grim Ink clan and the Paint clan were cousin clans in respect to their fascination with art. Amara jumped when Naruto abruptly asked her. I was wondering, could you give Kushina here a small demonstration of your Grim Ink release bloodline? It's to expand how she sees and perceives Fuinjutsu. Ah, no problem, my lord. Please, let's go to the training grounds. She made a few quick hand signals to the Chueinku security team of their precious leader and they nodded curtly, running ahead of them to clear out a training ground as well as ward onlookers away so as to give them privacy. The Uzumaki seals weren't in any way faulty, seeing as some of their seals were being used all over the continent for various purposes. The same could be said to the Ink clan's method of creating seals, though they kept their seals closer to their home than the clan of Redheads. There were many Uzumaki created or improved seals across the continent. The sun had begun setting as they reached an isolated training ground, an average-looking place with short grass and spare tress, and the woman began. A paintbrush shot out of her sleeve and Naruto admired the dark blue darkwood and the white horsehair collected at the top into a smooth point. Black ink leaked from the base of the brush head to the tip of the white horsehair fiber and Amara swiped through the air, writing a basic X stroke in midair, holding up a half-tiger seal with her left hand as she placed a quick poke to the center of the X. The seal bolted to a tree a large distance away and Amara muttered. Katsu. Boom. Kushina marveled as Amara looked at her from the corner of her eyes, a smirk glinting on her face as hot air rushed past them, casting a faint glow to the woman's pale face. The girl had heard of how an Uzumaki that had chakra chains could use the chains to draw a seal on a surface and activate it, but she had never seen someone draw the seal in the air and cast it to its target. The girl immediately began brainstorming on how Amara could summon ink without a visible storage seal and how she, a budding sensor, couldn't feel any chakra from the ink. Kushina was still on the basic stroke practice phase of her now on and off Fuinjutsu training with her mother, so she couldn't think of any rational seal that could pull off the amazing feat. The clan head looked to Naruto, searching for approval, and she got a wide smile from the cerulean-eyed man. She felt her heart flutter and she swept around to the fire being doused by Naruto's security detail. This time she swiped her brush downwards, black ink flowed from her brush and formed to parallel vertical lines. She finished the seal by slashing the 2 lines diagonally and tapping the center once again. The seal cracked and split on 2, one shooting left and the other careening forward in a blur of black ink. The one flying left imprinted itself onto a rock and the other stapled itself onto a tree. Hidden art, grim ink release, inanimate object switch technique. The tree changed place with the rock, going as far as even the roots digging their way into the earth. Though, seeing as the rock had a wider base than the tree, there was a visible patch of earth around the tree that it couldn't fill. The secret to Amara not bringing out any pot of ink to cast seals was that, as a rite of passage before a Chueinku clan member could truly be recognized as a ninja and brought into the fold, the person would have to make his own painting brush and the brush fibers from scratch, meaning they had to enter the dark forest, take a branch from a dark tree that felt warm, plucked hair from the animal that allowed them, and combined it all together to get a strong, sturdy brush. When this was done and the brush was created, the ink clan member would have to draw 3 micro-storage seals onto each and every fiber on the head of the brush, push their chakra into a large vat of ink presented to them by the elders and use the tiny storage seal on the brush to suck up every last drop of the ink from the vat. It was a whole ceremony. It was also a close secret to the clan, and people's minds never went to micro-storage seals because that idea was simply impossible. The only outsider that knew the clan secrets the only outsider that knew all the secrets of all the clans in Dark Country was their supreme commander, Naruto. Ketsueki Sakanomi was a member of the secretive clan, so she was privy to this knowledge, though she didn't truly apply it to herself, seeing as she already had her own thing going on, what with her blood manipulation and the Vampire Empress moniker. The vampire was the only exception to the centuries-old clan tradition. The clan head made ink sanban rain down from the sky and, with each needle embedded into a surface, blew them up in a blaze of glory. Amara's last display had Kushina's mind reeling. The woman summoned ink into the air and formed an upside-down V, what the redhead recognized as the basic seal for cool, for when an item was hot dash, drew a stroke resembling a lopsided T, and tapped the center. Hidden art, grim ink release, inanimate object transformation. The small rock the seal landed on visibly warbled and white smoke burst outwards. The smoke dispersed an ordinary-looking cardboard box. Naruto sent a glance to the woman and she shook her head slightly. She couldn't tell Kushina about how this could come about. It was against clan law, and it could only be broken by an order from him, Naruto. The clan secret being that Chueinku chakra had the power to physically change the form of an object and a person for a specific amount of time, depending on the strength of the user and the amount of chakra being used. So far, only Amara and 2 other clan mates could do this. The limitations to this being that once the chakra ran out the object or person would turn back to normal. If, say, an object was placed into the box and it changed back, then the object would be stuck in the center of the reformed rock. Depending on the amount of chakra and ink used, the complexity of the transformation and the detail put into it, the strain on the user was monumental and so they couldn't keep, for example, a human transformation on for longer than 10 minutes. It took time to create too. Aside from this, Chueinku fighters were very proficient in their sealing art and in their martial arts, seeing as they were close to mid-range fighters. Their brushes could be refilled once the ink had been used up and there was constant study to create more seal combinations. Naruto tapped his chin and made a mental note to ask Amara for a spar later that week, probably after the end of the term festival. Lady Amara, I have a question. Reluctance flashed through Amara's face. She smiled quickly and stashed her brush into her pocket. Yes? Is it possible for someone outside of your clan to do all of that? Naruto saw that she didn't want to break Kushina's hopes, so he spoke for her. Their chakra is keyed specifically to manipulating ink, kid. So far, no one else can do it. Kushina's face fell and Naruto rolled his eyes. He then slyly suggested. Though, it's possible for someone super smart and super skilled to replicate it. The Goth clan head noticed what her leader was doing and nodded in agreement. No one has ever done it, right? Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked away, humming lowly. But, I don't know, can you do it, Kushina? The fire from the morning burned in Kushina's purple eyes. I can do it. Pshhhhh, I don't know. I said, I can do it. Her voice was low, rumbling. Did you say something? Amara hid her smile behind her hand as she watched Naruto casually cast his eyes away from the girl as Kushina, that adorable little runt, stood before her idol with her hands balled into fists so tight her small knuckles were white. Her teeth was grinded against each other at the offhand dismissal of her abilities, and her straight hair separated, forming 9 dangerous-looking tendrils and waving about as the child struggled to put a cap on her emotions. Naruto stuffed his hands into his pockets as Kushina whispered mutely, her eyes closed hard. I don't quite hear you, kid. I said. She grabbed Naruto's flak jacket and roared, right in his face. I can do it. Databane. Silence bathed the clearing, before Amara erupted into chirping laughs, holding her belly as Kushina finally realized herself. Ah! Her face was horror-struck, taking an unhealthy red hue, and her lips wiggled with embarrassment. She released her crush's jounin vest with a wild jolt and stumbled backwards, falling onto her bottom. Amara cooed, pinching her red cheeks. Clan law wasn't being broken if Kushina found her own way around the puzzle, instead of being fed by an ink user. It was certainly the first time someone had taken an interest in deciphering another way to manifest seals, seeing as Uzumaki preferred to continue using their own Fuinjutsu style, and Fuinjutsu itself was a complicated art that needed total dedication. Amara saw seal work as enjoyable, and the determination she saw in Kushina reminded her of when she first began studying seals. I believe in you, kiddo. Oh. Root main hideout. Somewhere in Konoha. Fire country. Danzo hummed to himself at the report. He's not leaving anything for chance, huh? His face didn't shift with emotion or indicate the frustration he was feeling inside. He also entrusts the boy to Tsukumo Hataki when he goes on missions, Lord Danzo. One of the 3 blank masked operatives mumbled, deferring to his master. We are unable to approach the Hataki clan. Danzo turned away from them and said quietly. It seems Tsukumo isn't as resentful of Minato as the others. I can't allow such a child to live. What do you want us to do, master? Keep an eye on him for now. The man answered as he looked at a priceless painting from the Kurama clan head of a 4-headed tiger raising down a village. Take him down once you see your chance. The 3 stoic ninjas knew their master didn't care if, after the assassination of the 7-year-old boy, they were killed. They were his tools and he could use them as he saw fit. Oh. Mist's very own home furniture, fixtures and appliances. Dark Capital Market District. The capital. Dark Country. Naruto was man enough to admit that the obnoxiously named Kiri store had basically anything and everything any average family would need to furnish their home. Of all Naruto's 4 allies, the one Darkness had with Mist was more cordial than anything, even if the Kage, Genjutsu Hozuki, as flamboyant as he was, continually encouraged his shinobi and his civilians to make the dark people in his village more welcome. Their alliance was in the traditional format: military aid for whoever needs it, defense would come at any time as long as it could be provided, traveling between both places was allowed, shops and business could be set up as long as it abided by the law, and finally, families and individuals could settle down as long as their entrance seals permitted, unless occasionally renewed. It differed from the alliance with, say, Suna, because that alliance went deeper and was less formal than anything the Sand Village had ever done. Ninjas could go on joint missions, visitors could stay in the village or country for up to 5 years before they had to renew their entrance seals, citizenship could be given though under strict scrutiny. The Dark National Bank could provide loans or financial support to Suna citizens or Suna-born Dark citizens, and vice versa. Suna extended more permission for Dark visitors to access some facilities and services other allies could not attain, and one significant thing was the establishment of the Dark Sand, one of the ultimate signs of a village joining forces. Naruto didn't see anything truly beneficial in the alliance with Kiri. It could be that Genjutsu and Kiri scouted out Darkness and saw the future prosperity, wanted to get a slice, and so the Mizukage sent out an alliance request. The best things that came out of their alliance was that his ninjas were getting more adept in fighting in low visibility, though training in the desert gave Dark assassins more heat tolerance over time, and the biannual Genin evaluation examination, which would occur between both shinobi settlements, pitting both of their ninjas against each other in all-out warfare, tournament style, to find out which Genin squad was more qualified for a promotion to Chunin. This event only occurred between Darkness and Mist, but Suna and Uzushio wanted to get in on the action as well, River too, though the trading nation was more reserved in its request to enter the biannual exam. The exams have happened only twice, which is 1 year. The battles fostered common respect for both of their ninja forces, and when time came round for the event to take place, there was a rapid surge in businesses being temporarily or permanently set up in the host location, increasing revenue and money circulation in the respective economies, so Naruto wasn't too against the alliance anymore. The opportunity for his ninjas to see and witness the power of the three-tailed turtle was also something Naruto enjoyed. Yes, the turtle preferred to wade the water far off Kiri's shore, but it was still within the country's border and it hadn't posed any problem for centuries. It was similar to how Suna kept the one-tailed raccoon in check. Tetsuyo used his iron sand to weigh down the beast and keep it docile in a remote cave somewhere in Sunagakure territory. The furniture and appliance store Naruto was in, Mist's very own home furniture, fixtures and appliances, was set up by a small caravan of Kiri civilians. The blonde even remembered the day and time the small group had come by his Kamuri office to ask his permission to set up the business. There hadn't been any formal alliance with Kiri as of that time, so nearly everything had to pass through Naruto before it could come to fruition. Now, when outsiders or citizens wanted to establish business, they would have to go to one of the many offices in the civilian division's headquarters in the capital or to a branch office in the 4 regions and formally file for permission, instead of meeting Naruto, seeing as he delegated that power to them when business requests became too many to investigate and scrutinize. The group of Kiri traders informed him that they had been bolstered on by their Kage and openly admitted that they were taking a big risk in setting up shop in the Silent Nation. Now look at them, 3 years later. Their business had 3 floors of merchandise and services, including plumbers and electricians. Best part, to Naruto, was that the Kiri business pumped a great deal of money into Dark Country. Kushina was looking over a few shelves of small, square carpet samples before him, and the masked man was eyeing a dark blue couch on display. It wasn't too fluffy or flashy, but it looked dangerously comfortable. There was a saleslady, clearly from the Hozuki clan, with her shark-like teeth and her black scara and blue pupil eyes, making subtle motions to the couch. She knew who he was, obviously, and she also knew how business would boom once word got out that the leader had fallen asleep on one of their couches while he was testing it out. It would give a big advantage over the competitors within the country, like an equally popular home furniture and appliance store owned by a dark-born Uzumaki couple. The man was jerked out of the tantalizing thought of slumbering on the couch by a small tap on his shoulder. His turned around and his eyebrows furrowed as he tried to remember the person standing before him. The person, carrying a hook staff strapped to his back, a long coat over his ninja garb and a Kiri forehead protector, mumbled in disappointment. "It's Yagura, Lord Naruto." "Ah, yes, Yagura," Naruto said with a nervous chuckle. "I was just about to say that." The Mizukige's prospective successor frowned. "You keep forgetting my name, sir." "What brings you here, Yagura?" Naruto asked with a smile, shifting the conversation away from how he found it hard to remember the man's name. Yagura's eyes narrowed fractionally, then he shrugged. "I was looking for new tiles for my kitchen. I plan on spending winter here." Naruto didn't bother asking what was wrong with the tiles already in the kitchen. Owners of their houses were at liberty to alter the decoration of the rooms as they saw fit, only renters couldn't do that. So Naruto assumed Yagura had purchased his house. Natural-born citizens including allied nations born in Dark Territory had the privilege of getting free housing and accommodations, aside from hotels, motels and ghost houses, but allied foreigners had to either pay rent of their accommodations or buy it at the average price used around the continent. The former option was better, seeing as they had to renew their entrance seals every once in a while. Healthcare was cheap and affordable for the foreigners, meaning they paid for it, but the cost wasn't obnoxious or unattainable, and education was completely free. Allied foreigners paying for housing and healthcare contributed to the increase in the country's money reserves. Non-allied foreigners were not allowed entry into the country. It was one of the reasons unallied nations and villages were curious, and threatened, by the secret prosperity of the Silent Nation. "Where's your apartment?" Naruto wondered. "Eastern region. There are some flats that were recently completed and I moved into one of them." Naruto had been informed of the completion of one of the many houses. One of the things he did yesterday was issue an order to the civilian department to not build any more houses or accommodations anywhere in the country. There were over 100 unoccupied houses spotted around the country, and Naruto's council didn't estimate any drastic increase in population until 10 or so years. The other order he made to the civilian department was to finish any building construction and to regularly maintain the houses until they were rented or bought. "Are you aware that winter in the country is very harsh?" "I'm aware. The reason I'm spending it here is to help in any way I can." A corner of Naruto's eyes quirked up as he smirked. "That's nice of you." "I don't mean to offend, the next Mizukage hastily said, thinking the worst. "No offense taken. I'm sure your ninjas have the situation handled." The other man explained. Genjutsu-sensei recommended I come and lend my support. He bowed and said. I am in your service, Lord Naruto. Glad to have you, Yugura. As Kushina rubbed a carpet sample in her hands, the Kiri ninja muttered to Naruto. Is that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Yup. The beast seal, is it? I wouldn't risk the safety of my people if I wasn't sure the seal would hold the 9 tails down. And the people know of her status? Why wouldn't they? The villages I have gone to have not been too friendly to Jinchuriki. It was why the 3-tailed turtle and the 1-tailed raccoon were not sealed into people. Naruto knew the history of Jinchuriki running wild with beast chakra and unwillingly rebelling against their superiors. It had happened twice in Kumo within the past 2 years and twice in IWA in 1 year. The man observed how Kushina freely went down the aisle in search for the perfect carpet. With all due respect, why is here any different? Well, for starters, everyone in the country shinobi and civilian has, to an extent, passed through our academies. They know the basic fundamentals of how a seal works. The Kiri ninja acknowledged to that fact. He had heard of how, during the rehabilitation and re-education phase of rebuilding darkness, every person was given basic education. This phase was to reinforce the confidence the people had in their ninjas. Next is that I trust Mito's seal. The late Uzumaki being a Fuinjutsu master at the peak of art. Toryun had also inspected the work before he passed. And last is that I have my best seal master from the Chueinku clan look over the seal every once in a while. Yugura smiled lopsidedly at the man's caution. I'll have to hand it to you, you are very careful. When it comes to the well-being my people, and my allies, I should be no less thorough. Part of the reality was that, since Naruto was at ease with living with the holder of the most powerful beast on the planet, then his people followed his example and relaxed around Kushina. Any decent leader in my position would prioritize the lives of their people over all else. Those same words would echo through Yugura's minds for years to come. No wonder people respected Naruto so much, the man murmured in his mind. The Mizukage, the Kazekage, the Raikage, the past and present river daimyo, a whole slew of people important shinobi across the continent, they had the utmost respect for the man standing before him. Then there was another portion of the world that absolutely feared Naruto. That side couldn't muster up the courage to openly call him by his name. They referred to him by the title he had been given during the Second War. The Ghost. Among the things Yugura considered very important was for him, personally, to not get on the bad side of the infamous ghost. He heard what happened to Kakuzu. It wasn't that much of a secret around the country and among Naruto's allies. Yugura had been brainstorming for a long time on what to do once he became Kage that would cement Kiri's mutual relationship with darkness hopefully until the end of time. Not out of fear of the ghost, but out of desire for his village to grow with the darkness. Sunagakure had the Dark Sand Joint Task Force. River had the Merchants Guild. Uzushiogakure was essentially brother nations with darkness. The Chunin exams was a step in the right direction though. He momentarily shook the thought from his head and Naruto asked him. If you really want to see how you can help, report to Amara when you can and inquire if there's anything for you to do. If there's nothing, then we'll put you on the shinobi reserve list. His blue eyes glanced to the man briefly, returning back to his ward. You know what that means, right? If or when I see someone in need, then I lend a hand. Yugura recited. It was basically what any other person in the country did. I apologize if your winter is too uneventful. An uneventful winter is what I hope for, my lord. Naruto chuckled and amiably slapped Yugura on the back. That's exactly right. Uncle. Kushina waved, holding up a small square carpet sample. This one. Naruto jerked his head towards an attendant and flicked his eyes to his charge. She quickly rushed over and politely collected the sample, leaving for the back room to bring the whole carpet out. Kushina went on ahead and selected a wallpaper sample. Have you found the kitchen tiles you were looking for? The future Mizukage shook his head. Not yet. Naruto pointed at the couch he had formerly been ogling, 3 similarly colored chairs, a coffee table for his parlor and a few shelves, because he was planning on turning the house's attic into their personal library and storage unit for old items. For the old furniture they were replacing, Sueki had proposed she take them to a pawn shop to sell. Naruto collected the storage scroll, sifted through the items sealed inside and paid for them. He waved goodnight to the Kiri ninja and proceeded out of the store with Kushina. The sun had set by this time, so the street lights illuminated the road and police officers were on their rounds. So far, only a few shops were open, and they were restaurants and bars. Some carriages rumbled up and down the road, transporting families and trading wares about the capital. A couple of officers bowed to their leader as he strolled down the sidewalk. The blonde nodded back to them and squinted up ahead at a tarp-covered building that towered over everything. It could almost be seen all the way from the different regions. The contractor, by Naruto's order, had put a halt on the building of the leader's tower and postponed it until after winter. The lights coming from the site were just workings reinforcing the building to strong winds and the cold. The building was now covered because it was in its last week before completion and they wanted it to be a surprise for their leader. Naruto was excited. The contractor said he only made a few infinitesimally small changes to the original plans, but it was no less a tower fit for their master. It would be the center of the country. It would be a physical show of the power of darkness. The grand reveal and opening would come before the academies were opened for the new semester. There was a cheerful, jittery, hyper-enthusiastic buzz going through the people in preparation of the historical event. The masked blonde looked down when he felt a tug on his pants leg. He smiled at the girl, still a bit distracted by the tower. I have the answer for your question. Which question? The one from this morning. Oh. Naruto snapped his fingers in realization. Yes, right. What's your answer? I want to be your student because... Churning purple orbs clashed with jovial sky blue. Learning from you and training under you is the only way I can become the next leader of darkness. The girl experienced a lot today. She had seen how important each ally was to Dark Country and how, in turn, Dark Country was important to them. She saw the fervor and eagerness people put into everything they did. She chatted with the children that also intended to attend the ninja and civilian academies next year and how they didn't want to see any harm come to their dear country. She experienced the emotion of loss a significant portion of the people felt during the war. They told her stories of their plight during the dreaded civil war. Naruto told her the plans for the future he had for his precious country and that it could only come to be with the cooperation of his people. Kushina glared up at the man as he laughed lowly. Whether or not I'm allowed to take assassination technique classes or not, I will be the next leader, so that I can be the one to protect everyone. Oh really? Naruto asked with a mockingly raised eyebrow. Databane.